Chapter 1601 Convergence. Okay, then go ahead. Feng Ling raised her eyelids and stared at Feng Qi with a half-smile. Ahem. Didn't I say we were all together? Hee. Feng Qi picked up the teacup to cover up her embarrassment. If he were to charge forward alone, wouldn't that be courting death? That boy, Dragon King, has been stupid since he was a child. If he hadn't been gifted, how could he still be in this position? Feng Ling was amused when she thought of Dragon King's experiences of being deceived since childhood. He is impulsive, has a bad temper, and his brain is not very good. All his brains are spent on how to deceive women. Otherwise, he would not be deceived by a woman like this. However, he also has an advantage. That is, he takes the overall situation into consideration. Don't look at the way he shouted and killed him just now. If Xiaoba was put in front of him, he wouldn't even dare to do it. Feng Ling sneered. And the boy, he is used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. And he will not provoke disputes at will for the sake of the Dragon Clan. He came here this time, firstly, to retrieve his youngest son, and secondly, to make the Feng clan owe him a favor. But his plan might be ruined. Ah? Feng Qi scratched his head in confusion. Why is it so complicated? The Dragon King clearly wanted to settle a score with Xiaoba just now. But why didn't he dare to do it? Just wait. After saying this, Feng Ling closed her eyes and rested, waiting for Jia to return to Phoenix Ruins. Feng Qi and the younger members of the Feng family looked at each other, looking like they didn't quite understand. Only a few elders of the Feng family smiled. The Dragon King and their ancestors met not once or twice. But it was the Dragon King who suffered every time. But the Dragon King didn't have a long memory, so he insisted on getting in on it. Ji Yao and Nandong Che, who appeared in front of her, looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. And they looked at each other without saying a word. Sixth sister? Jia turned her head to look at Feng Luoji next to Nandong Che and shouted tentatively. The aura on this beauty is exactly the same as the aura given to her by the ancestor. So there should be no mistake. But who can tell her why the sixth sister is with Nandong Che? Xiao Ba. Although Feng Luoji saw Ji Yao for the first time, she felt very friendly. She, who had always been indifferent, had a smile on her face, which immediately dazzled Nandong Che. He had been following Feng Luoji for so long, and this was the first time he saw her smile. Nandong Che looked at Ji Yao and curled his lips, feeling a little jealous in his heart. Why didn't Feng Luoji smile at him? Ji Yao heard Feng Luoji's name and finally confirmed Feng Luoji's identity. She happily introduced Gui Shui and Luo Chuan to Feng Luoji, and then followed her to Phoenix Ruins. Little girl, your ability to attract hatred is not weakened at all? Now even the Dragon Clan has followed you. Nandong Che said teasingly after understanding the ins and outs. Then he walked around behind the Qinglong and kicked him down. Qinglong was kicked unexpectedly and fell to the ground. His face fell to the ground, and he looked like he was about to cry. To think that he, a monk who had transcended the tribulation period, had fallen into this kind of situation. Oh, I'm sorry. I accidentally kicked you. Nandong Che looked at Qinglong exaggeratedly, as if he was sorry. Don't blame me. It's okay. It's okay. Qinglong forced a smile on his face and got up. It's okay, Nandong Che said, and walked to Ji Yao again and winked at her. Jia glared at him with a dumbfounded smile, but didn't say anything to hurt him. Chapter 1602 Confrontation. I haven't asked you yet. How do you know my sixth sister? Jia looked at Feng Luoji beside her and asked curiously. Gui Shui held Ji Yao in her arms and immediately pricked up her ears when she heard the words, as if she smelled the gossip. TSK. Us. Just as Nandong Che was about to boast, he heard Feng Luoji cough lightly. He shut his mouth instantly and could only wink at Ji Yao. Are your eyes cramped? Gui Shui looked at Nandong Che and asked with a frown. Ahem. You just got cramps. Nandong Che glared at Gui Shui, and then spontaneously walked to Feng Luoji's side, regaining his elegant image. Feng Luoji glanced at Nandong Che, feeling a little sweet in her heart, but still cold on the surface. Jia looked at Nandong Che's dog-legged appearance and shook her head sympathetically. With the look of her sixth sister, it seemed that Nandong Che was about to fall into unrequited love. But how could she not have unrequited love? However, secret love sometimes feels very sweet, as long as the other person's look or movement makes you happy for a long time. This is the charm of unrequited love. 3 days later, the group finally rushed back to Phoenix Ruins. As soon as they appeared, the Dragon King suddenly appeared in front of them. Several people walked up to Ji Yao one after another, guarding Ji Yao tightly behind them, and looked at the Dragon King warily. Seeing this, Ji Yao smiled so much that her eyes narrowed to a slit. Then she pushed aside a few people and stood in front of the Dragon King. Qinglong shrank when he saw the Dragon King, wishing he could find a hole to bury himself in. He didn't even know what to say next. "Are you Xiaoba?" The Dragon King frowned. This Feng family Xiaoba turned out to be a human cultivator, not a phoenix. Taking another look at her bone age and cultivation, the Dragon King instantly became sour. This Feng family is really a thief. They actually found someone to cultivate. The speed of human cultivation is much faster than that of ancient demons like them. Although their lifespan is shorter, this talent still makes him a little envious. How about at some point, he will also find someone who cultivates Xiangxiang and give birth to someone who is a cultivator. "I've met the senior Dragon King." Ji Yao clasped her fists and saluted respectfully. After all, this Dragon King is the father of the Fire Dragon and can be considered her elder. Dragon King just wanted her to hand over her youngest son when Fengling came out with her clan members. "Shiba, come here." Fengling waved to Ji Yao and called her to her side. "What do you mean?" The Dragon King did not stop her. He had felt a sense of intimacy with Ji Yao just now. It seemed that nothing happened to his youngest son. When he thought of this, he finally calmed down. "What do you mean? Wouldn't you know if you asked the Qinglong?" Fengling raised her eyebrows and glanced dangerously around the Qinglong, successfully making him shiver. Qinglong buried his head low, not daring to look at the Dragon King at all. He even dared not look at Fengling. He had hunted down the Feng family before. "Can you let my youngest son out first?" The Dragon King guessed that there might be something fishy in Qinglong's appearance. His heart suddenly sank, and he planned to get his youngest son back first, lest Fengling take advantage of it, and the lion opened his mouth. "Do you think I'm as stupid as you?" Fengling glanced at the Dragon King inexplicably and laughed at his innocence. "You?" The Dragon King's face turned red with anger. He wanted to fight Fengling to test his strength, but he felt a little timid. Chapter 1603 Digging a Hole. "Why don't you tell the truth?" There was no other way. The Dragon King could only vent his anger on Qinglong, and threw Qinglong away with a wave of his hand. Qinglong struggled to get up, keeping his head lowered. Qinglong is still hesitating whether to tell the truth or not. If he tells the truth, he is afraid that the Dragon Mother will chop him up when he goes back. But if he didn't tell the truth, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to go back at all. Qinglong buried his head, feeling confused for a moment. "Qinglong," at this moment, Guishui called out kindly, and the rising tone made Qinglong's heart lift. The 2 moments when he was abused appeared in his mind, and his brain suddenly became clear. "It's the Dragon Mother! It was the Dragon Mother who instructed me to do it." Qinglong mustered up the courage to tell the truth. "What did you say?" The Dragon King stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and forced him to look into the Dragon King's eyes. "Speak to me clearly, or I will kill you first." The veins on Dragon King's hands were exposed, revealing his inner unrest. "It was the Mother of Dragons who was worried that the little dragon would affect Kangji's status, so she sent me to throw it to the lower realm. Later, the little dragon was brought up by Miss Yi. The Mother of Dragon was afraid that the Dong Chuang incident would happen, so she ordered me to hunt him down. Miss Yi and Xiao Longzi." Qinglong told the whole story, praying in his heart that the Dragon King would not argue with him. Bang! The Dragon King threw Qinglong out and covered his heart in anger. He had been thinking about how the Feng family entered the Dragon Clan's territory before, but now he thought it was the Dragon Mother who was lying to him. The Dragon King was so angry that his heart ached and his face was burning. He always loved face, but this time he was completely embarrassed in Fengling. "Xiao Ba." He turned to look at Ji Yao and called with a smile. Ji Yao smiled stiffly, and the Dragon King's words gave her goosebumps. "Tell me if you have anything to say." Fengling blocked Ji Yao behind her and had to settle things with the Dragon King. "I have nothing to say to you." The Dragon King's face was tense. He would not bow to Fengling. "Xiao Ba, do you think you can release my youngest son so that our father and son can be reunited?" The Dragon King tried his best to make his tone more friendly, wanting to start with Ji Yao. "I listened to my ancestor." Ji Yao revealed her head from behind Fengling and smiled at the Dragon King. She couldn't let her ancestor lose face. The Dragon King's face froze when he heard this, and he turned his face to look at Qinglong in the distance, wishing he could beat him up. It was this guy who put him in this embarrassing situation. After he returned, he must teach him how to be a human. "I heard that your Dragon Clan discovered a high-quality mineral vein some time ago." Fengling crossed her arms and said casually, "Impossible." The Dragon King immediately objected. The mineral vein has a significant effect on the entire dragon clan, and it is absolutely impossible to hand it over. "What if I'm attracted to you?" Feng Ling raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of teasing. "The mineral vein is not good. You can make any other requests." The Dragon King shook his head firmly. That mineral vein is definitely not good. Feng Ling's lips curled up in success. What he was waiting for was the Dragon King's words. He knew from the beginning that the Dragon King would not be able to give it to the mine. So his target had never been the mine. "My Xiaoba has completely offended Mother Dragon for the sake of your youngest son. In the future, your sons may still blame Xiaoba and maybe hunt her down again. However, if Xiaoba can have a piece of armor made of dragon scales." Chapter 1604 The Silly Dragon King. "What?" Before Feng Ling could finish speaking, the Dragon King interrupted him loudly. He widened his eyes and looked at Feng Ling in disbelief. This old guy has a big heart. Dragon scales are indeed top-notch in protection. But for a dragon, they are not just a simple dragon scale. They also contain part of the dragon's spiritual power. If a dragon scale is missing, it will take many years to grow back. "What? You don't want to? It's just a piece of dragon scale. It's not worth the life of your little son." Feng Ling glanced at the Dragon King. As expected, the Dragon King was still as stingy as ever. The Dragon King frowned. The younger son must be more important. But the dragon scales can't be pulled off just by pulling them out. He reached up and touched his chin, thinking about what he should do. At this moment, his eyes caught sight of Qinglong not far away, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Come here!" Dragon Dynasty Qinglong waved his hand and motioned for him to come over. Qinglong's heart skipped a beat. He had an uneasy feeling just after hearing Feng Ling's suggestion. And now it has come true. He lowered his head and approached the Dragon King helplessly. "Ahem. What do you think of him?" Qinglong of the Dragon Dynasty pursed his lips, but looked at Feng Ling. "Him? I still don't like it. What I want is your dragon scales." Feng Ling raised her eyebrows. And then she didn't forget to brainwash him. "After all, you are the most powerful among the dragons. So naturally I want yours." "Impossible." The Dragon King took a few steps back and looked at Feng Ling warily. This old guy actually wants to harm him. Feng Ling must have seen his cultivation level rising and was afraid that he would surpass him. So she made such an unreasonable request. Qinglong's eyes lit up when he heard this. He raised his head and looked at Feng Ling expectantly, hoping that he would stick to his opinion and never waver. Then it seems that the Dragon King doesn't really want to negotiate. So let's forget it. Feng Ling sighed regretfully upon seeing this. "Xiao Ba, you should stay in Phoenix Ruins from now on. Even the Dragon Clan doesn't have the guts to come here to chase you." Feng Ling turned around and looked at Ji Yao and said, "Okay, I will listen to the ancestor." Ji Yao nodded cooperatively. She could see that the ancestor was digging a hole for the Dragon Clan step by step. She glanced at the anxious-looking Dragon King. But she was thinking that this Dragon King was different from what she had imagined. He seemed a little silly. "Let's go back." Feng Ling patted Ji Yao on the shoulder and winked at her. Ji Yao immediately turned around obediently and pretended to go back. "Wait!" The Dragon King hurriedly called out to them. If Ji Yao really stayed in Phoenix Ruins and couldn't come out, he really couldn't do anything to her. Naturally, the younger son would not go back either. Ji Yao and Feng Ling paused upon hearing this, turned around and looked at the Dragon King, waiting for the next step. "Can we discuss this matter again?" The Dragon King tried to negotiate with Feng Ling with a false smile on his face. "How to discuss? That Qinglong is not at the same level as you. The protective power of dragon scales is very different. How useful can it be?" Feng Ling snorted and said disdainfully. Qinglong almost shed tears when he heard Feng Ling belittle him like this. But instead of being shocked, he was excited. He is just a weakling. So Feng Ling must not fall in love with him. "Like him, 10 dragon scales may not be as good as one of yours." Feng Ling continued to set a trap for the Dragon King, revealing his true purpose. The defensive power of dragon scales is no joke. Not even the Phoenix clan can match it. Chapter 1605 Fire Dragon Recognizes Family. If Xiao Hachi could possess soft armor made of dragon scales, he would feel more at ease when dealing with Gintama in the future. Although he wanted Xiaoba to grow up through ups and downs, the prerequisite was to ensure her safety. "Okay, then 10 pieces." The Dragon King immediately grasped the key point and agreed, fearing that Feng Ling would regret it. Qinglong could hardly stand when he heard this, and sat down on the ground. Not only did the Dragon King not sympathize with him, But he kicked him. If it weren't for this guy, there would be no need for him to go out of his way to beg Feng Ling. He was the cause of this disaster, so he must be responsible for the compensation. Is that so? Feng Ling trailed off, successfully seeing the Dragon King becoming nervous. That's okay. It's hard to refuse the Dragon King's kindness. Xiaoba still doesn't want to thank you. Thank you, Dragon King, Gio said with a smile and cupped her fists. As expected, the Dragon King's face turned even more ugly. However, she could also see that the Dragon King really cared about the little fire dragon. Otherwise, he would not have bowed his head and agreed to this condition. After all, he was also the king of the clan. She has also discussed with Feng Ling in the past few days. The best option for the little fire dragon is to let it follow the dragon clan back. Following her will only limit its development. So from the beginning, she had already planned to send Charmander away. When the Dragon King saw Feng Ling agreeing, he felt relieved. But at the same time, he felt something was strange. He turned to look at Qinglong and released Qinglong's seal with a wave of his hand, allowing him to regain his spiritual power. Qinglong could only accept his fate and change back to his original form, not daring to be presumptuous in front of the Dragon King. The Dragon King waved his hand again, and pulled out 10 dragon scales from the green dragon's back without any mercy, and sent them to Feng Ling with his spiritual power. Ah! Qinglong roared in pain, blood flowing from his back. Shut up! The Dragon King was already sulking because he had lost face. He yelled at Qinglong, successfully making Qinglong shut up. Qinglong shrank on the ground in pain. This time, he didn't know that it would take hundreds of years to cultivate back. This is all his punishment. When Feng Ling saw the dragon scale, she was not polite and put it away directly. During this period, she can refine soft armor for Xiao Ba. Xiao Ba! Let it out! Feng Ling collected the dragon scales and told Xiya to let out the fire dragon. Xiya nodded and released the fire dragon, only to find a group of little guys running out. Wow, wah, don't leave! Whoa! Roar! A group of little guys cried together. Everyone knew that the fire dragon was about to leave. Even the white fox, who always fought and bickered with the fire dragon in the past, now cried while hugging the fire dragon. As soon as the Dragon King saw the fire dragon, his eyes suddenly lit up, and his eyes instantly became moist. The younger son is exactly the same as his mother. Beautiful girl. Don't let Wawa go away. Okay? I will never fight with it again. I am obedient. Don't let it go. The white fox ran to Jia's feet, hugged her legs and cried loudly. Ji Yao's eyes instantly turned red, and she knelt down and hugged the fire dragon. The white fox also jumped into Jia's arms, wiping tears all the time. Wawa, that's your father. Your relative. Xia suppressed the reluctance in her heart and rubbed the little fire dragon. After you follow him back, remember to practice well, and remember to come back to see us in the future. Woo-woo. The fire dragon reluctantly buried its head in Ya's arms. It had stayed by Jiyu's side for so many years, and was reluctant to leave like this. Chapter 1606 The Fire Dragon Leaves. Son! I am your father! The Dragon King looked at the fire dragon with expectant eyes, and opened his arms to hug the little fire dragon. He could tell that his younger son had a very good relationship with Xiao, and it seemed that she was not treating him badly. Go! She patted the fire dragon gently, and put it on the ground. The fire dragon turned to look at Xiao, then at the group of friends, and then slowly approached the Dragon King. It can feel a familiar feeling, a feeling that it has always longed to have. Beautiful girl! Bai Hu tightly grasped Xiao's arm with her claws, and looked at the fire dragon walking away with tears in her eyes. Xiao Bai Tuan, Xiao Lian, and Carrot also kept crying, and even He Lian couldn't help but tremble slightly. It's better for Xiaohua to follow his father. Xia comforted her warmly, and smoothed the white fox's fur. It will be very powerful in the future. You have to practice hard. Otherwise you will not be able to catch up with it in the future. It will be very embarrassing. Xia deliberately teased the white fox, trying to ease its reluctance. Yeah. Bai Hu lay in Ji Yao's arms, completely losing his former energy. Hey, my good son. The Dragon King picked up the fire dragon and kissed it. This is his and her son. Wu, the little fire dragon was a little uncomfortable at first, but quickly calmed down in the Dragon King's arms. Dragon King, your precious son Xiaoba has been raised well by you. If you still ask Mother Dragon to send people to hunt her down, then our Feng family will not let it go. Feng Ling warned the Dragon King with a serious expression. Nothing happened to Xiaoba this time. so he could make the Dragon King pay the price. But the next time, even if there was a war, he would seek justice. Don't worry. I will handle it myself. The Dragon King nodded and promised. He will settle the debt with Dragon Mother when he returns home. He looked down at his reluctant little son, thought for a moment, and took out a bell from the storage ring. This is for you. Thank you for taking care of it. The Dragon King threw the bell to Ji Yao. Although he is not smart, he can still see the talent of Xiaoba of the Feng family. She has such a good relationship with her youngest son, which will be good for him in the future. Thank you, Dragon King. Jia took the bell and found that the bell turned out to be an immortal weapon. Jiu blinked. This was her first fairy weapon. Feng Ling's mouth opened slightly when she looked at the immortal weapon. It wasn't that she had never seen an immortal weapon before, but she was a little surprised at the Dragon King's generosity. How could such a stingy person be so generous? Could it be that this guy was taken away from his body? What are you looking at? The Dragon King was embarrassed by Feng Ling's eyes, and he shouted with anger. Let's go! He rolled up Qinglong and slipped away in a flash. Xiao and her friends were not in a good mood when they saw the fire dragon leaving just like that. Don't worry. Its future will be good. Feng Ling patted Xiao on the shoulder. Yeah. Xiao nodded. She understood all this, but she just felt reluctant to give it up. Let's go. Let's go back first. Seeing that the matter was over, Feng Ling called everyone back to Phoenix Ruins. Ancestor, are we going to let the green dragon go like this? He almost hurt Xiao Ba. Feng Qi still felt unconvinced when he thought about it. If it weren't for his lack of cultivation, he would have rushed up and beat up the green dragon. His end will not be that simple. Feng Ling smiled mysteriously and did not explain any more. If the Feng family takes action against Qinglong, it will easily cause a fight between the two clans. And at the same time, it will easily make the Dragon Clan hate Xiaoba. Chapter 1607 The Feng Family's Delicious Cakes. If the Dragon Clan goes after Xiaoba everywhere because of this in the future, then she will really have no choice but to stay in Phoenix Ruins. By letting the Dragon King do it himself, Xiaoba gained benefits without offending the Dragon Clan. At the same time, he no longer had any worries. Selling a favor to the Dragon King was really a multi-purpose move. When a clan member makes a mistake, the family punishes it, and outsiders take action are completely different concepts. Oh! Feng Qi nodded as if she understood. Is the Dragon King still willing to punish Qinglong? After all, this kind of thing has never happened to their Feng family. When the group returned to Phoenix Market, Feng Ling asked everyone to sit down and arranged for Feng Qi to take up the barbecue job again. Xiao Ba, you stay for a while before leaving, and I will refine the soft armor for you. Feng Ling felt very comfortable when she thought of those dragon scales. Thank you, Ancestor. Xiao did not refuse. Being able to have something to save her life made her more confident when going out. Then Xiao introduced Gui Shi and Nangong Che to Feng Ling. Feng Ling first looked at Nangong Che, and frowned when she saw that he had been staying next to Xiao Lu. Nangong Che and Nangong Yu. Are they related in some way? Feng Ling looked at Jiu. Nangong Yu is my eldest brother. Nangong Che took the initiative to answer, and smiled at Feng Ling. Feng Ling snorted coldly. The two Nangong brothers were quite courageous, and they even had the idea of the Feng family's treasure. Nangong Che saw that Feng Ling didn't seem to like him very much, so he could only scratch his head helplessly. Even though he has a dignified appearance, he is also disliked. Feng Ling was not in a hurry to settle accounts with him, and looked at Gui Shi. After realizing that he couldn't see her breath clearly, he raised his eyebrows. This little girl is incredible. But he didn't plan to inquire more. Anyway, the people who were good to Xiaoba were their friends of the Feng family. In the following time, a group of people drank and chatted, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. Half a month later, Xia took Gui Shi and Luo Chuan to say goodbye to Feng Ling. The armor has been trained and Ji Yao is now wearing it close to her body. But there is nothing unusual about it from the outside. Feng Ling didn't hold them back much and let them leave after some warnings. Why don't you go? Feng Ling glanced at Nangong Che and asked in a cool tone. Hey, isn't it because Luo Ji didn't go? Nangong Che didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Feng Ling and replied honestly. He has finally figured out these days that the ancestor of the Feng family really doesn't like him. If he accidentally offends the ancestor again, his marriage will be ruined. At this time, Nangong Che had long forgotten the idea of deciding to be a single forever, and only wanted to abduct Feng Luoji home. You called me Luoji too? Feng Ling's tone became even colder upon hearing this. No, I mean Miss Feng. Miss Feng. Nandong Che quickly shook his head. Humph! Feng Ling flicked her sleeves and left without looking at Nandong Che. Only the slightly raised corners of her mouth showed that he was not in a bad mood. Huh? Nandong Che took a long breath and frowned. This doesn't seem to work. He has to find a way to trick Luoji out. Otherwise, when will he be able to embrace the beauty? Luoji, Nandong Che called as he ran towards Feng Luoji's yard. On the other side, the 3G people finally arrived at the strange place Shui mentioned after half a month of traveling. Look! Is it weird here? Guishui asked, pointing to the sea area in front of her. Zhiyao and Luo Chuan frowned as they looked at the sea in front of them. When did a mirage appear in the central area? Chapter 1608 Mirage. This is a mirage! Not real. Zhiyao explained aloud as she looked at the ocean in the distance. What is a mirage? Guishui didn't understand this and asked in confusion, tilting her head. It's a natural phenomenon caused by the refraction and total reflection of light. This sea area is fake, but there might be the sea area somewhere. Zhiyao thought of the magic of the world of cultivation. And maybe the sea area really somewhere. Guishui understood immediately that this sea area was fake. No wonder she couldn't touch it. But it didn't look like a phantom formation. Luo Chuan stepped forward, approached the false sea area, stretched out his hand and took a handful. He brought his hand to his nose and smelled the unique salty smell of the sea. Jia noticed Luo Chuan's movements and stepped forward to imitate his gesture and grabbed a handful. It actually has seafood flavor? She looked at Luo Chuan in surprise. She had never heard that this mirage could have its own flavor. Brother, do you think there is a sea area near here? Or is this some kind of secret place? Jia guessed as she wandered around the area. It's very possible. Luo Chuan nodded and wandered around the mirage. Guishui came close to Zhiyao and explored together. But she didn't know what she was exploring. But following Zhiyu is the right thing to do. There is a problem here. After a while, Luo Chuan suddenly stopped in an open space. Zhiyao and Guishui heard the words and immediately came over. As soon as they got closer, they smelled a strong smell of sea. Their eyes lit up. The smell here was already very obvious. Zhiyao sniffed hard. The surrounding smell was very light. But this place was very strong. She and Luo Chuan looked at each other, and then began to study the open space. There is no trace of any formation in this place. It is just an open space without any grass. I don't know where the mystery lies. Time passed quickly. Zhiyao and Luo Chuan studied for a long time, and could not see any problems here. Guishui also joined in the fun for a while, but soon became impatient and squatted aside to play with the ants. Anyway, she didn't know much about formations, so she couldn't be of much help. She picked up a branch and fiddled with the ants carrying food in groups, trying to see where they were going to move the food. She followed the team of ants and soon found a small hole. The leading ant got into the hole first, and the remaining ants followed closely behind. Guishui was very curious. She lay down near the ant nest and looked into the nest. When she looked at it, she actually saw a patch of blue. Guishui was stunned and suddenly shouted at Zhiyu. Yao Yao! Come and see! Guishui waved to Zhiyao eagerly, her whole body in a state of excitement. Zhiyao and Luo Chuan immediately approached after hearing this. Just as she was about to imitate Guishui and lie down, she was stopped by Luo Chuan. Zhiyao looked at Luo Chuan in confusion, and saw Luo Chuan squatting down, then lying on his stomach and looking into the hole. This ant hole is larger than ordinary ant holes. At first glance, the inside is blue. If you get closer and smell it carefully, you can still smell a vague smell. This is probably the sea area. Luo Chuan raised his head and looked at Zhiyao and analyzed. Then how are we going to get in? Zhiyao squatted down and looked at the hole curiously. The hole is also too small. Chapter 1609, The Secret Realm appears. You can go in after it's destroyed. Guishui rolled up her sleeves and punched the hole without saying a word. Before Jia and Luo Chuan had time to stop them, the ground suddenly collapsed under Guishui's punch. At this moment, the crack spread to the surrounding area. Crack! Crack! More and more of the ground cracked, as if the watch case was shattered. Ji Yao and the other three rose up into the air and leaned together, guarding against possible dangers that might suddenly appear. Wow! Wow! The seawater underground began to beat, drawing the crust on the ground into the seabed. At this moment, a white light rose into the sky along with the water column, straight into the sky. Zhiyao and the other three looked at each other, and it seemed that there was probably an unexplored secret place down there. Come on! Someone will definitely come later. Jia pursed her lips, then took out the waterproof beads and handed them to the two of them. The three of them held the waterproof beads in their mouths, then slowly landed and plunged into the sea. The defensive weapons on Jiao and Luochuan were both activated, but only Guishui had nothing on her body. After all, her physical strength is more protective than those defensive spiritual weapons. The three of them swam into the sea, and then slowly swam toward the deep sea. Look! What's over there? Let's go! A secret realm has appeared! Hurry up! Don't let anyone get ahead of you! More and more monks discovered the water column and white light rising into the sky, and rushed towards the sea. At the same time, the news that this secret realm appeared spread further and further, and soon spread throughout the central region. Hani! Seeing Hani was about to leave again, Xiaomo reluctantly grabbed his sleeve and looked at him expectantly. She hadn't seen Hani for a long time, and now they had just chatted for a while. But he was leaving again. I'll come see you when I have time. Hani pulled Xiaomo's hand away and left without hesitation. Although he wanted to rely on Xiaomo to get help from the Xiao family, strength was more important. There was no need for him to waste his time on her. Seeing that he didn't show any nostalgia at all, Xiaomo finally believed what his brother said. Sister! Xiao Feima saw Hani leaving before entering Xiaomo's yard. Feima! Xiaomo forced a smile, not wanting Xiao Feima to worry. Sister! Although the words are unpleasant, Hani is really not sincere to you this night. He just wants to take advantage of you. Xiao Feima came to Xiaomo and pulled her to sit down distressfully. Xiaomo has actually realized it for a long time, but has been deceiving himself. She has always had Hani in her heart since she first fell in love. Now tell her that her infatuation is a joke, which is really hard to accept. Sister, I'm not telling you, but on your terms. Why hang him to death? Xiao Feima glared at Xiaomo angrily. Apart from having a good face, what other advantages did Hani have? He has a weird personality, and although his talent is good, it is far inferior to his brother-in-law. It just so happened that this kind of person was so obsessed with his sister that she wouldn't marry him. Feima, do you know where he is going? Xiaomo grabbed Xiao Feima's hand and asked. Even if she really wanted to give up, she would have to find out in person. If Hani really doesn't like her, then she will let him go completely. I heard that a secret realm appeared in the north recently. He must have gone there. Xiao Feima could guess it and rolled his eyes. Chapter 1610, The Dragon King, Who Settles Accounts. I'm going to find him. Xiaomo stood up suddenly, broke away from Xiao Feima's hand, and ran out of the yard. Xiao Feima patted his mouth lightly, blaming him for talking too much. He could only follow Xiaomo and rush towards the secret realm with her. Dragon King. The Dragon Mother has been waiting anxiously for news. As soon as she saw the Dragon King coming back, she went to greet him. During this period, Xinglong didn't reply to her messages, and he didn't know how things were going. Don't come here yet. The Dragon King glanced at the Dragon Mother lightly, and then scolded softly. The Mother of Dragons was stunned, and just as she was about to speak, she saw Xinglong, covered in scars, walking out of the corner. Her heart skipped a beat. She was in trouble now. ACI, are you back? I'm almost worried to death if you haven't replied for so long. How's it going? Have you found the child? Mother Long still looked worried and expressed concern in an anxious voice. Yeah. Qilong couldn't bear to look at Dragon Mother, so he lowered his head and hummed. Dragon Mother's heart sank. That evil bastard actually came back. Really? That's great. Mother Dragon's face was filled with a smile, as if she was really happy. The Dragon King looked at the Dragon Mother with a complicated expression, unable to tell the truth from the lie for a moment. For so many years, she has been trying her best to help manage the affairs of the Dragon Clan, and she also cares deeply about his sons. If it hadn't been for this incident, he might never have noticed. Let's go back first. The Dragon King didn't want to embarrass the Dragon Mother outside. After all, Songji would take over the Dragon Clan in the future. He has thrown his youngest son into the blood pool. When he comes out again, his cultivation will be different. Okay. The Dragon Mother squeezed her fingers, feeling a little nervous, but still followed the Dragon King back to the palace calmly and gracefully. Dragon Mother. Returning to the palace, the Dragon King stared into the Dragon Mother's eyes. What's wrong? Dragon Mother suppressed her inner uneasiness and asked knowingly. How have I treated you over the years? The Dragon King stared at the Dragon Mother closely, not missing any change on her face. Mother Dragon's face froze. Then she nodded. The Dragon King is very kind to me. Then why can't you tolerate Songshi? The Dragon King asked in confusion. Songshi was the name he gave to his youngest son. He and his mother met by the stream. Did the Dragon King misunderstand? The dragon mother tugged at the corner of her mouth and tried to quibble. Xinlong has already recruited her. Or do you think I'm stupid? The Dragon King was very angry. He gave her the opportunity to recruit her on his own because of their years of friendship. But she was still shirking her responsibility. The dragon mother paused after hearing this, looked up at the Dragon King's disappointed face, and smiled to herself. Yes, it's me. The dragon mother took a few steps back, distanced herself from the Dragon King, and admitted expressionlessly. Why? The Dragon King felt a pain in his heart when he heard the expected answer. He had never treated her badly for many years. So why couldn't she even tolerate a child? Why? Seeing that the Dragon King actually asked this question, the dragon mother twitched her lips coldly. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? She raised her eyes and looked at the Dragon King with an indifferent expression. This person she once loved deeply is now just a most familiar stranger in her eyes. What do you mean? Dragon King's brows were knitted tightly together, and Dragon Mother was confused. Oh, do you still remember what you said to me at the double cultivation ceremony? Mother Long finally gave up and needed an outlet for her years of grievances. Chapter 1611 Showdown. The grand occasion of the double cultivation ceremony appeared in the Dragon King's mind, and he frowned as he remembered the promise he had made. Am I not treating you well? He asked himself that he had always been very kind to the Dragon Mother, and would give her whatever she asked for. Isn't this enough? You only remember to be good to me, but you forget to be good to me alone. Mother Long sat on the chair indifferently, remembering that she was once such a proud person. But she was always jealous of others for so many years, all targeting innocent children. She has really changed, and is no longer the proud self she once was. The Dragon King frowned even more when he heard this. What are these words? Over the years, you have been merciful and brought back an illegitimate child at every turn. Have you ever thought about how I, a fellow Taoist, feels? Mother Long clenched her hands into fists. Not only do I have to accept those lovers of yours, but I also have to raise your children and those of others. Sometimes, I really want to know, did I owe you in my previous life? So I have to be so humble in this life to atone for my sins? Mother Dragon swept the cup next to her to the ground and asked every word. Dragon King gradually felt that he had no confidence under the accusing eyes of Dragon Mother. In this matter, he did not consider the feelings of the Dragon Mother, which was what he did wrong. But he's a majestic Dragon King. So what's wrong with having a few lovers? There are many dragons in the Dragon Clan, and they have more lovers than him. Forget it. I'll accept whatever punishment you want. The Dragon Mother saw the Dragon King's expression and closed her eyes. There are some things that she shouldn't expect. It's just that Kangji doesn't know anything. I hope you don't blame him because of our years of friendship. Mother Long is now only worried that she will implicate her son. Kangji will be the future Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, and no one can change this. The Dragon King paused, and he has never changed this decision. Thank you. Mother Dragon thanked her distantly, but she never wanted to look at Dragon King again. Just pretend this never happened. The Dragon King glanced at the Dragon Mother and then left the palace. After so many years together, he never stopped criticizing her. Huh! Mother Dragon sneered. Ha. The more the Dragon Mother thought about it, the more funny she found it. And finally she laughed out loud. This is the man she has loved for thousands of years. TSK. The little girl is so fierce. She's not cute. Gintama looked at Nanshinga, who was killing his opponent, and raised his eyebrows with interest. What does it have to do with you? Nanshinga's face was indifferent. The youthfulness she had before could no longer be found on her face. During this period, a killer has been trying to kill her. Although the other party did not tell the person behind it, she already had her own guess. In that family, I'm afraid only her parents still care about her now. Gintama smiled and jumped down from the tree. He patted his cassock and took a few steps closer to Nanshinga. Nanshinga backed away warily. She couldn't even see the cultivation level in this man. It seemed that he was hiding it on purpose. Afraid of me? Gintama has identified this prey and is now waiting for her to enter the net. You'd better stay away from me. Murderous intent burst out in Nanshinga. She didn't want to hurt innocent people, but if he came close again, she wouldn't hold back. Don't be nervous. I was just sleeping, and I was woken up by you. Yinthan saw Nanshinga's defensiveness and smiled. He would definitely let her put down her guard, and then modify the techniques he had prepared. By that time, his poison will be cured, and his cultivation level will naturally return. Chapter 1612 Dive into the Deep Sea. Nanshingo looked at Yinthan expressionlessly, not believing his words. Who would go out of their way to sleep not far from someone else's mine? Do you really not want to live anymore? Nanshingo glanced at Yinthan lightly, turned around and walked away like a mine. She doesn't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately, and it's best for the other party not to provoke her. Now she finally figured it out. Whether or not she wanted to prove her innocence was not important. What was important was her strength. In this world where martial arts is respected, as long as her cultivation level is high enough and her strength is strong enough, she will be arrogant and arrogant. What can others do to her? If her cultivation level was high enough, would the family leave her alone? After all, she was still too weak. Yinthan watched Nanshinga leave, but did not follow him. He reached out and touched his chin, a look of thought appearing in his eyes. This little girl is very different from the information he got, and her personality is also very different. At the same time, she is very defensive, so I'm afraid she will have to spend some time. But the best thing about him is his patience. No woman can escape his grasp. Gintama smiled evilly, flew back to the branch, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. On the other side, more and more monks are rushing towards the sea area, and there are no cultivation restrictions in this sea area. Anyone with any cultivation level can dive into the sea. Plop! 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 This sea area was like dumplings being dropped, and countless monks jumped into the sea one after another. The 3 Jia people who went down first had already dived into the deep sea. The deeper you dive, the harder the water squeezes you, and the slower you swim. There are seaweeds everywhere in the depths of the sea. Beautiful corals are swaying, and various small fishes shuttle among them, giving Jiyu a feeling of diving in her previous life. Those swarms of little fish were not of high rank, but they did not dare to look down upon them. This shoal of tens of thousands of fish is very harmful, and cannot be easily provoked. Jia and the other 3 tried their best to avoid the school of fish, and kept searching around in the deep sea. This sea area was so big that they didn't see anything special here for a while. But there will definitely be good things in the secret places that have not yet been revealed. This cannot be denied. The 3 of them kept swimming forward, and after a few days, they slowly began to approach the center of the sea. Roar! Suddenly, a painful roar came, and a wave of water slapped in the direction of Jiyo and the others. The 3 of them took action to resist the waves and stabilize their bodies. Roar! Another painful roar came, making the 3 of them frown. The roar contained a strong sonic attack, which made both Wushi and Luochuan frown. Upon seeing this, Jia took out the bell given to her by the Dragon King. She gently shook the bell in her hand, and all the sonic attacks were blocked. Roar! The painful roar did not stop there. It would still come out after a while. At the same time, there were also waves of water, which hit Jiyo and the others one after another, seriously affecting the speed of the 3 of them. The closer the 3 of them got to the roar, the heavier their faces became. The painful roar made them all feel the pain. You guys walk behind me! Luochuan sent a message to the 2 of them, and then swam in front of Jiyo. We don't know what dangers we will face ahead, so he naturally wants to take the lead. Go! Go! Go later! Wushi swam to Luochuan and waved to him. With his small body, she was afraid that the waves would sweep him away. Chapter 1613 Water Lion. Luochuan fell silent looking at Wushi's contemptuous eyes, silently retreated behind Jiyo, and separated the 2 of them. The 3 of them swam for a long time, and finally got closer to the roar. Be careful, Wushi reminded softly, and then the swimming speed slowed down. The 3 of them approached cautiously, and it didn't take long before they finally saw the source of the beast's roar, which turned out to be a high-level water lion. This water lion was now tied with a chain, and at the other end of the chain was an extremely exquisite architectural model, just like the model in the previous life's real estate. The chain was covered with silver spikes, including around the water lion's neck. The spikes had penetrated into its neck, and the surrounding hair had been dyed red. At this time, the water lion was roaring in pain. It stretched out its claws, but did not dare to touch the chain. It turns out it's this little guy who's screaming. He looks so pitiful, Wushi said unbearably as she looked at the water lion's bloody neck. Jiyo and Luochuan did not speak. Sometimes, kindness cannot be spread at will. Especially Jiyo. With her temperament, she would have helped if she saw such a scene. But when she saw the water lion, she felt that her heart was not at all disturbed. I even felt vaguely that something was wrong. Yao Yao, why don't we let it go? Guishui said, and wanted to move forward to take a look at the water lion. Wait! Jiao hurriedly called out to her, and shook her head. Guishui turned around and looked at Jiao in confusion. Could there be something wrong with this water lion? She turned back again, and stared at the water lion carefully. When the water lion saw Guishui looking over, it howled even more painfully. The sound was like crying and complaining. It can be said that the one who hears it is sad, and the one who sees it sheds tears. Guishui also saw that something was wrong at this time. Is this water lion too exaggerated? She looked at the water lion quite speechlessly. This guy's acting skills were pretty good, and they were almost deceived. Yao Yao, look at this water lion. Its fur is fat and shiny. We can definitely sell it at a good price if we peel the skin off. By the way, tell me, where is the most delicious meat from this water lion? Guishui frowned in annoyance as she spoke, as if she was really thinking about which water lion is more delicious. The water lion trembled when he heard this, immediately closed his mouth, took a few steps back, and grinned in the direction of Guishui. TSK, this guy is really not afraid of death. Guishui saw the water lion showing its original shape, rolled up her sleeves, and walked towards the water lion. Shui! Jia stepped forward and told her not to get close to the water lion. But who knew that Guishui just turned around and waved to Jiyao, telling her not to get close. And then she continued to approach the water lion. Seeing that Guishui dared to approach it, the water lion smiled contemptuously in his heart. These stupid humans. Guishui came to the water lion, and her white arms were exposed in front of the water lion. The water lion's eyes turned green after not eating human flesh for so long, and he bit Guishui's arm without caring about anything. Guishui didn't even blink. Her eyes showed a smile of success. Click! The water lion felt that it had bitten on some hard and indestructible stone, and its teeth suddenly shattered. Blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. The water lion opened his mouth in shock and retreated repeatedly. Bah! It spat out the teeth in its mouth, and found that all of its teeth were broken. Chapter 1614 Entering the Palace. The water lion looked up at Guishui in fear. What kind of monster is this? Come on! Why don't you bite? Guishui deliberately put her hand next to the water lion, and it started to tremble. Humph! Guishui snorted, and then came to the model at the other end of the chain. Is this a treasure? She asked, pointing to the model and looking at the water lion. The water lion nodded quickly. I am the guardian beast of this palace. The water lion said something, and quickly revealed its identity to prevent Guishui from being unhappy and killing it. Just when it spoke, it realized that there was wind in its mouth. After it finished speaking, it immediately closed its mouth and had to accept the fact that all its teeth had fallen out. Are you still the guardian beast? Guishui looked at the water lion in surprise, but it looked nothing like it. The water lion lowered his head resentfully after hearing this. Looking aggrieved, Guishui sneered. She could still remember the way this guy wanted to eat her first, and now she knew how to pretend to be pitiful. Yao Yao, should we go in and take a look? Guishui asked Dao Jiyao's opinion. Okay. Xiao and Luo Chuan looked at each other and nodded. She stepped forward to the water lion and handed it a rejuvenation pill. There will be monks coming later. You have to delay for a while. Xiao knew that there was such a big movement this time, and she didn't know how many people would come later. It would be great if we could delay it for a while longer. Moreover, this water lion's cultivation level is not high, and it will never be able to stop those who cannot stop it. However, people with low cultivation base will not dare to approach. This can also prevent monks with low cultivation base from sacrificing after entering the palace. Presumably the palace owner tied the water lion here for this purpose, which is equivalent to the first round of screening. The water lion nodded honestly and looked secretly at Guishui. Guishui smiled threateningly at the water lion, and successfully saw it shrinking its neck in fear. Seeing this, the three of them ignored the water lion and came to the exquisite palace. This palace is too small. Guishui stretched out her hand, and as soon as she touched the palace, she was suddenly sucked in. Jiyao's heart tightened. She held the yuan in her right hand and touched the palace with her left hand. As expected, she was also sucked in. Luo Chuan followed closely, and all three of them were sucked into the palace. The water lion finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the three people had finally disappeared. It put the elixir into the mouth, and the teeth quickly grew out. The water lion grinned happily, its majestic teeth finally growing out. Roar! It roared in pain again, but its face showed nonchalance. On the other side, Xia was sucked into a room, and Guishi and Luo Chuan were no longer around. She looked up at the room. Although from the outside, the palace looked as small as a model. But after entering, she found that the palace was very large. This room alone had an area of more than 200 square meters. It's just that this room is empty. There is nothing. Not even a door. The only special thing is the paw prints on the wall that seemed to be left by someone. Xia got closer to the paw print and found that there seemed to be a faint trace of blood inside. Her heart sank. The paw print seemed a bit evil. Xia hurriedly took a few steps back and looked towards other walls, and soon found different paw prints in a corner. Chapter 1615 Fragile Monster. Xia frowned. What did this paw print mean? What animal left it behind? She carefully observed all the walls, and found only these two paw prints and nothing else. In the end, Xia could only return to the paw prints. She looked at the paw prints in confusion, stretched out her left hand to imitate the paw prints, and moved toward the paw prints. Roar! At this moment, a beast roar came, which shocked Xia. She immediately swung her sword towards the wall, and sure enough, she saw a monster rushing out from the paw prints on the wall. Roar! Xia's sword just hit the monster, hurting it, and she roared angrily. Only then did Xia realize that her sword domain had failed here, and, breaking sky, didn't leave even a single trace. She raised her head and looked at the monster. At this time, the monster had jumped into the room and was circling around Xia with a fierce look in its eyes. Xia followed the monster and looked at it warily. The atmosphere between the two was tense and could break out at any time. Xia had never seen this monster in those classics. It had a sharp horn on its head. Its face looked very ferocious. Its two long fangs protruded, and its pair of green eyes looked extremely weird. Roar! The monster moved, and it jumped towards Xia. Its pointed fangs aimed at Xiao's head. Xia felt solemn in her heart, and quickly drew her sword to meet him. Ding! Li Yuan and the monster's fangs collided together, making a crisp sound. Xia and the monster beast were shocked by each other, and took a few steps back. The monster beast circled around Xia again, waiting for the opportunity to make a move. Xia saw that Li Yuan didn't play much role here, so she put it away. She rubbed her wrists. It had been a long time since she had a physical fight, and she really missed it. Roar! The monster moved again. This time it didn't use its fangs, but swung its claws. The claws were exactly the same as the claw marks left on the wall. 5 nails reflecting the cold light clawed at Xia. Xia dodged to the side to avoid the monster's claws, and then rushed back towards the monster. She hit the monster's neck with her fist, but the monster dodged it. The monster turned around, lowered its head, and pointed the sharp horns on its head toward Xia. It was like a wild bull, turning towards Xia without caring about anything. No matter how Xia hides, it can catch up with her quickly. Seeing this, Xia simply stopped hiding and actually reached out and grasped its sharp corners. Roar! The monster roared angrily and slammed forward with all its strength. Xia grabbed the monster tightly and put one foot back to support herself from retreating. She held the sharp corner and broke it apart one after another. Click! Suddenly, a crisp sound came out, and Xia actually broke the sharp horn of the monster. Xia was shocked. Is this thing so fragile? Roar! The monster screamed in pain, and then crashed into Xia regardless. Xia hurriedly stretched out her hands and held the 2 fangs at the same time. She tentatively cracked it to both sides, and the 2 fangs shattered in response. Xia was once again surprised. How could this monster be so fragile? Just when she was about to quickly deal with the monster turned into little bits of light, all of which penetrated into Xiao's body. Xia looked at the empty room again with an inexplicable look on her face. Wasn't she a little too relaxed? Chapter 1616 Soul Lotus. But after the monster disappeared, there was still no door in the room, which was exactly the same as when it came. Xia thought for a while, then came to another paw print and put her handprint on it. Sure enough, another monster rushed out and fought Xia. This time, Xia followed the same method and quickly eliminated the monster. She lowered her head and looked at her green fingers, and wondered whether these 2 monsters were strong on the outside but strong on the inside. At this moment, a rainbow was cast on the roof, leading from one end of the room to the other. Xia came to the end of the rainbow and stepped up slowly. When she passed the rainbow and came to the other end, a shining door appeared on the wall. Xia took out Li Yuan again, held it in her hand, and carefully stepped into the light door. Behind the light door is no longer a room, but a very large back garden. In addition to all kinds of flowers in this garden, there is a huge pond in the center. Various lotus flowers were in full bloom in the pond, and the butterflies flying around reminded Ziyu of the cave where the 9-turned blood lotus was found. She looked around and didn't see anyone else's shadow. She radiated her consciousness, and she didn't see any monsters either. She came to the edge of the pond. Her eyes fell on the connected lotus flowers, and finally stopped at the black lotus in the middle. She took out the black lotus. For such a long time, she had not known the origin of the black lotus, and had never seen any relevant records. But now, she discovered a very similar lotus flower. He Lian was suddenly released by Ji Yao, and she felt unhappy. Just when she was about to say something to Ji Yao, she smelled the same kind of smell. It flew towards the black lotus in the center with a swoosh, and circled around it excitedly. But after a while, black lotus flew back listlessly. "What's wrong?" Jia asked curiously when she saw He Lian looking shocked. "It's still too young and hasn't opened its spiritual intelligence yet." He Lian thought he had finally met someone of the same kind, but who knew that the other person was just an ordinary soul lotus, and had not yet awakened his spiritual intelligence. "There is plenty of spiritual energy here, and even more spiritual energy in the pond. I believe it won't take long that day." Jia looked at He Lian with a smile and comforted her. "Yeah, but you can't take it with you. This is the best place for it," He Lian mentioned, fearing that Ji Yao would take the soul lotus with her. This place is indeed more suitable for the growth of soul lotus. Furthermore, it is enough for Ji Yao to have it, and the soul lotus is redundant. What if Ji Yao no longer pays attention to that soul lotus when the time comes? However, there was no hint of thought in its tone. It was as arrogant as ever. "I know." Ji Yao nodded. "She already has this lotus. There is no need to be so greedy and want everything. She can leave it to other people who are destined. However, there are good things under this pond. You can go and have a look." Seeing Ji Yao being so straightforward, He Lian's tone became much better. It seems that it is still taken seriously. Jia raised her eyebrows upon hearing this, and sent out her consciousness again, but was still blocked by the water. "There's no danger down there," He Lian warned. Seeing Ji Yao's cautious look, she couldn't see down there, but it could. Jia glanced at Black Lotus, then took out the waterproof beads and put them in her mouth. Walked slowly to the edge of the pond, and walked slowly down. The water on the edge of the pool was not deep, and could only reach Ji Yao's waist. The further in, the deeper the water became, and finally Ji Yao sank completely to the bottom of the pool. Chapter 1617 Golden Lotus Root. Ji Yao looked at the bottom of the pond. The bottom of the pond was full of water plants and fat lotus roots. There are also several chubby lotus roots attached to the bottom of the black lotus. The most important thing is that its color is golden, which makes it look extremely dazzling among a bunch of ordinary lotus roots. Ji Yao knew at a glance that this was the good thing He Lian said. She swam towards the lotus root and gently pulled off the lotus root below. Then she took out several bottles of spiritual liquid and poured them all on the broken lotus root. After doing everything, she returned to the shore again. The golden lotus root in her hand was so dazzling in the sun that Ji Yao did not dare to look directly at it for a while. "This thing can boost the soul, but it's wasted on you." He Lian looked at the lotus root and said insincerely, "This lotus root is a treasure. After eating it, Ji Yao's spirit will rise a lot." Ji Yao's eyes lit up when she heard this. There were too few things in the world of cultivation that could enhance the soul. When her cultivation level was low in the past, the soul could still have the upper hand. However, as her cultivation level increased, her soul no longer had any greater advantages besides its strong self-protection ability. Therefore, she hasn't used the soul attack for a long time. If the soul can grow, then she will have another trump card against Gintama. When the time comes, she can catch him off guard, and the effect will definitely be very good. Boom! At this moment, a dark thing suddenly fell from the sky, startling both Ji Yao and He Lian. Jia quickly put away the lotus roots, then looked at the black thing, and found that it was actually a person. It's just that this person is short in stature, like a teenager. But his mature face and early-stage cultivation tell Ji Yao that this person is no ordinary child. In fact, most of the monks are tall, elegant, handsome and beautiful. But the premise is that your conditions are good. After practicing, the monk's skin will be particularly good, and he will also have an ethereal temperament. If the appearance does not meet his expectations, the monk will have the opportunity to reshape his body when he ascends. Take out the lotus root. The short monk raised his head and stretched out his hand to Zia. When he came down, he had already seen the golden lotus root. That thing looked like a treasure at first glance. And he had to get it. Zia frowned when she heard this. Is there an outside monk coming in so soon? It seems that there will be many people to meet next. You won't give it? The short monk looked at Jia's bone age and instantly showed a knowing smile. It turns out he is a genius disciple. No wonder he is so arrogant. Why should I give it? Jia looked at the short monk inexplicably. They were both in the early stages of integration. Why did the other party think that she would be afraid of him? Humph. Do you know who I am? I'm a strange person in Yanshan Mountain. After the short monk revealed his identity, he expected Jia to show a scared expression. Yanshan weird? That's not a nice name. Jia curled her lips deliberately, seeing what he meant. He was either a famous evil cultivator or a robber and thief. Still, a strange thing in Yanshan. You'll know later whether you want to listen or not. Seeing that Jia knew nothing about him, the short monk immediately concluded that she was not from the central domain and smiled. Since he has no background, don't blame him for killing him. He took out a chain from the storage ring, held it with both hands and pulled it, smiling threateningly at Jia. Chapter 1618, A Monster in Yanshan. Jia frowned. This was the first time she saw someone using chains to make magic weapons. But when she saw the chain, she thought of the horse whisk that had caused her a loss. It seemed that she had to be careful about getting entangled in the chain. Let me ask you one last time. Do you want to hand it over? The short monk asked casually, holding the chain. In his opinion, he, a combined stage monk with rich fighting experience, must have completely tortured this young genius monk. These geniuses are praised too highly, and sometimes they do not have a clear understanding of themselves. This time, he wanted to see how these so-called genius disciples cried and begged for mercy. So much nonsense! Jia felt solemn and rushed forward with her sword. It's obvious that the other party won't keep her, but they still show off, which is really annoying. The short monk had a solemn expression, but he didn't expect that this woman would not follow the routine. His original intention was to reduce the female cultivator's attention and then take action unexpectedly. Unexpectedly, he encountered an angry female cultivator. He waved the chain in his hand, and the chain made a clanging sound as he threw it toward Ji Yao. Ji Yao hit the sword domain of life and death and didn't hold back at all. More and more people will come here, and she must hurry up. Otherwise there will be nothing left by then. As soon as the sword domain of life and death came out, a tiny black and white gossip came out. But the aura it emanated shocked the short monk. The other side, a delicate and frail girl, was actually a sword cultivator. Now we are in big trouble. The short monk also knew the strength of the sword cultivator to cross the level challenge. Looking at the black gossip, he took out a soul-catching bell from the storage ring. While chanting a spell, he shook the bell, trying to confuse Ji Yao's soul. Ji Yu just glanced at it. This bell was a low-end version of the one given to her by the Dragon King. It had no impact on her at all with the flower of the soul. Black and white Bagua still arrived as promised and struck the chain, sending out bursts of sparks and leaving very deep marks on it. At this time, Ji Yao once again struck the short monk with the sword Yu, and at the same time cooperated with reincarnation to deal with the short monk together. The short monk kept waving the chain, seeing that the soul-catching bell, which had made countless achievements, was useless. He could only take it back and took out a few small golden needles. He threw the golden needle, and the golden needle spontaneously formed a high-level offensive formation. But before he could be happy, he saw Ji Yao wave her hand, and the golden needle suddenly became chaotic. It turned out that Ji Yao's attribute power directly disrupted his formation, causing his plan to fail. The short monk's heart sank. He seemed to have kicked an iron plate this time. On the other side, Yi Hani finally entered the palace after rushing non-stop. As soon as he entered the palace, he entered the empty room like Ji Yao. Soon, he also noticed the claw marks in the room, and finally attracted the monsters to eliminate them one by one. A rainbow bridge appeared, and he slowly stepped onto the rainbow bridge and walked to the other end. Poof! The short monk's head fell to the ground, with disbelief in his eyes. His body was still standing upright, but he never had the chance to rejoin his head. His nascent soul ran out in a panic, and was absorbed by the black lotus in the pool before it could run far. If Ji Yao saw it correctly, the black lotus seemed to be more delicate and charming. Chapter 1619 Test is also an opportunity. Ji Yao turned her head and glanced at Xiaohe. seeming to have a little understanding of its function. But she didn't say much. Threw out the talisman and destroyed the body of the short monk. At this time, a rainbow fell in the sky again. Jia took Xiao He onto the rainbow bridge, and finally left through the light door at the other end. As soon as she walked away, Yi Hani stepped into the back garden with her back feet. At this time, the rainbow bridge had just dissipated, and Yi Hani's eyes flashed. It seemed that someone had already boarded it first, but at this time, he could only find a way to leave, and soon noticed the Black Lotus. Yi Hani's eyes were heavy, and without saying a word, he rushed forward with his spiritual sword in hand and stretched out his hand towards the Black Lotus. At this moment, a thunderbolt hit him directly, making him, a monk with the thunder attribute, almost unable to withstand it. Yi Hani raised his head and saw that the Black Lotus was protected by thunder. But this further shows how extraordinary it is. If he was asked to give up like this, he would not be willing to do so. Thinking of this, he reached out to touch the Black Lotus again. And sure enough, another thunderbolt fell. Moreover, this thunder was more violent than before, forcing Yi Hani to retreat. Next, he started fighting with the thunder of the sky, and was finally struck so hard that he almost doubted his life. Yi Hani returned to the shore bruised and scarred, already filled with fear of Tian Lei. He quickly took the elixir and drank it. If he hadn't been a thunder attribute monk, he might not be able to stand up now. Just when he wanted to continue trying, a gray thing suddenly fell from the sky. When he landed, Yi Hani saw that it was actually a person. At that moment, he struck with his sword without asking why. Xia on the other side didn't know that Yi Hani was already following her, and was very close to her. She looked at the suspension bridge that appeared in front of her, feeling a little surprised. Is this definitely a palace? The suspension bridge on this high mountain cliff is really extraordinary. The suspension bridge spans 2 mountains. If you want to cross, you must pass the suspension bridge. Xiyu tries to fly, but finds that flying is prohibited here. The suspension bridge crackled with the power of thunder and lightning, which made Xiyu feel very friendly. Under the suspension bridge is a vast white abyss. In addition, flying is not possible here. So once you fall, you will not know whether you will live or die. Jia took a deep breath and stepped onto the suspension bridge. Boom! As soon as she walked up, a divine thunder struck her head and face, covering Jia. Jia tried her best to stabilize her body and stretched out her hands to tightly grasp the iron chains on both sides of the suspension bridge to prevent herself from being struck down by the divine thunder. At the same time, she used the star tempering technique to absorb the divine thunder to fortify her body. However, the divine thunder was a divine thunder after all, and Jia was still injured. Fortunately, the soft armor made of dragon scales resisted most of the attacks, so she was only slightly injured. Jia raised her eyes and looked to the other side. This was a challenge, but also an opportunity. As long as she crossed the suspension bridge, her physical strength would definitely increase. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, raised her foot, and continued to step forward. Boom! The divine thunder fell again, and Jia devoted herself to absorbing the divine thunder. Sister, do you really want to go in? Xiao Feima stopped Xiao Mo with a little worry. The secret realm is the most dangerous, and there are unpredictable people's hearts. He is worried that something will happen to his sister. Well, don't worry. I'm not that weak. Xiao Mo frowned and finally chose to enter the palace. Chapter 1620 Opportunity. Xiao Feima saw this and followed him into the palace. But he didn't expect to find that he and Xiao Mo were separated as soon as they entered. Huh? Jia took a deep breath after finally crossing the suspension bridge. She lowered her head and looked at her hand, where the crackling divine thunder still remained. She squeezed it gently and found that her hand was indeed stronger. If she faced the monster in the first room again, she would definitely destroy it even faster. Jia smiled slightly. It seemed that there were harvests everywhere in this palace, and she must not miss it. She stepped forward lightly and passed straight through the mountain. This time, just after she left, Yi Hani came to the suspension bridge. It's just that Yi Hani didn't have the soft armor made of dragon scales, and he almost fell off the cliff after being chopped up along the way. He absorbed the divine thunder along the way and kept taking healing pills, making the walk extremely difficult. There was a fierce light in Yi Hani's eyes. He had no choice but to give up on the Black Lotus before, but now he will definitely be able to carry it through. He also wants to ascend to a high position and ascend to the fairy world, making those who look down on him crawl at his feet. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, then smiled and continued to move forward. On the other side, Ji Yao passed several different tests one after another, with the aura of thunder attribute all over her body. Almost all the tests she has passed are related to the thunder attribute. Could it be that this palace has something to do with the thunder attribute? Ji Yao frowned, feeling vaguely that this idea was not tenable. Except for one person in the back garden. She had never met anyone behind here. Ji Yao herself didn't know how long it had been since she broke through the barrier. But feeling the increase in strength, Ji Yao felt very satisfied. Even if she couldn't get anything more, it was enough. And now she came to a new room. There were several transparent compartments in this room. There was a stone platform in each compartment, and a jade slip was placed on the stone platform. Ji Yao randomly chose a compartment. As soon as she entered, the door of the compartment closed automatically, which shocked Ji Yao. Ji Yao knew that this must be a new test. She came to the stone platform, opened the jade slip, and found that the jade slip actually recorded a god-level skill called the Art of Cultivating God. In an instant, Ji Yao understood the palace master's intention. This technique was a perfect match with the golden lotus root, and it must have been prepared from the beginning. Ji Yao showed the technique to Shu Shu. After it confirmed that there was no problem, she smiled slightly. Then she came to the door, and found that the door was completely closed. She took out the yuan and tried all kinds of methods, but she could not open the door. Seeing that the defense of this compartment was relatively strong, Ji Yao felt relieved. But in the end, she still took out a formation disc. After making all preparations, Ji Yao took out a futon, recorded the technique in her mind, and then took out the golden lotus root. But how should this thing be taken? Ji Yao raised her eyebrows. And finally, under Halian's command, she hugged the lotus root and started to chew it. The lotus root has a refreshing fragrance and a crisp texture, which is unexpectedly delicious. Ji Yao ate the whole lotus root in a short while, then closed her eyes and started to run the Qinshan Ju. At this moment, a white flow of air suddenly appeared in her sea of consciousness, gently blowing across the entire sea of consciousness. A group of little guys all closed their eyes comfortably and enjoyed themselves. Chapter 1621 Similar Opportunities. At this moment, Ji Yao only felt that her soul seemed to be wrapped in something warm, making her gradually lose her perception of the outside world. Roar, the water lion howled in pain, but kept looking at the person in front of him. During this period, many people have entered the palace. It has suffered a lot. Now it just cowers to the side and pretends to be dead when it encounters the powerful ones. When it encounters the weak ones, it rushes out and drives people away. The person in front of him has a high level of cultivation, so it's better not to provoke him. Ouch! It screamed miserably, then fell to the ground suddenly, twitching all over. After a while, it stopped twitching and started pretending to be dead. When Nangongyu saw the water lion blocking his way, he planned to get rid of it and go in. But he found that the water lion actually pretended to be dead. He glanced at the water lion, then came to the palace and was sucked in by the palace. Seeing Nangongyu disappear, the water lion instantly resurrected with full health. It randomly grabbed a small fish and stuffed it into its mouth. Smashing it into its mouth, it seemed that it was more suitable for eating fish. These people were really too fierce, and it was scared. Nangongyu entered the palace and was directly transported to a white room, which was almost the same as the room Ji Yao encountered at the beginning. After quickly destroying the monster, he left the room and came to a back garden. There are flowers in full bloom in the back garden, and there is also a pond with lotus flowers in full bloom, among which the black lotus flower is extremely conspicuous. At this time, Guishi and Luo Chuan also came to a room full of cubicles. The two of them entered the compartment and found that there was a god-level skill book on the stone platform, which actually matched the golden lotus root they had obtained before. The two of them took out the golden lotus roots and began to meditate seriously. As soon as Yihani entered the room, he saw Jia in the cubicle. His heart tightened, and it turned out that the person in front of him was this woman. Seeing Ji Yao's cultivation in the early stages of integration, Yihani's eyes shrank. How can this be? They had only been separated for a short time, but this woman had already advanced to the integration stage. It seemed that his previous uneasiness was right, and he should keep her at all costs. She was so strong when she was distracted, and it would definitely be more troublesome to deal with her now. Seeing her meditating, Yihani's eyes flashed with a cold light. He held the spiritual sword and concentrated 10 of his power, and suddenly struck towards the compartment. Z, the sword light, and the compartment made a harsh sound. but it did not cause any damage to the compartment and did not leave even a trace. Yihani frowned when he saw this. It seemed that he couldn't move her at all at the moment and could only wait for her to come out. He came to the next cubicle, and as soon as he entered, he saw a jade slip, which was the Shinshinju. Yihani was delighted. This was actually a god-level technique. He glanced at Ji Yao. No wonder she took such a big risk to practice here. God-level skills are something that can only be encountered but not sought. However, he didn't know that Gio had obtained the Golden Lotus root, and thought that she could not wait to practice it after seeing the good technique. Yihani withdrew his gaze, sat down cross-legged, and began to practice the soul-purifying technique. Time passed unconsciously, and Nandong Yu finally came to a room full of partitions. During this period, almost all the tests he encountered were related to metal properties, and he passed them one by one. Seeing the jade slips on the stone platform, he took out the Golden Lotus root he had obtained before. Chapter 1622 Square. Boom! Jia was practicing with her eyes closed when a sudden turbulence occurred in her sea of consciousness, waking her up instantly. Her consciousness extended outward uncontrollably, but was finally bounced back by the compartment, and then slowly returned to calm. Jia slowly opened her eyes. This god-level technique paired with the Golden Lotus root was simply getting twice the result with half the effort. The strength of her soul has now reached the tribulation stage. If she were to deal with a monk in the fusion stage and attack by surprise with her soul, the opponent would most likely be hit. But before she could feel happy, she saw Yihani in the next cubicle. Shio immediately stood up and held the yuan in her hand tightly. Yihani was actually here this night, but now this compartment has locked her up, and she can't get out at all. As soon as this thought came to her mind, a ray of white light fell from the top of her head and enveloped Ji Yao. When the white light disappeared, Ji Yao's figure was long gone in the compartment. At this time, Jia came to a somewhat strange square. There are 4 white pillars towering into the sky on the square, with Qinglong, White Tiger, Suzaku and Xuanwu, respectively carved on them. In the center of the 4 pillars, there is a strange platform. There is a stone plate in the middle of the platform, and there are 10 seats on it, all of which are connected to the stone plate. Each seat has a strong attribute aura, which happens to be the 10 attributes of gold: wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, ice, light and darkness. She understood almost instantly why she had encountered thunder attribute tests along the way. Now it seemed that her seat was the seat full of thunder attributes, and it's obvious that she needs to wait here for the other 9 attributes to arrive. After searching the entire square, Jia finally stopped and began to practice how to maximize the lethality of the soul attack. Yao Yao! As soon as Shui arrived at the square, she saw Ji Yao standing stupidly. Seeing Shui's arrival, Ji Yao immediately put her spirit away and waved to her. Before Shui could walk over, a person suddenly came in next to him. Her hand reflexively waved out, but was caught in the end. It's me, Luo Chuan said in a low voice. His face was calm, but in fact his hand was almost broken. At this moment, he finally understood why the water lion broke its teeth. Ha ha! Shui smiled sheepishly, withdrew her hand, and rushed towards Xiao. Luo Chuan withdrew his hand, rubbed it silently, and then walked to Ji Yao's side. Xia looked at the 2 of them and found that neither of them was injured, so she felt relieved. The 3 of them talked about their experiences while waiting for others to arrive. Time passed slowly, and finally someone came to the square again, and it was Xiao Mo. Xio and the other 3 did not recognize her, and each stood in their own position without speaking. Next, someone unknown to Ji Yao entered the square, and they all had different attributes. Sister! Xiao Feimao finally found Xiao Mo. He was so excited that he ran forward and grabbed Xiao Mo's wrist. During this period of time, he has been on tenterhooks, deeply afraid that something might happen to his sister, and then he would really have no way to explain it to his family. Jia saw Xiao Feimao raise her eyebrows, but she didn't expect that the female cultivator was Xiao Feimao's sister. Xiao Feimao also noticed Jia at this time. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he pulled Xiao Mo to Jiu's side. Chapter 1623 Gathering. After Xiao Feimao introduced Xiao Mo to Ji Yao, he looked around. Why didn't fellow Taoist Nangong come? Xiao Feimao asked in surprise, looking at their tired looks before. He thought they were together at any time. I wasn't with senior brother Nangong before, so he probably didn't come, Jiu explained in a low voice. If senior brother Nangong was not in the central region, then he would definitely not come to this secret place. Oh. Xiao Feimo nodded and turned to look at Xiao Mo, who was obviously absent-minded. Yi Hani, and deep down you already have a grudge. What should they do if they run into him? Senior brother Nangong. Xiao Feimo was still worried when he heard Ji Yao's surprised voice beside his ear. When he looked up, he saw Nandong Yu, who was teleported over. Xiao Feimo's eyes lit up, and he waved happily to Nandong Yu. Unexpectedly, Nandong Yu actually ignored him and walked straight to Ji Yao without even looking at him. Xiao Feimo expressed that he was hurt, turned his head away with a cold snort, and began to wait for Yi Hani to appear. Nandong Yu nodded and greeted Luo Chuan and Guishui, then silently stood next to Ji Yao. Senior brother Nandong, why are you here too? Ji Yao was surprised by Nandong Yu's appearance and raised her head curiously and asked. Just passing by. Nandong Yu straightened Ji Yao's hair and then withdrew his hand. He had been out training before, but he received a message from Xiao Che saying that junior sister Yu was actually being hunted by the Dragon Clan. He immediately rushed to the central domain, but finally learned that she and Luo Chuan had left. Later, he heard the news that the secret place appeared, and he guessed that the three people would most likely be here. Now it seems that his guess was not wrong. Xia nodded when she heard Nandong Yu's explanation and believed Nandong Yu's explanation. But Xia still felt very happy to see Nandong Yu again. Several people were waiting in the square together, but Xia frowned as they waited, because she discovered that there were more than 10 people entering the square. Seeing the monks coming in one after another, Xia pursed her lips. 2 monks of each attribute came in, so it was obvious that Yi Hani would also come in. Sure enough, as soon as she had this idea, Yi Hani was teleported into the square. Hani! Xiao Moa finally waited for Yi Hani and trotted to Yi Hani, looking at him with eyes that seemed to be filled with stars. Why are you here? Unfortunately, Yi Hani was so familiar with all this that he frowned. Xiao Moa's smile gradually faded, and the enthusiasm in his eyes was extinguished instantly. I'm here to find you. Xiao Moa smiled reluctantly, remembering the situation when fellow Taoist Nandong ignored everyone and walked towards fellow Taoist he just now. Go back! Yi Hani frowned more and more tightly, and his tone was very bad. Xiao Moa actually entered the square before him, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Her talent has always been very good. In order to prevent Xiao Moa from catching up with him, he often gave her problems. She was asked to learn alchemy as a monk with a single light spiritual root, and later she was asked to learn how to refine weapons, which made her fall behind in cultivation. If she is allowed to stay now, I'm afraid things will change. He absolutely cannot accept that the Taoist companion has a higher level of cultivation than him, and he cannot afford to lose face. No, I won't hurt you. Xiao Moa panicked and wanted to explain that since she was here, she would definitely not be able to leave like this. Chapter 1624. Everyone is here. Go back! Yi Hani's face instantly darkened when he saw Xiao Moa questioning his decision. His eyes fell coldly on Xiao Moa, freezing her enthusiasm. Once upon a time, Hani was not like this. No matter how indifferent he is to others, he will patiently listen to her words and sometimes echo her words. She always felt that she was special to Hani. It wasn't until Hani brought a handful of wild flowers to her that she fell into despair. No matter how bad others said about Hani, she didn't care. She felt heartbroken because he was slandered by others. But since her parents didn't let her marry Hani, he changed. He lost patience with her and gave her orders at every turn, which she obeyed, because she felt that it was her fault that Hani, who cared so much about dignity, was humiliated by his parents. By now, she was confused. Sister, come here! Xiao Feimo really couldn't stand it. Looking at his sister's cautious look, he was so angry that his heart ached. His sister is the treasure of their Xiao family, and it is his loss if Hani doesn't know how to cherish her. He came to Xiao Moa and pulled her back forcefully. Xiao Moa didn't struggle because she didn't intend to leave. Now that she was here, she really had no reason to leave. But Yi Hani didn't try to keep her in the end. Instead, he stood silently in the corner, all his eyes on Ji Yao. He took a look at the situation at the scene, and he was probably going to face off against Ji Yao. So far, there are 19 people on site, and the only one missing is a Fengling and cultivator. Ji Yao frowned. Her senior brother was Fenglingen, and she didn't know who the next Fenglingen monk would be. Just when everyone was paying attention, someone was finally teleported in. Ji Yao frowned when she saw it. It was him. Feng Chanzhou. Why are you here too? A black-clothed monk with Binglingen asked with an unkind look on his face when he saw the person coming. It turns out to be the 7th brother. When Feng Changzhou saw his talented disciple of the Feng family, he pretended to smile gently. Fortunately this time, he learned that his seventh brother was out for training and followed him. Otherwise such a good opportunity would have been missed. The man in black smiled coldly and did not answer. His third brother was the best at making fun of himself. He hated him so much in his heart, but he could still laugh while looking at him. Feng Changzhou still looked good-tempered, and his eyes fell on Luo Chuan, who was also a Fenglian. But his eyes were quickly attracted to Ji Yao beside him. Feng Changzhou's eyes lit up. He took a few steps forward and came to Ji Yao. "Fellow Taoist Yi, long time no see. How have you been?" Feng Changzhou's face was full of smiles. He had been worrying about how to get close to the Feng family's treasure, but he didn't expect that he would bump into him by accident. "Fellow Taoist Feng," Ji Yu just said low lightly, not wanting to get too familiar with him. She always felt that Feng Changzhou was too familiar, which made her feel uncomfortable. Feng Changzhou didn't care either, but when his eyes fell on Nan Gongyu, his eyes flickered. Nan Gongyu was looking at Feng Changzhou with an indifferent expression, and his intuition told him that this man's eyes were not very clean. However, junior sister Yi obviously didn't have much contact with him, so he didn't need to remind her. Nan Gongyu withdrew his gaze and waited patiently for this final test to appear. Chapter 1625 Weapon Spirit. At this time, everyone in the entire square had arrived, and everyone's eyes fell on the 10 seats, eager to try but afraid to act rashly. "Everyone is welcome to come from afar." Suddenly, a disembodied voice came from the square, instantly making everyone nervous. "There is someone here? Ha ha. Don't be nervous. Everyone." The misty voice got closer and closer, and finally converged into a shadow. Although he was a shadow, he still couldn't hide his calm and elegant temperament. His eyes passed over the monks one by one. The monks who came this time were better than he expected. "I gathered all fellow Taoists here just to ask you to do a favor. As for the reward, it's on that seat." Shuang's eyes fell on the 10 seats. Everyone's hearts became excited after hearing this, and their peripheral vision was focused on their respective enemies. The atmosphere in the square became tense. Ji Yao's eyes had been falling on the phantom. Just now Shushu told her that this person was actually a weapon spirit. This is the spirit of this palace. However, he was not a weapon spirit born by the palace itself. After losing his body, he embedded his soul into the palace and became a weapon spirit. In this case, he usually makes such a choice because he wants to live but faces the dilemma of dissipation. Similarly, the level requirements for the palace are also very high, and this palace is at worst an immortal weapon. However, this palace seemed to be sealed as well, and even Shushu couldn't see through its details for a while. Therefore, the help this person needs is definitely not simple. "Invite the 10 fellow Taoists who have obtained lotus roots to sit on the seats." Shuang spoke at this time. He went through this link one after another. All for this time. He only selected the best 2 people for each attribute. If they failed, he had backup options. With a smile on his face, Shuang waited for these people to make a decision. Everyone who got the lotus root looked hesitant at this time. They sat on it rashly, not knowing whether it was good or bad. But after reaching this point, they were not willing to give up like this. But no one came forward, and everyone felt unsure. At this moment, the genius disciple of the Feng family was the first to move, flying up to the stone platform and sitting on the ice spirit root seat. There was no fear on his face, and he was not afraid of any danger in the face of opportunities. As soon as he took the lead, others were also moved and sat on their seats. In the end, only 4 Zhiyou were left standing. Xiao Famel waved to Ji Yao, indicating her to come quickly. "Let's go over." Ji Yao finally moved. Although this move was dangerous, she believed that if they were disobedient, the palace weapon spirit would have countless ways to kill them. As soon as she spoke, Nan Dongyu and others moved and followed her to sit on their seats. Nan Dongyu sat directly opposite Ji Yao. Guishi also separated from her, and Luo Chuan sat next to her. Feng Changzhou and Yihani watched the 10 people sit on the seats, with a cold light flashing in their eyes. Both of them are hoping that bad things will happen. If they don't get the opportunity, no one can get it. Shuang's eyes turned around Jiyu. This time he actually encountered a treasure with the aura of life and death. The possibility of the success of the plan was very high. He waved his hand gently, and a light curtain rose around the stone platform, protecting a group of people. Chapter 1626 Tomb of All Evil. This plan is very important, and he must not let these people ruin it. He came to the light curtain and stood on the stone plate connected to the center of the seat. The stone plate suddenly rotated rapidly. And at the same time, the seat also rotated rapidly. Xiao endured the discomfort caused by the rotation and watched the phantom slowly sinking onto the stone plate. At this moment, strange lines suddenly lit up on the stone plate, and then extended towards the 10 seats. Xiao raised her eyes and looked at Nan Dongyu, who nodded to her comfortingly. Call out! The lines completely lit up the 10 seats, and a light mask was placed on each seat, covering everyone. At this time, Xiao discovered that her spirit had left her body and appeared in a strange place. Not only her, but everyone on the seat was in the same situation as her, and everyone was a little confused. I'll keep the story short. The shadow appeared again, but this time his voice revealed exhaustion. At the same time, he seemed to look much weaker. I came to you this time to send your souls to the fairy world and find something for me. Shuang's plain words succeeded in making a few people jump. Xiao opened her mouth slightly and looked at the shadow in disbelief. Was she actually going to let their souls go to the fairy world? But she had never heard of someone who could go to the fairy world without ascending. Even the heaven-bearing tree could only lead to the spiritual world. Now, this person actually said that he would send them to the fairy world. Not only Xiao, but others also didn't believe it. How could such a good thing happen to them? I was originally a golden immortal in the immortal world. But in the end I lost my life because my enemies came to visit me. I died when I died. But my wife was implicated, and her bones were buried in the tomb of all evils in the immortal realm. There was unconcealable pain and guilt in Shuang's tone. His wife was the most beautiful person in the world, but she was implicated by him. And in the end, she could only be buried in the tomb of all evils, where her soul was subjected to cruel whippings all the time. He had thought of countless ways over the years, and finally found this remedy. He must not let his wife suffer forever. When her bones are recovered and her soul is freed from the painful torture, he will accompany her to dissipate. So, I want you to bring her bones out from the tomb of all evils. As long as you complete your mission and come down, I will send your souls to the immortal transformation pond. As for how much good fortune you can achieve, that is your own business. Shuang's tone suddenly became forceful as he spoke. His eyes swept over the 10 people. And finally he said coldly, if this goes wrong, you will never come back. If his soul hadn't attracted enemies whenever it appeared in the fairy world, he wouldn't have to rely on these people. Master, this is a good opportunity, Shushu and Shihai said excitedly. Being able to soak in the immortal transformation pond for a while, even if it's just a soul, is a great benefit. Now that the owner still has Qingchuan Prefecture to take back, this opportunity is particularly important. Not only Shushu was excited, but others were also excited. After all, it was the immortal transformation pond that took off its mortal body and ranked among the immortals. Although it must be extremely difficult to complete the task, the temptation is too great, and no one can resist it. Last point, all 10 of you must be alive before you can come back. It won't work without any one of you, Shuang finally warned. Chapter 1627 Teleportation. As soon as he finished speaking, he made a move and sent several people away. Jia felt a strong suction force, pulling her towards the upper world. Nan Dongyu followed the attraction and tried every means to get closer to Zhiyao, and finally reached out to hold Zhiyao's hand. The two of them were shocked when they touched each other. The touch of their souls was completely different from the contact of their bodies. Nan Dongyu held Zhiyao's hand and finally felt at ease. He would definitely protect her. Guishui glanced at their hands, curled her lips, and then grabbed a handful when she passed by Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan was shocked, his face showing shock for the first time. He looked down at Guishui's hand, feeling a little confused. After he reacted, he would retract his hand. What are you doing? Guishui turned around and glared at him, asking fiercely. Luo Chuan pursed his lips and said nothing, but still insisted on retracting his hand. If you move again, don't blame me if your hand is crushed. Guishui stared at Luo Chuan with a puzzled expression. She wanted to protect him because he was senior brother Yao Yao. Could it be that he didn't appreciate it? Luo Chuan thought of the previous situation and stopped silently. But he was still not comfortable with this behavior. But Guishui is junior sister's friend, so he can't fall out with her just because of this. Seeing the four of them acting like this, Xiao Feimao also reached out and grabbed Xiao Mo. It was always safer for the two of them to be together. The remaining four people looked at each other silently, and thinking of Shuang's last instructions, they also stretched out their hands to the other person. But they really couldn't hold another man's hand. so they had to hold the wrist instead. They looked up again. They were both people. Why was the gap so big? Yi Hani and Feng Changzhou looked at the 10 people who had been sitting still, feeling a little anxious. These 10 people were sitting motionless. Could it be that they were receiving some kind of inheritance? When they thought of this, they couldn't sit still. Fellow Taoists! These 10 fellow Taoists are motionless. It seems something happened. How about we go take a look? Feng Changzhou suggested to the remaining people seriously. Okay. Yi Hani was the first to agree and took a step forward. Others quickly agreed. Everyone understood what Feng Changzhou meant, but they didn't point it out. They all had the same thoughts here. They all looked at each other tacitly and approached the mask one after another. But this light shield prevented them from entering, so they had to destroy it first. Just as the shadow disappeared, a group of people lost all scruples and used their own methods to attack the light mask. The opportunity is right in front of them, but they can only watch. How can they accept it? Boom! But at this moment, a ray of white light hit everyone. Ah! A group of people covered their heads in pain. The white light was actually a divine attack. At this moment, they had splitting headaches and their souls were being roasted. Humph! The phantom appeared and taught them a lesson before taking back the white light. A group of people looked at the shadow with fear, but did not dare to act arbitrarily. The pain in their souls was 100 times stronger than that in their bodies, leaving them unable to resist. You'd better be obedient and wait for me. If there is a next time, don't blame me for being rude. Shuang threatened in a deep voice. In such an important situation right now, if he was influenced by them and led to failure, he would never be polite. If he hadn't been worried that those 10 people would fail their mission, he wouldn't have let these people in at all. Chapter 1628 Tomb of All Evil. Yi Hani lowered his head, his eyes full of murderous intent. But he knew that there was nothing he could do about this phantom, so he could only hold back. Feng Changzhou also showed a gloomy expression in front of outsiders for the first time, and he couldn't control the anger in his heart. Just because he came a little late, he just missed the opportunity. Although those 10 people may still fail, it also shows that this opportunity is rare, and they may not be destined to get it. But now that they are being stared at by a shadow, they don't dare to act rashly. At least there is a glimmer of hope, seeing that a group of people were finally being honest. Shuang snorted and disappeared again. He also needs to save some energy, so that he can bring those people back. We're here, Guishui said happily, stepping on the soft grass underneath. Unexpectedly, she would have the opportunity to come to this very world in advance to experience it. Jia stabilized her body and looked around. This seems to be a prairie, with a black stone monument standing at the end of the prairie. The stone tablet was emitting black smoke, and it didn't look like a good place. Now, she finally understood the purpose of that phantom setting up so many golden lotus roots, and even released the god-level skills. If a monk comes to the immortal world without experiencing the immortal transformation pond, his mortal body will be directly exploded by the immortal energy, and he may even die. Therefore, he could only send their souls up, which required making their souls strong enough. Let's go over and take a look. The Feng family genius let go of the other monk and rushed to the front with an expressionless face. The 2 people flew up grabbing their wrists, which was really embarrassing. The others looked at each other and rushed towards the black stone tablet. Nan Dongyu and Luo Chuan followed the group of people and were responsible for breaking up the rear. Xiao Feimou followed Ji Yao with Xiao Mou, feeling quite nervous. After a while, the group finally crossed the grassland and came to the black stone monument. This black stone monument is about 10 meters high, with black smoke lingering on it. The words, "Comb of all evils," were extremely conspicuous on it. The group just glanced at it and felt their eyes sting, and they shed tears involuntarily. Everyone quickly looked away and closed their eyes for a while before the stinging sensation disappeared. This place is really weird. Please be careful later. The genius of the Feng family warned the others. He was a central figure in the temple, so he was very accustomed to assuming the responsibility of captain. Xiao and others didn't think there was a problem. Anyway, they were all in a community of destiny, so I believe this person wouldn't dare to mess around. The group of people walked cautiously towards the Tomb of All Evils. As soon as they stepped into the Tomb of All Evils, a sticky and evil feeling entangled everyone's souls. Everyone's heart sank. Something was really wrong with this place. But now they had no way out. When the phantom sent them away, he left a breath for them, which was the breath of his wife. Originally, they thought that with this aura, they could easily sense where the lady was after entering. But now, They realized they were wrong. It's all filled with the aura of evil. And there's no aura of monks anywhere. It seems that it will take a lot of effort for them to find their target. Everyone ignored the uneasiness in their hearts, and continued to walk inside the tomb of all evils. They didn't go far when they saw a few souls floating around aimlessly. Chapter 1629 Soul Torment. Ah. Whoa. Those souls seemed to be unconscious. But they made hair-raising sounds from their mouths. Everyone froze. They were now in a spirit state. And their strength was much lower. They could not even launch the previous attack. If we were really in danger, I'm afraid no one would be able to escape. They don't know if these souls will pose a threat to them. So it's better to avoid them as much as possible. The group tried to reduce their presence as much as possible, bypassed the souls, and continued walking inside. This time, there were no souls blocking the way on the route they chose. But a lonely grave appeared. Nothing lives around this graveyard. Not even a blade of grass. There is no stone tablet in front of the tomb. Just like a folk grave. Jia pursed her lips as she looked at the tomb. She always felt that it was eerie here, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Her soul is protected by the flower of soul and the pearl of purity. So it stands to reason that she should not be afraid of these evil spirits. But she felt a little cold in her soul, which made her very uncomfortable. Could it be because this was the territory of the fairy world? Should we go over and take a look? The Feng family genius turned around to ask for everyone's opinions. They will definitely encounter a lot of graves along the way, and they must try to understand them. Otherwise, when they really meet the lady, they still haven't figured out the situation. After careful consideration, the others nodded. If it was really dangerous, they wouldn't survive. Several people approached the tomb with caution, and suddenly a gloomy energy rose from all around, wrapping everyone up. Before anyone had time to react, a terrifying scene appeared in front of them. It was a flaming red tower, and in one of the rooms, there was a figure nailed to the wall by a large nail. A whip slapped the figure spontaneously, leaving bloody wounds on the figure every time. The figure screamed in pain, and the sound made everyone's scalp numb, and the blood seemed to flow backwards. Jiyu swallowed. She felt an indescribable pain just by looking at it. She didn't know how uncomfortable this figure must be. However, this scene only passed by in a flash, and everyone regained consciousness again. It's just that the expressions on everyone's faces are not very good, and the screams just now were too tragic. If my guess is correct, the one who was whipped just now should be the soul of the owner of this tomb. Jiyu took a look at the tomb and finally understood why the phantom had to let them complete this task. If his wife is really buried here, she will suffer such pain every day, which no one can accept. Yes! Guishui nodded with a heavy face. If it weren't for the soul, the figure wouldn't be in so much pain. If you want to torture a person, the harm caused by the torture of the soul is far greater than the body. The original intention of this place's existence should be to punish those evil people and make them pay for the mistakes they made. But this kind of place is the easiest to be taken advantage of. Many people will bury others here for their own personal vendettas. Tell me, that madam. Guishui hesitated to finish her words. They didn't understand the phantom, let alone his wife. And they didn't understand the reason why the lady was buried here. Chapter 1630 Witchcraft. No one answered. They all fell silent. No matter what the lady did, they can only find a way to find her bones and transport them back to the lower world. Because this way they can survive. And if the lady really has a problem, they may not be able to solve her problem when she reaches the lower realm. It's just that now they are in the state of souls, and their strength is really limited. It would be good if they can protect themselves. Keep looking and go back early. The genius of the Feng family was still walking at the front. This state of being without physical attachment made him feel uneasy and wanted to go back early. Xiao and others also had the same idea, and they searched for the lady's grave wholeheartedly. Along the way, they saw many souls floating around, and even saw souls fighting with each other, and their screams echoed throughout the tomb of all evils. The further inside they went, the heavier the energy became, and more black smoke surrounded them, which began to blur the line of sight of the group. Everyone's hearts became tighter and tighter, and their walking speed slowed down. Wait! Jiyu suddenly stopped and shouted while passing a tomb. What's wrong? Guishui frowned, immediately prepared to take action, and looked around. Don't you think this tomb has a bit of the lady's aura? Jiyu tried hard to sense the aura that had just passed by, but found that the aura had disappeared now. Others heard the words and approached one after another, but did not explore the aura. Not really. The Feng family genius shook his head. I didn't feel it either. Xiao Feimao also shook his head, then looked at Xiao Mo, and saw the same result. Ji Yu frowned. Although the aura just passed by briefly, her feeling was not wrong. It was indeed the aura of the lady. But why has it disappeared now? Luo Chuan and Nandong Yu looked at each other after hearing this, and then walked around the tomb to observe carefully. They all knew that Zio was not someone who would make random mistakes, and there must be something wrong with this tomb. Nandong Yu dug out a strange wooden sign in the corner of the grave and handed it to Jia. This is a bit like the witchcraft of ancient times. Luo Chuan frowned as he looked at the wooden sign. When he accepted the formation inheritance from ancient times, there were some records of witchcraft in it. This witchcraft was also a very mysterious power in ancient times, and the witch clan had a high status. Many people were unwilling to provoke the witch clan. It is said that once you offend the witch clan, you may be cursed. The strange lines on this wooden sign are very similar to the special characters of the witch clan. Yes! Nandong Yu nodded when he heard the words. He also recognized that these were witchcraft characters from ancient times, but he couldn't understand the specific meaning. But buried next to a grave, this thing is definitely not a good thing. This is not the first time Ji Yao has heard of witchcraft, but this genre has long been lost in the torrent of history. Today, few people can master witchcraft. She took the wooden sign, and suddenly a strange energy came to her hand, and the words on the wooden sign suddenly lit up. Nandong Yu was startled and was about to remove the wooden sign, but saw a black and white light in Ji Yao's hand extending towards the wooden sign. The wooden sign was getting brighter and brighter, and seemed to be competing fiercely with the black and white gas. Chapter 1631 Digging a Grave with Bare Hands. Shiyo was completely unable to move at this time, and could only watch the two forces fighting together. That mysterious power seemed to be mixed with the power of destruction, but it was slowly washed away by the energy of life and death. Gradually, the energy of life and death finally gained the upper hand, and the light of the wooden sign became darker and darker, and finally went out completely. As the light went out, the aura of the lady in the tomb could no longer be suppressed, and was revealed. The genius of the Feng family had a sharp look. He glanced at Ji Yao. Where did this character appear from? It's really here. Xiao Feimao pointed to the tomb with some surprise. As long as they took her bones away, they could go back. A smile appeared on Xiao Mo's face. She was worried about leaving Yi Hani alone and hoped to go back soon. But we don't have the tools either? Guishui looked at the grave, and then at their empty hands. Could it be that they wanted to dig a grave with their hands? Yeah. There aren't even any branches around here. Xiao Feimao's surprise was extinguished instantly, and he returned to reality. If you dig a grave with bare hands, you don't know how long it will take. Dig! The genius of the Feng family said coldly. And then, he was the first to squat down, reach out, and start digging the grave. Xiao and others did not see any usable tools, so they could only dig the grave with their bare hands. Before, Xiao never imagined that one day, she would dig someone else's grave with her hands. The soil of this tomb was very hard, and everyone could feel the pain in their hands. But no one stopped. It took everyone 3 days to dig, and finally the coffin in the tomb was revealed. The group of people didn't even bother to open the coffin at this time, and sat on the ground to take a breath. After 3 days of digging, their spirits were in a state of extreme fatigue, and they did not even have the strength to open the coffin. Nandong Yu reached out and grabbed Jia's hand and rubbed it gently. Seeing her red hands, the dirt still in her nails, and her tired look, Nandong Yu pursed his lips, feeling a little distressed in his heart. He looked sideways at the tired Ji Yao, and now he seemed to be more and more concerned about junior sister Ye's feelings. He remembered that junior sister Ye had asked him why, and he had been looking for the answer for such a long time. Luo Chuan watched the interaction between the two and sighed inwardly. He could see his junior sister's feelings for Nandong Yu, but he also understood Nandong Yu's skills. He didn't want his junior sister to be wronged in the future, so he had to have a good talk with him about this matter. When this secret realm is over, he plans to have a good talk with Nandong Yu. Since he can't give his junior sisters a bright future, they don't have to keep pestering him. Let's open the coffin. The Feng family genius stared at the coffin expectantly. The hope was right in front of him. After a period of rest, everyone finally regained their energy and started thinking about opening the coffin. Jia came to the coffin with them, only to find that there were special characters of the Wu clan on it. The genius of the Feng family couldn't help but fall on Jia. I'm afraid it depends on this fellow Taoist again. Jia didn't wait for anyone else to speak, and took the initiative to seal her hand on the coffin lid. For a moment, a mysterious force penetrated Jia's hand again, and the same energy of life and death spontaneously greeted her. Chapter 1632, Life and Death Epiphany. But this time, Jiyu's eyes flashed again, and she saw the fiery red tower. On the highest floor of the tower, Jiya saw the soul of a woman being nailed to the wall. The whip struck her body, leaving horrific wounds, but from beginning to end, she did not scream. Not even a slight cry. The woman lowered her head. If she hadn't seen her rising and falling chest, Jiya would have thought that her spirit had died. Jiya pursed her lips. This tomb of all evils was indeed a good place to torture people. However, this method is also extremely cruel. Jiya didn't know what deep hatred existed between these people, so others would bury their enemies' bones here. Are you okay? Jiya looked at the woman's lifeless look and couldn't help but ask. The woman seemed to hear Jiya's voice and moved her fingers slightly, but still had no other reaction. During these endless years, she could neither survive nor die, and she had been suffering endless torture here. It was so tortured that she almost forgot who she was and why she came back here. She wanted to die. She wanted her soul to disappear forever. She wanted to be free. She wanted to be happy. But this humble wish never came true. Jiyu sighed inwardly. The scene before her eyes dissipated again, and the light on the coffin lid also dissipated. But Jiya didn't feel happy at all. She had always thought that the most painful thing in the world was to die unwillingly, because there are too many wishes that have not been fulfilled, and there are too many futures that I want to participate in. But now she realizes that sometimes death is also a luxury. Everyone in the world of cultivation is struggling to survive, but they all see hope and a possible future. And these suffering souls have nothing left in their eyes. Even though the souls still exist and have not dissipated, their hearts and souls are already dead. At this time, death is no longer death to them, but a new life. A new life in the soul. Boom! Jiyu's soul suddenly burst out with a burst of light, and a black and white gossip ran out of her soul. The black and white gossip grew bigger and bigger, and finally covered the entire tomb of all evils. Countless energies of life and death spilled into these tombs, bringing with them a new cycle of life. Nandongyu and others saw Jiyao falling into realization and quickly protected her. The genius of the Feng family looked at Jiyao and pursed her lips, and the last trace of pride and complacency in her heart disappeared. He was extremely talented since he was a child, so he was selected by the temple and received careful training. He always felt that he was great. Although he never showed it, he was still proud in his heart. Therefore, even though Feng Changzhou has been fighting for power with him, he has never taken Feng Changzhou into his eyes. But now, he realizes that there are so many geniuses in the world. Only by studying hard and understanding with an open mind can he go further. In this way, no matter what difficult circumstances he is in, he can still gain something. Just after he figured this out, the Feng family genius also had an epiphany. Xiao Feimo was confused. Could this epiphany be contagious? Feng Changzhou opened his mouth as he looked at the countless spiritual powers swarming towards him, especially when he saw all these spiritual powers rushing towards Yizhio and his seventh brother. Feng Changzhou's heart was pulled together. Chapter 1633 Liberation. Enlightenment. The shadow was also disturbed by the movement and appeared. There were tears in the corners of his eyes, because he had already felt that the group of people had touched his Yingxue. Soon, he would be able to free her. Storm surged in Yihani's eyes, and he clenched his fists as he looked at Ji Yao's figure. This woman is growing up too fast. I couldn't kill her at first, but I'm afraid it will be even harder now. This man was so terrible that he had to strangle her in the cradle. She had better die on that stone platform. Otherwise he would definitely not let her escape this time. Yihani's eyes flickered, and he had already made plans to attack Shi Yao when he left the secret realm. But Feng Changzhou's eyes were entirely focused on his seventh brother, and his heart was full of unwillingness. His seventh brother was extremely talented since he was a child, and everyone in the Feng family regarded him as a treasure, thinking that he could lead the Feng family to glory. Growing up in this situation, he was always ignored. Even though he is also a well-known genius in the central region, he has hardly heard any praise from his elders. They would always tell him that he should work hard to catch up in his seventh brother's footsteps and help his seventh brother revitalize the family in the future. He longed for recognition from his family, but this became an unattainable dream. Now, his dream is getting farther and farther. About half an hour later, the spiritual power finally slowly dissipated. Everyone took a look and saw that both of them had advanced to the first level. Envy appeared in everyone's eyes, and their expectations for the stone platform grew heavier. At this time, both Xiao and the Feng family geniuses were awake. and they felt that their souls were full of energy, as if they had been injected with new vitality. Thank you. The genius of the Feng family thanked Jia coldly, but his heart was filled with gratitude. This time, I realized that he had taken advantage of it and owed her a favor. Jia looked at him with an incomprehensible expression. This epiphany was unlikely to be contagious. Why did she thank her? However, Ji Yao was quite surprised to be able to deepen her understanding of the sword domain of life and death this time. This was really an unexpected surprise. But now is not the time to be happy. We still need to dig out the bones in the coffin first. She raised her eyes and looked around. The energy of life and death had not dissipated yet, and was still sending energy to the tomb. Jia couldn't figure out the purpose of this life and death energy for a while. So she withdrew her gaze and gently opened the coffin lid. Suddenly, some scattered skeletons appeared in front of Jia. They were not complete skeletons at all. At the same time, many bones were twisted into an incredible state. Just by looking at them, Jia could imagine how tortured this person was during his life. Guishui gasped as she looked at the skeleton. Someone was so perverted that he tortured human bones into such a state. Jia pursed her lips and was about to reach out to pick out the bones from the coffin, but was stopped by Nangong Yu and Luo Chuan. The two of them bent down and picked out the bones inside one by one, without letting Ji Yao touch them. When they picked out the last bone, the coffin lid spontaneously closed again. At the same time, there were souls running out of the surrounding graves. Everyone looked around in surprise, and as expected saw souls leaving the graves in all the graves. Countless souls bowed in Ji Yao's direction, and then completely disappeared into the air. Bit after bit of golden light converged towards Ji Yao's soul, and the power of marriage shrouded her soul in a hazy light. Chapter 1634 Redemption. Xia looked at all this in surprise. This energy of life and death actually freed these souls. In the end, only the bones held in Nangong Yu's hands, and the lady's soul were left. Let's go quickly! Xiao Feimo was a little excited. The task was finally completed. Although he only helped dig the grave, he didn't help with anything else. Okay! Xia nodded and rushed towards where they came from with everyone. When they returned to that position, Phantom immediately sensed it. He hurriedly made a move to bring the souls of several people back to the previous space. Xia and his group had just returned to that space when they saw the shadow waiting there. Shuang looked at the corpse held in Nangong Yu's hand. His eyes instantly turned red, and he felt a heart-piercing pain that almost made him lose his balance. Thank you! Thank you! Shuang said sincerely, not expecting that they could really bring the bones back. He stepped closer to Nangong Yu and wanted to reach out to take the bones, but he retracted his hand. He was afraid. He was afraid that Ingxue would blame him. He was afraid. He was afraid that Ingxue had forgotten him. When Nangong Yu saw this, he carefully placed all the bones in his hands. As soon as Shuang took the bones, tears instantly flowed out. He gently stroked the twisted bones, and the apology in his heart almost overwhelmed him. In the past, he was promoted to Earth Immortal at a young age because of his extraordinary talent. He has never felt fear and does whatever he wants without considering the consequences. Later, he met a second-generation immortal. He had always refused to admit defeat, so he could not be afraid of him just because of his status. Therefore, after the other party attacked him, he was not polite and took the other party's life. Since then, he has been chased by countless monks, but he has avoided them all, and his cultivation level has continued to rise. At that time, he was still feeling complacent in his heart, thinking that so what if the big family couldn't do anything to him. However, what he caused Ingxue to bear the consequences in the end. The group of people caught Ingxue, forced him to show up, and finally tortured Ingxue in front of him, and finally buried her in the tomb of all evils. At that time, he collapsed. All his pride was crushed overnight. It turned out that he, who had always been proud, couldn't even protect the people around him. That group of people didn't let him go. But he had a strange encounter before and injected his soul into this fairy palace, and finally escaped. For tens of thousands of years, he has been looking for a way to return to the fairy world and bring back Ingxue's bones. Now, he finally succeeded. Ingxue! Shuang's tears fell from his cheeks, and a drop of bright tears fell into the bones. At this moment, a ray of soul ran out from the bones, looking at the shadow with empty eyes. Ingxue, I'm sorry. Shuang said these words that had been buried in his heart for tens of thousands of years. He has been indebted to her all his life and will never be able to repay her. Ingxue's soul gradually gained consciousness. and the torture of tens of thousands of years finally ended. She looked at the familiar face in front of her and smiled slightly. It's just that she hasn't smiled in a long time, and her smile looks extremely stiff, even a little distorted. Yi-yang, Ingxue called softly, just like the sweet times the two had. I don't blame you. Ingxue held Shui Ying's hand and returned Shui Ying's smile. Chapter 1635 Opening the Mouth. In all these years, she had never blamed him. Not even when she had a nervous breakdown from the torture. Taoist companion is not just a simple title, nor is it just a simple contract. Taoist couples are their love for each other, their commitment to each other, and their lifelong promise to stay together. From the moment they became Taoist couples, they were part of each other, enjoying life and death together. She was satisfied to be able to look at him for the last time. When Shui Ying heard this, he couldn't help but break down and cry. Jiyo turned her head to the side and couldn't bear to look at it anymore. There are no mortals in this big world, so there is no reincarnation place like Jiyo. And she can't send the two of them to reincarnation. Guishuyi's eyes were also red, and tears kept rolling in her eyes. But she couldn't hold them back. Xiaomo couldn't help it anymore and cried on Xiao Feima's shoulder. She looked at the love in the shadow's eyes and finally understood what was missing between her and Yi Hani. Nandong stretched out his hand to hold Ji Yao and squeezed her comfortingly. He looked at the two souls hugging each other, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. Looking at the shadow that was crying like a child, Nandong pursed his lips. He seemed to be able to feel the helpless pain of the shadow, as well as his feeling of guilt and depression. Nandong turned to look at Ji Yao. What would he do if something happened to junior sister Yu one day? He didn't dare to think deeply about this issue at all. Just thinking about it made him feel like he couldn't breathe smoothly and his chest hurt. A somewhat panicked emotion enveloped him, causing him to pull Jiyo into his arms. It wasn't until he felt Jiyao's breath that his panic slowly receded. He looked down at Jiyo, who was in a depressed mood, and reached out to pat her back gently, as if coaxing a child, trying to relieve her depression. Jiyo listened to the painful cries beside her ears and felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. In the past, she was always worried about the fate of her female partner, and also because she was worried that she would implicate her family. She couldn't bear the pain and self-blame of her loved ones for her death, which would really crush a person completely. Therefore, she could understand the pain, helplessness, and guilt in Shui Ying's heart. Perhaps, death is the real relief for them. Yi-yang, Ingxue has been gently hugging Shui Ying. Her voice is as gentle as ever. Ingxue. Shui Ying held back his cry, raised his head, and gave an ugly smile to Ingxue. Please bury us together. Shui Ying waved his hand at everyone and sent them away from this space in an instant. After fulfilling his promise, Shui Ying tightened Ingxue's hand. The two held hands, looked at each other and smiled. Their spirits began to dissipate little by little, and finally completely dissipated in the air. On the other side, everyone in Hio was transported to the immortal world again. But this time it was not the tomb of all evils, but a relatively remote immortal transformation pond. Ascension monks from different worlds need to pass through different immortalization pools. Ji Yao and others were teleported to a sparsely populated immortal pond. Everyone's emotions have not yet recovered from the previous sadness. Looking at the immortal transformation pond filled with immortal energy in front of them, there is no smile on their faces. The group of people took a look at the surrounding environment and found no danger. So they stepped into the immortal transformation pond one after another and began to calm down their mood while absorbing the energy of the immortal transformation pond. Chapter 1636 Siege. The immortal pond washes away the mortal body and creates an immortal body. However, Jiao and others have only experienced this experience, so naturally there is no way to obtain such benefits. However, their souls will be greatly enhanced. This kind of mental suppression is also a powerful weapon in fighting and can play a great role. This is also the reason why low-level monks cannot move in front of high-level monks. Jiao soaked in the immortal transformation pond, and the water washed away her soul, gradually washing away her emotions and restoring her calmness. She began to absorb the energy in the immortal pool with all her heart. Fellow Taoists! This, Feng Changzhou's eyes lit up when he felt the sudden vibration in the palace. The previous sense of oppression on the soul actually disappeared. Everyone looked at each other and had a guess in their minds. Senior? Are you there? Senior? Feng Changzhou shouted tentatively, wanting to verify his thoughts. Previously, in order to prevent them from causing trouble, the Phantom had been suppressing them mentally and warning them not to act rashly. But the suppression just now disappeared, and the palace shook violently, which gave them a bold guess. After calling a few times tentatively, Feng Changzhou still didn't get a response, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Fellow Taoists, Senior seems to have disappeared. My seventh brother is still motionless on the stone platform. I am worried that something will happen to him, so I can only find a way to break the light shield and take a look. Feng Changzhou still found a reason, and at the same time, he also encouraging others to participate. Others were also moved. If it hadn't been for the phantom before, they wouldn't have just sat there and waited to die. Okay, let me help you. A monk took the initiative to stand up, looking righteous and awe-inspiring. After he stood up, others naturally agreed, including Yihani. The 10 people looked at each other, then launched their own attacks and attacked the light barrier. The light mask shook. Although it did not break, it gave a few people hope. Especially this time the shadow did not come forward to stop it, which further confirmed their suspicions. The group of people suddenly became excited, and each used strange moves to attack the light shield. Ji Yao and the others in the light mask were still sitting motionless, their souls still soaking in the immortal transformation pond. Time passed quickly, and the energy of the mask became weaker and weaker, and finally shattered. The people who were besieging felt happy and ran towards the stone platform one after another. Feng Changzhou went straight to the 7th child of the Feng family, while Yihani rushed towards Jia. Now was the perfect opportunity to kill her, and he must not miss it. Without saying a word, Yihani struck Jia directly with his sword, and his heart beat rapidly. But this sword was caught by Jia's hand. Yihani didn't use sword domain, but he didn't expect Jia to wake up so promptly. He looked at Ji Yao's cold eyes, and suddenly had a bad premonition. Jia's hands were bleeding, but she didn't have any fear. She stood up from her seat. Li Yuan was already in her hand. At this time, she has advanced to the middle stage of integration, which is only a small level lower than Yihani. In addition, her understanding of the sword domain of life and death is deepened, and she is no longer afraid of Yihani. She no longer had to run away. Yihani withdrew the magic weapon and took a few steps back hastily. Hani! As soon as Xiaomo woke up, he immediately looked for traces of Yihani, but he allowed others to get close to her and hurt her, and he only wanted to attack fellow Daoisti. Chapter 1637 Choice. As Ji Yao and others woke up, the group's plan to sneak attack failed. They retreated from the stone platform one after another, and the 10 of them gathered together to form a confrontational formation with the 10 of Ji Yao. However, that group of people were not all so sure and felt a little hesitant. These people still don't know what benefits they got from the stone platform. Are they sure they are their opponents now? Third brother! You are really my good third brother! The genius of the Feng family smiled coldly. Only now did he know that this third brother was really ruthless, and even tried to take the opportunity to kill him. The Feng family has always been passionate about power, but they also know that the development of the family requires the unity of the clan members. Even though their elders were dissatisfied with each other, they did not take action against the clan members. But this third brother opened his eyes. Feng Changzhou pursed his lips, and his heart trembled as he remembered that he could barely control his hands before. He originally wanted to sabotage the 7th brother's mission and make him fail. But just now, he couldn't help but want to kill the 7th brother. This thought made him a little stiff for a moment, and he didn't even raise his head to look at his 7th brother. The genius of the Feng family saw this, and his eyes were heavy. It seemed that the other party had not yet completely destroyed his conscience. Yihani glanced sideways at Feng Changzhou, feeling quite contemptuous of him in his heart. If the Yi family blocked his way, he would never show mercy. For a person with no courage like this, it's no wonder that he can't rise up in the family. Nan Gongyu and others stood beside Ji Yao, but they were not too worried about this group of people, especially Guishui, who looked at the group of people in the square with a calm expression. As long as she is here, they will never even think of harming Yao Yao. Hani! Xiao Mo was filled with disappointment, but he still couldn't help but call out worriedly. She also had an insight into fellow Daoist Tia's abilities. Even if Han Yi no longer liked her, she didn't want him to seek his own death. Come here! Yihani ordered with a gloomy face and a very bad tone. Xiao Mo shouldn't stand in that group of people. As long as she and Xiao Feimo come down, they will be able to defeat Yi Jia and the others. What's your attitude? Xiao Feimo, who had endured it for a long time, finally became angry and pointed in the direction of Yihani and shouted. If it weren't for his sister's sake, he would have turned against her long ago. It's a good night for Hani. Do you really treat his sister like a slave? Jia watched silently from the side. Hani's behavior was not good this night. She hoped that Xiao Mo could see clearly and make the right choice. If she really helped Yihani deal with him, she wouldn't hold back. Even if she was Xiao Feimo's sister, she also has to be responsible for her friends, and cannot let her friends fall into potential threats. Come here! Don't make me say it a second time! Yihani looked at Xiao Mo and said nothing, his face so gloomy that it could drip. She actually humiliated him in front of so many people. Sister, don't go there! Xiao Feimo reached out and grabbed Xiao Mo, fearing that she would really run over. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Mo, curious about her choice. Honey, you have changed. Xiao Mo did not choose to go there in the end, and felt desolate looking at Yihani's expression. If you don't know, you might think they are enemies. Right? In those eyes, she couldn't see a trace of love, and even lost the most basic respect. Once, she was moved by how different Han Yi was to her. She even looked at him being bullied, and wanted to warm his hurt heart. But now it seems that he only cares about himself, and no one can change it. Chapter 1638 Take Action. Yihani looked at Xiao Mo, his eyes surging with emotion. Looking at Xiao Mo's eyes, he seemed to remember the disgusting looks of those people. He smiled coldly, and he was indeed right. In this world, no one will be really nice to him. Everything is a scam. Xiao Mo, this is your choice. Yihani took out the purse Xiao Mo had given him from the storage ring, threw it into the air, and then swung his spiritual sword and smashed it into pieces. The fragments fell one after another, just like Xiao Mo's sincerity, which finally fell into dust. If Xiao Mo had any hope before, he was completely heartbroken now. She turned her head to the side. Maybe she had already guessed the outcome and just liked to deceive herself. But although she decided to give up, she still didn't want Yihani to die. Honey, please leave quickly. She suppressed her inner sadness and tried to persuade him to leave as a friend. The people here are not simple. If Han Yi really targets fellow Daoist Yi, then he has only one ending. Yihani never glanced at Xiao Mo again. If he was alone here, he would definitely not look for trouble. But now there are 10 of them. No worse than the other side. Why should he be afraid? This time, he must solve this serious problem. Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the problem between the two of them was finally cleared up. She had wanted to take action for a long time. If it weren't for Xiao Feimo's sake, she wouldn't have waited until now. Her feud with Yihani has been unresolved since the last time he chased her. Among them, only one can survive. Murderous aura burst out between the two, and in the end, Yihani made the first move. He slashed towards Xi Yao with his sword, his eyes full of fearlessness. As soon as he moved, others also moved. Everyone picked out the players, and used their own methods to attack each other. Feng Changzhou hesitated for a moment. Once he took action, there might be no turning back. However, in the end, he still chose to take action. But he did not face off against the 7th child of the Feng family. The genius of the Feng family felt better after seeing this. Since the other party still valued their blood relationship, he could let him go. However, Feng Changzhou made the mistake of choosing Guishui as his opponent. Originally, he didn't want to offend the Xiao family, let alone the Feng family. So he chose Guishui, who seemed to be the weakest. After all, he had never heard of this person. Guishui grinned. She was very unhappy with this man when she saw him running to Yao Yao to say hello with ulterior motives. Now, if the other party actually comes to her door, she won't be polite. Feng Changzhou had already taken action. But when he saw Guishui's smile, he raised his eyebrows inexplicably. But the next second, he saw that his attack fell on the opponent's body, but did not even hurt the opponent's skin. He frowned, and then struck again with several swords. But the result was still the same. Have you beaten enough? Guishui raised her eyebrows, and mouthed slightly arrogantly towards Feng Changzhou. I've beaten enough. It's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, Guishui moved in front of Feng Changzhou in an instant. Before he had time to react, she grabbed his legs and lifted him up. Bang! Bang! Feng Changzhou was caught in Guishui's hand and slapped hard. The muffled sound made everyone else in the fight swallow their saliva. Chapter 1639 Battle. Everyone looked sympathetically at Feng Changzhou, who was treated as a puppet. And at the same time, they were secretly glad that they did not choose Guishui. At this time, Feng Changzhou was stunned. But he didn't have time to think at all now. He only wanted to escape from Guishui's hands and fight back. Feng Changzhou, who has not yet recognized the reality, has begun his tragic time of being completely abused. On the other side, Nan Dongyu and Luo Chuan also chose their opponents respectively. Luo Chuan's current level of cultivation is much lower than that of Nangongyu, so it is more difficult to fight. However, his achievements in swordsmanship are no worse than Ji Yao's, and victory is only a matter of time. Nangongyu's opponent was at the same level as him, but to him, his strength did not pose any threat. While controlling the space, he directly intercepted the opponent's attacks while paying attention to Ji Yao's situation. As for Jia at this time, she was competing with Yi Hani in the Thunder Attribute Sword domain. Both of them are Thunder Attribute Sword cultivators, and both have understood the sword domain. Their achievements in this aspect are quite equal. Ji Yao also made up for the difference in cultivation between the two, fighting back against Yi Hani without reservation, while also finding her own shortcomings. Yi Hani's eyes changed as he took action. Seeing Ji Yao's current strength, he felt an unspeakable jealousy in his heart. Why is she so talented and has such a strong background? And he has been bullied since he was a child and ostracized by his family. Even Xiao Mo, who once said that he loves him, can abandon him without hesitation? This world is so unfair. He wants to fight. He wants to fight. He wants to let God know that it is blind. Thinking of this, Yi Hani struck harder. He gathered 100% of his power and struck out with his sword towards Ji Yao. A bolt of thunder fell from the sky and struck Ji Yao's head, but she was pushed back with a sword that broke through the sky. The two sword lights collided together, and the thunder exploded again instantly, crackling and scattering in all directions. The people fighting nearby had no choice but to move away. After all, most monks were afraid of being struck by lightning and did not want to be implicated by innocent people. Yi Hani found that he could not cause harm to Ji Yao in the Thunder Attribute Sword field, so he had to give up in the end. He suddenly stretched out his left hand and patted Ji Yao's direction lightly. A dark seal rushed out from his palm and pressed towards Ji Yao. This seal carries a strong evil spirit, which will affect people unconsciously. But Ji Yao was not afraid of this. She stepped lightly with the sole of her foot, and countless red lotuses spread out from her body. The chaotic sky fire transformed into the lotus. And at the same time, Xilian ran out of the sea of consciousness and took the initiative to meet the seal. The evil spirit on the seal was continuously absorbed by Xilian, but it did not restrain its speed. The seal finally came to Ji Yao, and a pair of big black hands grabbed Ji Yao. With this grab, the space was instantly distorted, and the sound of airflow even appeared. Ji Yao was not frightened, and slashed towards the big hand with a reincarnation. The black and white gossip now has a slight change, mixed with some golden particles, which actually makes the big hand shrink back. Yi Hani's eyes were sharp, and he could only increase the strength of his soul, and let his big hands come forward. Boom! The power of the sword domain of life and death has long been different from before. The seal had no resistance at all, and was swallowed up by the sword domain of life and death, eventually turning into nothing. Yi Hani's heart sank, and his face was so gloomy that he could shed tears. Chapter 1640 Battle. He clapped his left hand again, and another seal appeared. Jia still used the same method to fight back. At this time, the lotus flowers finally gathered together and turned into a fiery red bird. Chaos Skyfire raised its head and neighed, then spontaneously flew towards Yi Hani. It has not merged with other strange fires, so it is still the purest chaotic sky fire. At the same time, after merging with the chaotic sky fire of the great world of Shikei, its power has long been incomparable. As soon as the chaos sky fire approached, Yi Hani felt the pain of his skin about to split. He was startled and hurriedly stepped back while slashing at chaos skyfire with his sword. Ji Yao, on the other hand, took advantage of Yi Hani's energy to be restrained, and used Feng Wu Jiotian's skills to stumble him in conjunction with the chaos sky fire. She communicated with the chaos heavenly fire in the sea of consciousness, and the two of them cooperated flawlessly. Chaos Skyfire is responsible for chasing Yi Hani and attacking him, while Jia determines in advance where he will retreat, and controls the sudden appearance of space cracks to devour him. Yi Hani almost fell into the trap again, and all his robes became tattered. His hair was all spread out, and in addition to being embarrassed, there was also a touch of panic on his face, because he discovered that someone on their side had already lost. The wounds on his body hurt, reminding Yi Hani that he was injured. Yi Jia! Yi Hani gritted his teeth and glared at Jia, obviously not expecting her to have so many tricks. In order to escape from danger just now, he had lost a lot of defensive magic weapons, and he didn't have the Yi family's life-saving talisman on him. From the beginning to the end, he was the one abandoned by the Yi family. But the more this happens, the less he believes in fate, Everyone who opposes him should die. Xiao Mo had been paying attention to Yihani, and she still felt nervous when she saw him injured. At this time, she was very confused and couldn't help but watch him die. Zhiyu's eyes were still calm. Yihani was an enemy to her and could not affect her emotions. She will definitely win this battle. Ji Yao once again slashed at Yihani with a reincarnation without holding back at all. No matter who you treat, you must not take it lightly and must go all out. Yihani was now scarred, but he still faced him with a sword. It's just that the lightning attribute sword domain is no match for the life and death sword domain, and the final outcome is just to be destroyed. Yihani's heart became cold. He had used up his previous life-saving magic weapon. Now, except for the sword in his hand, he had no magic weapon to defend himself. From childhood to adulthood, everything he had was earned through his own hard work. So how could he compare to this kind of family treasure? The chaotic sky fire attacked Yihani again. Although he dodged immediately, several strands of his hair were still burned. At the same time, the scorching flames had already burned his face even though it hadn't touched it yet. And Yihani seemed to feel the flesh rotting open. Boom! Zhiyao struck with another sword, and after slicing through Yihani's counterattack, it fell on Yihani and knocked him away. Hani! Xiao Mo shouted when he saw this, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Xiao Feimo's heart tightened. He also saw Yihani's current situation, but he just pursed his lips and looked away as if he didn't see it. At this time, someone on their side successfully killed their opponent and began to help each other. Victory is already beckoning to them, and Yihani's ending is already doomed. Chapter 1641 The Final Use. Nandongyu has been paying attention to Jia's situation and already knows the ending when he sees this. He stretched out his hand and tapped a few times, and the space was distorted again. At the same time, several space cracks appeared at the same time, surrounding the opponent from all sides. This was just a matter of lightning and flint, and the monk fell without even understanding the situation. After Nandongyu dealt with his opponent, he withdrew his hand and waited aside, not arbitrarily interfering in other people's fights. Luochuan also successfully killed his opponent after a fight. Only Guishui is still treating Feng Changzhou as a toy and is now dying. Fellow Daoist Gua, can you spare his life? Looking at Feng Changzhou's miserable appearance, the seventh child of the Feng family still couldn't bear it. After all, he was the elder brother who had been fighting since he was young. His current appearance made him sigh. My Feng family owes Daoist Gua a favor. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. The seventh child of the Feng family has sincere eyes. Although he has a cold face, he does not have a cold heart. In the end, the third brother couldn't bear to take action against him, so he gave the third brother another chance. Take it! Guishui heard this and threw Feng Changzhou directly into the corner. She glanced at the Feng family genius and couldn't see that this guy would still intercede on his behalf. Thank you! The genius of the Feng family cupped his fists and saluted, then came to Feng Changzhou and fed him the pill. Feng Changzhou was seriously injured at the moment and could only vaguely see a figure. Seventh brother, he called softly, feeling indescribably complicated in his heart. He didn't expect that his seventh brother, who was always proud and never asked for favors, would know how to ask for favors for him. However, he has obviously looked down on himself since he was a child, and has never even regarded himself as an opponent. The genius of the Feng family held his hand, but did not respond. He placed him in a corner and ignored him. Feng Changzhou looked at his seventh brother's back and smiled. Sure enough, he was still his seventh brother. Slowly, the other party's people were eliminated one by one, and in the end, Yihani was the only one left who was still resisting. But at this moment, he could hardly hold on any longer. He looked at the dead people and felt desolate in his heart. Now, his only way to protect himself is to run away, being hunted by the man who once evaded him. This is really ironic. Boom! Jia still did not relax, always paying attention to worry about Yihani's self-destruction. While using reincarnation, she controlled the space cracks, forcing Yihani to a desperate situation. Seeing him being knocked out again, Jia didn't stop for a moment, and immediately controlled the space again, making up her mind to split him in two and kill him directly. Hani! Xiao Mo seemed to sense Yihani's danger, and subconsciously rushed to Yihani. She didn't want to help deal with Ji Yao. She just wanted to block the blow for him. Xiao Mo threw herself in front of Yihani and looked at Yihani with worry. However, Yihani only had a flash of madness and calculation in his eyes, and actually slapped Xiao Mo away with one palm. right in the direction of the crack. Xiao Mo looked at Yi Hani's strange and frightening expression in disbelief. He was so immersed in astonishment that he forgot to resist. Jia saw that the space crack was about to attack Xiao Mo, so she could only take it back quickly. Yi Hani was waiting for this moment, trying his best to fly towards the door that appeared in the square. Chapter 1642 The Fall of Yi Hani. Nandong Yu had been paying attention to the situation, and was about to take action when he saw a golden soul knife chasing after that Night Hani. In just a moment, Yi Hani fell down, completely losing the breath of life, and the divine soul knife quickly returned to Jia's sea of consciousness, as if nothing had happened. Jia looked at the fallen Yi Hani and nodded with satisfaction. After walking through the immortal transformation pond, her soul could already take on physical form. This time it is no longer a phantom knife, but a soul knife that has a real entity. Xiao Mo still stood there stupidly, looking at the dead Yi Hani. She felt no more sadness in her heart. She still remembered that the first time she saw Yi Hani, he was being beaten by a group of disciples of the Yi family. His body was covered with scars, but he managed to hold on without letting out a cry of pain. No matter how others treated him, he still gritted his teeth tightly, with a look in his eyes that she couldn't understand at that time. She stepped forward and drove those people away, but she didn't get a word of gratitude from Yi Hani. "Have a finger in the pie." These were the first words he said to her. She thought this man was very rude at the time, but she paid special attention to him from then on. She gradually discovered that this person never liked to laugh, practiced extremely hard, and was not afraid of death or tiredness. She appeared in front of him countless times, and was finally able to say a few words to him. Later, she slowly lost her heart and held all her good things in front of him. Yi Hani was the joy of her youth and a strong color in her life. Therefore, even though he had just broken off with her, she still hoped that he would be happy in the future. She kept remembering the friendship that lasted hundreds of years, but she never thought that from beginning to end, she would be a joke. Jia looked at Xiao Mo, pursed her lips, walked to her side, and patted her shoulder. "He's not worth it," Jia said softly. Yi Hani was indeed not worth it, and he was not worthy of Xiao Mo's sincerity. "I'm sorry." Xiao Mo apologized to Jia. Just now, she almost let Yi Hani run away. Jia shook her head and said nothing more. "It's just that Xiao Mo is still different from before, and his eyes have matured a lot. I hope that after this experience, she can understand how to love herself more." "Sister!" Xiao Feima also came to Xiao Mo and wanted to say a few words to her, but he couldn't bear it. "Thank you." Xiao Feima sincerely thanked Jia and thanked her for not taking action against Xiao Mo. Jia shook her head and went straight to Yi Hani. After putting away the storage ring, she burned his body. Xiao Mo's eyes were filled with the burning fire, but her heart slowly hardened. It's time for her to put down this one-man show from beginning to end. "Fellow Taoist Yi, let's go back first. Come to our Xiao family next time." Xiao Feima said goodbye to Jia enthusiastically. This time, the damn Yi Hani finally fell, and he almost harmed his sister. "Okay, I will definitely go if I have the chance." Jia smiled and waved her hands, watching the two of them leave. "We have to leave too." The seventh child of the Feng family pursed his lips and said unnaturally, "Come to Feng's house when you have time." He hesitated for a moment, but he still learned what Xiao Feima said. But as soon as he finished speaking, he dragged Feng Changzhou away. Jiu chuckled. With the character of the seventh child of the Feng family, it was really hard for him to say such words. Chapter 1643 Clues. "Yao Yao, where should we go next?" Guishui held Ji Yao's arm and asked distressedly. She finally found an interesting place, and now she ran out. "Let's go to Qinchuan Prefecture." Jio has already thought of a plan. But now she is not going to the main city of Qinchuan Prefecture, but to the 12 branch cities of Qinchuan Prefecture. If you want to integrate Qinchuan Prefecture, it is not enough to destroy Gintama. You must first test the attitudes of other cities. After all, Senior Jinglexi has fallen for so long. Whether those people still recognize Qinchuan order is a question. Senior brother Nangong, do you have any arrangements?" Jia turned around and asked. If the two of them had other arrangements, she and Shui would go alone. Nandong Yu and Luo Chuan shook their heads at the same time. They were all practicing anyway. It didn't matter where they were. "Okay, then let's go to Qinchuan Prefecture together." Jia smiled and narrowed her eyes, took out the spirit boat, and took everyone to Qinchuan Prefecture. "I've seen the Dragon Mother! I've seen the Dragon Mother!" "Yes." The Dragon Mother nodded lightly and was about to go to the blood pool. Dragon Mother. The guard stopped Dragon Mother with a look of embarrassment on his face. What do you mean by this? Mother Long's face darkened. She already had the answer in her heart. This is the Dragon King's order. No one is allowed to approach the bloodline pool, including you. The guard said the Dragon King's instructions under tremendous pressure. The Dragon Mother smiled coldly in her heart when she heard this. The Dragon King was really starting to be wary of her. Yes, Mother Dragon hummed lightly, without embarrassing them. She turned around and left. Her original intention of coming here was to see the child, to compensate him, and to tell it some news about the death of its mother. In the past, she rejected its existence so much just because she still loved the Dragon King and had some expectations for him. At the same time, he was worried that it would threaten Song Ji's status and take away his throne. But now that she was completely heartbroken, and the Dragon King had made it clear that he would pass the throne to Song Ji, there was no need for her to target him anymore. Now, she just wants to practice well, protect Song Ji and ascend to the throne, and then ascend to the fairy world. However, his mother died under strange circumstances. She had sent people to investigate the woman. It was hard to believe that a person with such strength would lose her life due to childbirth, even if they don't know what kind of monster she is. This is still unlikely to happen. Back then, that woman was pregnant with the Dragon King's flesh and blood, which made the Dragon King almost forget that they still had this family. Therefore, she felt a sense of crisis and sent her men to investigate the situation. Then one day, the woman suddenly disappeared. Later, the Dragon King found the egg with the blood beads. There was also the inner elixir of that woman at the scene. The inner elixir left the body, which meant the death of the monster. However, the woman's bones were not found at the scene. In her opinion, the woman probably gave away the egg and inner elixir when she was dying, just to protect the child. As for the real truth, I'm afraid we can only learn something about it after the child swallows the inner elixir left by his mother. However, her subordinates had reported some abnormal situations, and she planned to tell it all, hoping to help it. However, now we can only wait until it comes out of the blood pool. On the other side, Xiao and others were on their way to Qingchuan Prefecture. The group of people was much more lively than just one person. Chapter 1644 Heart-to-Heart Talk. The four of them would occasionally chat and look at the scenery together, but most of the time, they were doing their own thing. On this day, Xiao and Guishi were both in the room and did not come out. Seeing that the opportunity was good, Luochuan planned to have a good chat with Nandongyu. Let's chat. He came to Nandongyu and suggested with a calm expression. Nandongyu did not refuse, stood up and followed Luochuan to the deck. When I first met my junior sister, she was only a few years old. Luochuan looked at the scenery and said calmly. At that time, her cultivation level was obviously very low, but she was involved in a beast wave caused by me. Even though she was knocked unconscious, her hand still held the monster's horn tightly and never gave up. At that time, I knew that she was suitable for sword cultivation. Luochuan smiled slightly when he said this, and the young appearance of his junior sister appeared in front of his eyes. Time flies by, and today's junior sister has not only grown up, but also has a sweetheart. Later, she really didn't let anyone down and got to where she is now step by step. Actually, that girl is really simple and always soft-hearted. However, she has her own persistence. No one can stop the people and things she believes in. Luochuan glanced at Nandongyu with deep meaning. I also know your skills, so I want to ask you, how do you feel about your junior sister? Luochuan was actually very confused in his heart. He could also see that Nandongyu was different about his junior sister. But the ruthless path is an indelible threshold. Although he didn't have much contact with Nandongyu, he could tell that he had good character and was good to his junior sisters. If two people really like each other, as long as Nandongyu always treats his junior sister well, he has no objection. However, if it was just the junior sister who was hot-headed, then he would find a way to make the junior sister slowly forget about Nandongyu. He doesn't like anyone who makes his junior sister sad. Nandongyu pursed his lips when he heard this, and slowly stretched out his hand. He looked at the palm of his hand, and the scene of him taking the initiative to hold junior sister he appeared in front of his eyes. Why is this? The first time I saw her was after she experienced death. At that time, she was particularly embarrassed, but there was a dazzling light in her eyes. She would be worried about her little friend, would call him senior brother Nangong with a smile, and tell him some inexplicable cold jokes. She would not pester him for no reason. nor would she stare at him with uncomfortable eyes. She cultivates hard and has a heart that loves learning. She can always hold the formation quietly and study it, and can listen to him seriously. Her eyes were clean and bright, and they were still like this even now. Later, junior sister Yi rescued Xiao Che, and from that moment on, he regarded junior sister Yi as his own. He will work hard to protect her, and when he encounters good things, he will think of leaving them to her. Although he could not feel any emotions at that time, he hoped that junior sister Yi could be simple and happy forever. Later, after he ascended, he practiced the second half of the technique and finally turned back into an ordinary person. He would carve hairpins for junior sister Yi because he missed her, and he would also work hard to learn formations because of his missing her. Because he knew that he could use the excuse of teaching formations to keep her by his side longer. Because of junior sister Yi. His heart beat faster for the first time. He felt joy for the first time. And he felt discomfort for the first time. Chapter 1645, Understanding the Mind. Seeing that Nandong remained silent, Luo Chuan felt a little cold. Nandong, junior sister is our treasure. If you just want to play with her, then you don't have to see her again from now on. Luo Chuan lost his temper with someone for the first time, and his expression was very ugly. Every time the girl mentioned Nandong, her eyes would light up. But now she paid by mistake. Nandong retracted his hand and frowned slightly for the first time. Junior sister Yi is different from others. He opened his mouth and said softly, after years of being reticent. He didn't know how to express his inner thoughts. Luo Chuan looked sideways at him, waiting for his next words. She is very important to me. Nandong looked directly into Luo Chuan's eyes and said without any concealment, I often think of her and feel satisfied because she is by my side. No matter what she looks like, I think she is so cute. Nandong tried his best to express his thoughts. I don't know what it feels like. I just want to be with her all the time and give her the best things in the world. He didn't understand what this meant, but he knew that junior sister Yi was extremely important to him. Your skills? Luo Chuan hesitated and asked with some doubts. There is the lower half of the technique in the upper realm. Now the technique will not affect me. Nandong did not hide it. He had long regarded Luo Chuan as a good friend. Luo Chuan was stunned when he heard this. He obviously didn't expect such a turn of events. Presumably that silly girl, his junior sister, didn't know about it either. Have you ever thought that you might be happy with her? Luo Chuan pursed his lips. If there were no skills to hinder him, there might still be a possibility for this matter. Saying this, he felt a little sad. The little girl he watched growing up was going to belong to someone else's family. However, as long as his junior sister can be happy, he feels happy. When Nandong heard this, his heart was shocked, and his heart beat faster and faster. He grew up watching his father and mother loving each other, so he naturally understood what kind of future two people who were happy with each other would have. However, he never knew what it meant to please others, and he had never thought about it. Now that I think about it, his mood seems to be exactly the same as what his mother once described. So, is this really what it feels like to be alone? Seeing Nandong's confused look, Luo Chuan sighed inwardly. If, junior sister, she becomes a Taoist couple with another man, would you accept it? After he mentioned the last sentence, he went back to the room without waiting for Nandong's reaction. If Nandong doesn't understand his feelings, then he is not worthy of his junior sister. Nandong was stunned on the spot, and there was a scene in front of him of junior sister Yi becoming a Taoist couple with someone else, and then living happily together and having children. He stretched out his hand to cover his suddenly suffocated heart, feeling an indescribable pain. No, he couldn't accept it. But what if that person is him? Nandong's heart slowly relaxed, and his whole person became gentle, as if he had seen the two of them living together. At this moment, he finally understood what he was thinking. Sleep? Nandong gently knocked on Jia's door and asked in a deep voice. As soon as he understood what he was thinking, he couldn't wait to find junior sister Yi. For the first time, he felt afraid. He was afraid that one day, she would actually become a Taoist couple and live together with someone else. Chapter 1646 Nandong confesses. Jia was busy writing at her desk, learning how to depict the latest formation text. When she heard Nandong's voice, she raised her eyebrows strangely. Why did senior brother Nandong come to her at this time? Jia opened the door and saw Nandong who seemed a little stiff. Senior brother Nandong, what's wrong? She welcomed Nandong into the room and stared at Nandong strangely. She has known senior brother Nandong for so long, but she has never seen him with such an expression. Nan Dongyu looked at Ji Yao's questioning eyes, and his heart beat faster. At this moment, he felt nervous for the first time, and he didn't know where to start. Brother Nangong, why are you sweating? Jia was shocked when she saw sweat beads appearing on Nan Dongyu's forehead. She took out her handkerchief and quickly wiped off Nan Dongyu's sweat. She was a little worried. Senior brother Nangong was really abnormal. A monk was still sweating. Could it be that he was poisoned? Nan Dongyu took the opportunity to hold Ji Yao's hand, feeling the familiar touch, and slowly calmed down. Junior sister Yi. Nan Dongyu looked directly into Ji Yao's eyes and called solemnly. Huh? Jia responded with a confused look. I am happy with you. Nan Dongyu expressed his deepest thoughts, and his cheeks quickly became flushed. He pursed his lips nervously and looked at Ji Yao without blinking. Ji Yao's pupils trembled, and she couldn't help but open her mouth slightly, thinking that she was hallucinating. What did you say? She asked blankly. I am happy with you. Nan Dongyu said every word seriously, his eyes full of sincerity. Jia finally understood Nan Dongyu's meaning at this time. She looked into Nan Dongyu's eyes in disbelief, but almost indulged in the tenderness. Plop! Plop! Her heart beat rapidly, and her cheeks became hotter and hotter. But there was a sweetness in her heart that made her couldn't help but laugh. At this time, she really wanted to roll around on the bed, holding the pillow. Jia looked at Nan Dongyu and hesitated to speak. She had never been in love before, and was a little at a loss when facing the confession. At this time, should she agree directly? Are you willing to become a Taoist couple with me? Nan Dongyu saw Ji Yao's hesitation and expressed his intention directly. Jia choked when she heard this. She hadn't even fallen in love yet, so why was she heading towards marriage? She shook her head mischievously at Nan Dongyu, and sure enough she saw the light in Nan Dongyu's eyes dim. Jia stretched out her other hand and held Nan Dongyu. It's too early to become a Taoist couple, but I am also happy with you. She looked up at Nan Dongyu with a smile on her face, and her whole body was filled with happiness. Nan Dongyu's heart had just dropped, but now it became active again. He gave Ji Yao a big smile for the first time and held Ji Yao in his arms. Since junior sister Yi also likes him, he will never let her go in this life. Ji Yao hugged Nan Dongyu back and rested her head in his arms, feeling an inexplicable sense of stability. Oh my god! I really can't stand it. Guishui looked at the two people in front of her who exuded the sour smell of love, and smacked her lips exaggeratedly. Ji Yao was still a little embarrassed after being teased, and her face was red. Senior brother, Ji Yao called softly when she saw Luo Chuan coming out of the door. Yesterday, she had a good chat with senior brother Nangong, and naturally she also learned about Luo Chuan's solution to senior brother Nangong. Chapter 1647 Empty City. Junior sister. Luo Chuan smiled slightly, and looked at Ji Yao's happy appearance, and he also felt happy. Nan Dongyu stood beside Ji Yao and nodded to Luo Chuan to say Lo. Luo Chuan also nodded, and then came to the three of them. Jinchuan Prefecture has arrived, he said, looking at the city appearing in front of him. Then let's go down. Ji Yao dropped the spirit boat and then put it away. Their first stop was the most chaotic city in Jinchuan Prefecture, the Empty City. It is said that the name of this city was named after the first-generation city lord here, who was a suitor of Jingle Creek. Jia looked at the word Empty City and felt a little curious about the first-generation city lord. I don't know what kind of genius would come up with such a name. The four of them lined up to pay the entrance fee and then walked into the city. Except for Guishui. Their group of people are all in the fusion stage, and Nan Dongyu is almost on the verge of advancing to the tribulation stage, because as soon as he walked into the empty city, he attracted everyone's attention. However, there were always many monks coming to the empty city, so no one took it to heart. Yao, there are so many people in this city. Guishui sighed as she looked at the streets with people coming and going. Jia nodded. She had seen bustling cities before, but this was the first time she had seen such a bustling city. The monks are almost crowded together, which is too exaggerated. She recalled the information she had found. The current lord of this empty city was a clansman of the first lord. He was a man who was addicted to cultivation, but not passionate about power. This also led to chaos in the city, with no one taking care of it at all. The city's guards are just decorations, and don't care about anything. So there are often fights in this city, and many people die every day. But this has become a favorite place for monks. More and more people are running to the empty city, and some even live here. Jia looked around, and there were monks setting up stalls everywhere in the city. most of them wearing bamboo hats that blocked their spiritual consciousness. Let's go and see how chaotic this place is. Guishui regained her fun-loving nature and pulled Ji Yao slowly towards the city. They didn't go far when they heard various shouts. Hit him! Back there! Back there! Ouch! Why is this so stupid? Fight to death! TSK! 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 This strength doesn't seem to work. A group of monks who were watching the fun and not taking it too seriously were having a heated discussion. And some were cheering. Everyone around him looked excited and eager to help. Ji Yao raised her eyebrows and turned away her consciousness to look at the people fighting in the crowd. It turned out that two young boys were fighting hand to hand. The two were competing purely for strength. Their punches were hard to the flesh, and their faces and bodies were covered with scars. Guishui, like those monks, watched with gusto and just wanted to cheer. In the end, one of the boys won and spat on the losing boy. Then he raised his head proudly and left. Hey, little guy, don't be discouraged. Go back and practice hard and try to knock him down next time. Isn't that right? I think that kid's chassis is unstable, so you don't have to be afraid of him. The onlookers cheered for the losing boy, but in fact they just wanted to watch the excitement a few more times. Pooh! The losing boy stood up with difficulty, spat at everyone, and limped away. Chapter 1648 Poisonous Hair. Hey, this guy is very brave. Ha ha. That's not true. Don't tell me. This guy has a background. What background? This boy is the son of the city lord. What? The city lord's son was held down and beaten? Are you kidding me? Hey, you look like a foreigner at first glance. Our city lord is famous for being a cultivator. I heard that he only gave birth to a child to find a successor. Don't talk nonsense. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. The crowd of onlookers slowly dispersed, still gossiping about the city lord. Ji Yao and Guishui pricked their ears and listened carefully to these gossips. Could it be that this city lord is really a cultivator? Guishui heard those people talking more and more exaggeratedly. In the end, it even evolved to the point where the city lord was too lazy to have sex, and the sons were born by others for him. Ji Yao's forehead twitched when she heard these increasingly exaggerated messages. I don't know how the city lord would react if he knew that the outside world was talking about him like this. Let's go. Let's look ahead. Ji Yao pulled Guishui forward, with Nan Dongyu and Luo Chuan guarding her behind. Nan Dongyu looked at Ji Yao's back in front of him. Even though he couldn't see her face, he still thought she was so cute. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, feeling that he had the most precious treasure in the world. Luo Chuan glanced sideways at Nan Dongyu and quickly looked away. It seems that this guy has really come to his senses. But Nan Dongyu could actually smile now, which really made him a little uncomfortable. Why do you always follow me? Nan Xinga looked at Yinthan, who had been following her, and couldn't stand it anymore and stopped. The other party was stronger than her, and she couldn't run away at all, so she could only be followed by him. What? The road is facing the sky, and you can only walk alone? Gintama raised his eyebrows, and raised a smile that he thought was evil and arrogant. What exactly do you want me to do? Nan Xinga's face darkened, and she pointed it out directly. Growing up, no one except her parents liked her. Even though senior brother Luo saved her, he still maintained boundaries with her. However, this person who appeared from nowhere followed her every day. If he said he had no purpose, she wouldn't believe it. Gintama smiled when he heard this. It seemed that this woman was a little clever. If I said that I fell in love with you at first sight, would you believe it? Gintama put away the smile on his face. He has rich experience in how to get a woman's sincerity. Are you sick? Nan Xinga couldn't help but sarcastically said. Does this person really think she is stupid? If she had heard this sentence when she was young, she might actually believe it. Whether you believe it or not, I will persist. Gintama's eyes were full of sincerity. He is now poisoned and has no way to practice. The most important thing is time. Just when he thought of this, the toxins in his body suddenly broke out again. Gintama covered her heart in pain, and suddenly a lot of sweat broke out on her face. What's wrong with you? Nan Xinga asked with a frown, thinking that Gintama was pretending to be sick. Gintama's forehead was throbbing with veins, as if his blood vessels would burst and die in the next second. And he had no time to talk to Nan Xinga. He took out the elixir from the storage ring and stuffed it into his mouth. Sensing the heart-wrenching pain, Gintama's eyes flashed with determination. He must win this woman. Chapter 1649 Alchemy Conference. Realizing that the toxins in his body were slowly suppressed, Gintama sneered in his heart. closed his eyes, and suddenly fell to the ground, closing his 5 senses and pretending to faint. Nanshinga's heart skipped a beat when he saw Yinthan suddenly falling down. She did not approach rashly, but drove the tree vine to approach Gintama, and found that he had really lost consciousness. Nanshinga frowned and turned around to leave, but after taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped again. Alas! Nanshinga sighed heavily. Even though she had decided to be a hard-hearted person, she still couldn't help but feel soft. She turned around, walked over to Gintama, and helped him up. In the end, she chose to take her back to her residence outside the mine, intending to let him wake up and leave. It's just that sometimes, things don't develop according to people's ideals. This city is really chaotic. Guishui shook her head while eating spiritual food. Jia nodded in agreement, and they walked around and saw 5 or 6 monks making trouble. There were even 2 of them who were enemies of life and death, and a monk in the distraction stage died just like that. However, the onlookers were not surprised at all. Instead, they continued to cheer and cheer. The escort never appeared from the beginning to the end. It seems that this city is really loose. Nandongyu and Luo Chuan didn't interrupt. They both put vegetables into Jia's bowl. Jia took it with a smile, and then happily gave Shui some pieces of spirit beast meat. Guishui didn't care about this, but when she saw Luo Chuan's actions, she gently touched Luo Chuan's feet under the table. Now that Yao Yao and Nandongyu are together, it's time for Nandongyu to show off. Luo Chuan was touched and froze, and silently moved his feet away. When Guishui saw Luo Chuan silently holding a bowl and eating, she thought her hint was successful, and looked at Ji Yao and Ji Yao with sweet smiles on their faces. The expression was just like Ji Yao's expression when she looked at Chi Chi and Shangwan. Guishui used to come from a scholarly family, but his temper gradually changed after he became a Han Ban, especially during the period after her ascension. She wandered around. I have met a lot of people and seen a lot of things, and I have already completely let myself go. There will be an alchemy conference held in this empty city in a few days, and we can take the opportunity to approach the city lord's palace, Jiyu suggested, thinking of the news she heard today. The purpose of their visit this time was to find a way to get close to the city lord or the first-generation city lord behind him. But we don't know how to make elixirs. Guishui raised her eyebrows. Although she has the 9 heavens mysterious fire, she really doesn't know how to make elixirs. I can, Nandongyu responded in a low voice, and then gave Ji Yao more spiritual tea. TSK. Let's join in the fun in a few days, and see what the shining green city lord looks like. Guishui has long been interested in the city lord, so naturally they can't miss this kind of excitement. After the 4 people discussed it, they walked around the city in the next few days, probably visiting the entire city. On the day of the alchemy conference, people had already gathered outside the city lord's mansion. When the 4 Ji Yao arrived, they couldn't squeeze in at all, and could only stand on the outside. They looked towards the huge stone platform, and saw several tattered alchemy cauldrons. Next to each alchemy cauldron were a bunch of herbs randomly placed, all mixed together. Chapter 1650, Perfunctory. Jiyu blinked. Isn't this a little too casual? When she heard about this news before, she thought that this alchemy conference was very important, and would be taken seriously by the city lord's palace. Now it seems that this is completely ignored. This annual alchemy conference was scheduled when she was still alive. Every city in Qingchuan Prefecture will hold it. There will also be meetings for refining weapons, making talismans, and carving formations, but not at this time. Although Kongcheng is still continuing this decision, it is obvious that he no longer cares about it. Jia began to worry whether they would be able to see the city lord today. Okay. The monks who are going to participate in the alchemy conference, come up quickly. The conference will start soon. The chief steward of the city lord's mansion yawned and came out. He scanned the crowd of onlookers, and found that there were so many people watching the fun. He smacked his lips in his heart. These people were really at ease. However, every time there are many onlookers, and very few participants. At the beginning, there were many monks participating, but later on there were fewer and fewer. Last year, he mobilized here for a long time, but no one participated. If this wasn't a rule left over from the past, they wouldn't want to do it at all, so they might as well let him go back and take a nap. I'm going! Nandongyu gently squeezed Ji Yao's hand, then tiptoed and flew straight onto the stone platform. The housekeeper felt less sleepy when he saw that there were actually people participating this time. Jiyu is looking forward to a wonderful competition, and also wants to see how serious senior brother Nandong is when refining alchemy. She has never seen him before after knowing him for so long. But time passed by, and no one came on stage except Nandongyu. Xiao and the other three gradually realized something was wrong. Could it be that senior brother Nangong was the only one participating in the competition? Ahem. Okay. Then I officially declare that the winner of this alchemy conference is this fellow Taoist. Seeing that no one came on stage, the housekeeper walked to Nangongyu and announced loudly. Even as calm as Nangongyu, he was stunned for a moment. He has won the competition before he even started. Xiao and the other three were even more confused. Isn't this too hasty? No matter what, we should give it a try. Right? Okay. This conference is over. Let's disperse. The housekeeper waved impatiently to the crowd of onlookers. The crowd of onlookers slowly dispersed while complaining. Everyone was used to the scene of this conference. When they come here, most of them place bets on how many people will participate this time. Only outsiders like Xiao and the others would be surprised. You don't know what to call this fellow Taoist? The housekeeper asked Wen Yin, looking at Nandongyu's extraordinary demeanor and peak body cultivation. Nandongyu. Nandongyu said his name indifferently, but he was thinking about how to meet the city lord. It turns out to be fellow Taoist Nandong. The winner of this conference will get a special medal and can buy things at a discount in my empty city shop. The butler smiled and took out an iron medal from the storage ring. Except for one, the word empty means nothing else. Nandongyu just took a look and saw that they were perfunctory. Here you go. Keep up the hard work next year and strive for better results. The steward handed the medal to Nandongyu, and at the same time said a word of encouragement as usual. Ji Yao was dumbfounded in the audience. There was no comparison. How could we achieve better results? Are you trying to win without taking office next year? Chapter 1651 Method. Nandongyu took the medal expressionlessly, glanced at Ji Yao in the audience, and then asked aloud, Can I have a chance to meet the city lord? I'm afraid this won't work. The city lord doesn't like to meet guests. The housekeeper shook his head. Their city lord was famous for hating social interactions. If he was to meet someone, it would be better to let him kill someone. After the butler finished speaking, he wandered away without giving Nandongyu a chance to continue talking. As for the pile of broken alchemy cauldrons and medicinal herbs, he didn't even bother to take them away. He could just take them if he wanted to. Upon seeing this, Nandongyu flew back to the stage and handed the medal to Ji Yao. Ji Yao received the medal, and once again had a new understanding of the perfunctory behavior of the city lord's mansion. It's really difficult for them to still abide by this tradition that has been handed down. It seems that we have to find another way. Ji Yao put away the medal. This time she got a medal, so it was not a gain. Let's go to the store to buy things. Ji Yao remembered that the medal was not in vain, and it would be good to buy herbs or other things. The group of people had no choice but to leave outside the city lord's mansion and go find a shop to buy something. Wow! This city lord is simply a profiteer, Guishui complained as she walked out of the shop. That's right. Ji Yao nodded speechlessly. This medal was actually at a 9.19% discount. Unless you buy something large. This discount is the same as no discount at all. There is not much difference. Forget it. Let's go back to the inn first. Ji Yao could only go back to the inn with everyone, going out with high expectations. But in the end, she came back speechless. Let's just think of other ways to sneak into the city lord's mansion, Guishui said, taking a sip of the spirit wine. Sneaking in? Ji Yao raised her eyebrows. She had not considered this method yet. Yes. Look at them like that. The city lord's mansion is definitely very loose. There may not even be a guard, Guishui boldly guessed. If there is really a danger, she will be the queen at that time, and she will never let anything happen to Yao Yao and the others. This is quite possible. Ji Yao touched her chin, a flash of light flashing in her eyes. Senior brother Nangong, what do you think? Ji Yao felt more and more that this method was feasible. Anyway, other methods could not get close to the city lord, so it was okay to sneak in. This time, she wanted to test the city lord's intentions. If he really no longer recognized the Qinchuan order, she might have to think of other ways. If the 12 cities no longer recognize the Qinchuan order in the end, she will have no choice but to kill Gintama and take back the main city. Although she no longer manages these cities, she will still try her best to protect them secretly, which is what she promised to Senior Jing Lexi. Okay. Luo Chuan nodded. This city lord's mansion is really outrageous. If junior sister really wants to manage Qinchuan prefecture in the future, it will be very troublesome. Nandongyu also nodded and reached out to hold Ji Yao's hand under the table. No matter what junior sister Yi decides, he will support her. Okay, then let's find a way to sneak in tonight and see what medicines are sold in the city lord's mansion. Ji pursed her lips and decided. The four of them sat in the hotel lobby and waited until the sun went down. When the sky turned completely dark, Xiao and the four of them looked at each other, stood up, left the inn and rushed towards the city lord's mansion. At this time, the streets were lit with lanterns everywhere, and there were many pedestrians strolling on the streets. Ji Yao and the other four slowly arrived at the city lord's mansion, then put the breath-holding charms on their bodies, and quietly entered the city lord's mansion. Chapter 1652 City Lord. The four of them did not dare to spread their spiritual consciousness at will, for fear of alerting others, so they could only carefully climb over the courtyard wall and jump in. Jia took a few steps tiptoe, then looked around, but she didn't see a single guard. Yao Yao, you don't have to be so timid. Guishui looked at Ji Yao looking guilty, and said to Ji Yao, the monk's senses are extremely sharp, and tiptoeing is of no use. Instead, the breath-gathering charm is more effective. Jia stood up straight after hearing this and smiled awkwardly. This was not the first time she had become a thief. Wasn't she feeling uneasy? Where does this city lord live? Guishui looked around confusedly. The city lord's mansion is so big. Where exactly can I find the city lord? Let's go over there and have a look, Jiu suggested, pointing to the tallest building. Generally speaking, the place where people with status live must be more conspicuous. The four of them found the direction and rushed towards the tallest building carefully. They were cautious all the way, but they successfully reached the tall building without running into any guards at all. Shall we go in? Guishui asked hesitantly. After all, it was not good to break into other people's houses privately. Jia was also a little tangled, but otherwise, they would not be able to contact the city lord at all. Now that they are here, it is unreasonable not to go in and take a look. They're not really thieves anyway, but it seems weird to sneak in. And it's easy for the city lord to mistake him for an enemy, and it will be difficult to deal with it then. With no other choice, Jia came outside the tall building and stretched out her hand to knock on the door. Who are you? The city lord's son suddenly appeared and looked at Jia and the four of them in confusion. He thought he had seen it wrong, so he hit his eyes hard with his hands. After confirming that they were four strangers, he suddenly screamed loudly, Help! Someone wants to kidnap me! His loud voice echoed throughout the city lord's palace, and several rooms suddenly lit up. Jia's heart skipped a beat, and she wanted to step forward and cover the young man's mouth to avoid misunderstanding. However, these are of no use and can only be explained later. Son! Son! Are you okay? City Lord Yiga shouted in a panic. It was not easy for him to have such a successor, and he was still waiting for him to grow up and take over his position. Dad! Someone is trying to kidnap me! The young man shouted loudly, but there was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, he grinned at Ji Yao. Yiga came nearby and saw the four Ji Yao at a glance, and his heart suddenly sank. He fell in front of the young man, pointed his sword in the direction of Nangongyu, and asked in a deep voice, Who are you? What are you doing in my city lord's mansion? Among the four, Nangongyu had the highest cultivation level. Yiga also sensed danger in him, and did not want to take action rashly. City Lord, we are here to find you, but I wonder if it would be convenient for us to take a step to talk. Ji Yao smiled kindly at Yiga and expressed her intention of coming. Humph. Stop pretending. You must have taken a fancy to my young master's qualifications and want to kidnap me. The young man snorted coldly and rolled his eyes arrogantly at Jia. Jia's smile froze for a moment. This little guy is quite thick-skinned. Even worse than Lao Bai. Why are you staring at me? Are you jealous of my good looks? The young man turned his head to the side in disdain. Sooner! Even a person with low emotional intelligence, like the city lord, felt that his face was a little hot. So he yelled. Chapter 1653 Conversation. That's right. The young man was afraid of Yiga, but still muttered unconvinced. Yes. Yiga nodded lightly to Ji Yao, opened the door of the high-rise building next to him, and then walked in. The four of them, Ji Yao, looked at each other and followed them in. The young man wanted to watch the fun and went into the room. Little brat. What are you doing here? Guishi grabbed the boy. They were going to talk about business later, and they couldn't let this kid ruin it. You are the brat. And your whole family is brats. The young man exploded at the first moment and glared at Guishi angrily. Humph. If it weren't for the fact that this was a woman, He would have been rude. Let him come in. Yiga waved his hand, only hating that this kid grew up too slowly. When will he be able to retreat? Guishui curled her lips and closed the door with her backhand. She was worried that this kid would talk nonsense and bring danger to Yao Yao. What should she do? Everyone, please take a seat. Yiga motioned for several people to sit down, with a hint of impatience on his brows. With this little time to greet them, he could absorb a little more spiritual energy. If he hadn't thought that the peak-fid man was a bit dangerous, he would have kicked them out long ago, and he wouldn't be in the mood to entertain them. Jiao and others didn't know what Yiga was thinking, so they sat down. How many of you can talk now? Yiga raised his eyebrows and looked at Ji Yao, who had spoken before. Have the city lord ever heard of Senior Jing Lexi? Ji Yao waved a formation disc with her hand and isolated the surrounding area before asking. She didn't know if there were any spies planted by Gintama in the city lord's palace, so she had better be careful. Of course I know her. She is the former head of our Qingchuan prefecture. Yiga frowned when he heard this and looked at Jia without knowing why. The former state leader has been dead for thousands of years, and I don't know why this little girl mentioned her. Some time ago, I was lucky enough to see a glimpse of the soul of Senior Jing Lexi. Jia pursed her lips and did not say anything about Qingchuan Ling. What? Yiga stood up suddenly and looked at Ji Yao excitedly. His brother-in-law was depressed because of the death of Senior Jing Lexi. Even now, he looks like he has seen through the world of mortals. At the same time, he is still worried about the cause of Jinglex's death. If she had really seen the remnant soul of the former state leader, then she would probably know why the former state leader died. Then do you know? Yiga stared at Ji Yao expectantly and hesitated to speak. Yeah. Ji Yao nodded. Although the city lord hadn't finished speaking, she knew what he was asking. Who is it? Tell me who it is. Yiga slammed the table angrily. If he knew who killed the former state leader, he would definitely avenge her. We want to meet Senior Yi Xianyan. Jiu stood up and said seriously. I'm afraid only their generation will know more about what happened back then. She only knew that Gintama had harmed Senior Jinglexi, but she had no idea why. Why did two people who grew up relying on each other become life and death enemies? Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Yiga hesitated, but the other party seemed to have no need to lie to him, and there would be no benefit from this. This junior will never dare to deceive the city lord. Jia looked at Yiga sincerely and promised. Okay, then you can only wait a few days. My uncle is not in the empty city. Yiga chose to believe Jiu. Anyway, if the other party dared to lie to him, his uncle would not let them go when the time came. Chapter 1654 Yi Xianyun. In this way, Jiao and others temporarily stayed in the city lord's mansion, and they were all waiting for Yi Xuanyun's arrival. Bang! Young Yi Sun was thrown to the ground by Guishui again, causing dust to fly everywhere. Why? You're still here? Guishui raised her eyebrows at Yi Sun, who was on the ground. This kid was clamoring to fight her every day, and now he was getting more and more excited. Humph! Yi Sun stood up suddenly and rushed towards Guishui again. He accidentally discovered Guishui's strength a few days ago, which made his eyes light up as he wanted to become a physical practitioner. And then he began to harass her in various ways. Originally, he wanted to become a physical practitioner. It would be great to fight with fists, but his father felt that physical training was a waste of his talent, so he forced him to practice physical training. Snort! He knew that his father wanted to go and be free as soon as possible, so he deliberately fished for 3 days and dried nets for 2 days, but did not practice seriously. Now I am still lingering in the Qi training period. Guishui shook her head helplessly, but still became a sparring partner. She could tell that this kid really liked training. Ji Yao, Nan Dongyu, and Luo Chuan were all sitting in the yard, looking at Guishui amusedly coaxing the children. It's hard to see that Shui still has such patience. At this moment, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed in the courtyard. Yi Sun was startled and his whole body was thrown away. Shio and the others immediately stood up warily and looked at the male cultivator in front of them. The male cultivator looked to be middle-aged, but his beard was already hanging long. Although the monk's skin was tight, his eyes had a look of old age, giving people a sense of vicissitudes of life. Senior Yi Xianyun? Shio called tentatively. Have you seen Lexi? The male cultivator's lifeless eyes lit up with a glimmer of light when he mentioned the word, Lexi. Yes. Shia nodded and confirmed the identity of the person in front of her. She has died? Although he had seen Lexi's soul lamp extinguished, he had never seen the corpse, and he still maintained a trace of hope. I hope that person is still alive. And I hope that person will reject him coldly. As long as she is alive. Yeah. Gio pursed her lips and responded with complicated emotions. It is really a pity that such an outstanding person, Senior Jing Lexi, has fallen like this. If she were still alive, she would probably be in the Mahayana stage now. And Qingchuan Prefecture would definitely be more prosperous. Yi Xianyan received this unsurprising answer. But he still couldn't help but swayed. The last trace of luck in his heart disappeared. Sit down. Yi Xianyan came to the stone table and sat down. After getting the definite answer, although he was sad, he felt a little more relaxed. He has always chosen to escape. But it seems that nothing has changed. The Qingchuan order is in your hands. Yi Xianyan looked into Ji Yao's eyes and pointed this out straightforwardly. Yes. Jia could also guess that Yi Xianyan would see it and take out the Qingchuan order directly. Yi Xuanyan's eyes instantly turned red when he saw the Qingchuan order. The image of Lexi taking out the Qingchuan order and preaching the meaning it represented at the former state leader ceremony appeared in front of his eyes. That scene seemed like just yesterday. But she left forever. Yi Xianyan reached out and picked up the Qingchuan Ling and held it tightly in his hand. This Qingchuan Lingshang now has the aura of another person. And that person is really gone. Ha ha. Yi Xianyan smiled sadly. Chapter 1655 The Truth. Who is the murderer? After a while, Yi Xianyan calmed down and asked in a deep voice. It's Gintama. Jia whispered back. Who? Yi Xianyan stood up suddenly, with disbelief on his face. Silver Soul. Jia looked at Yi Xianyan steadily. Most people may not have expected this. It turned out to be him. Yi Xianyan thought about many people. But he never thought it would be Gintama. Gintama and Lexi grew up together. They rebelled against the sect together and experienced countless pursuits before finally establishing Qingchuan Prefecture. He was once rejected by Lexi, and he specifically asked if it was because of Gintama. Lexi told him that Gintama is her only relative and the most important person in her life. He had also seen Gintama risking his life to save Lexi. Now tell him, the person who killed Lexi was actually Gintama? If this were true, how disappointed and sad would it have been when Lexi died? When he thought of this, Yi Xianyan felt his heart aching and reached out to cover his heart. Even he couldn't bear this result. What about Lexi? Did Lexi leave any other words? Yi Xianyan suppressed the sadness and anger in his heart. When he understood the situation clearly, he went to Yinthan to avenge Lexi. Senior, I hope Qingchuan Prefecture will be well. Jia felt uncomfortable and replied in a low voice. Nandong held Ji Yao's hand comfortingly, and then stretched out his other hand to trim her ears and hair. The out-tempered Yisun stopped talking in the corner. He naturally knew about Gintama, but he didn't expect that person to kill the former state leader. Since you are her chosen successor, I will respect her decision. Yi Xianyan paused and took a look at Ji Yao's cultivation, feeling quite satisfied. I will also help you. And I can also help you communicate with other old city lords. Yi Xianyan always wanted to do something for Lexi, but he never had the chance. Now that he can fulfill Lexi's last wish, he will feel much better. Thank you, Senior. Jia cupped her fists and thanked her. If Yi Xianyan came forward, they would save a lot of effort. After all, other cities are not as loose as the empty city, and it is not easy to meet the city lord. As for Silver Soul, Yi Xianyan said this. His whole body was filled with murderous aura, and he already hated him in his heart. Senior Jinglex's soul has dissipated, and there are only my one-sided words. Gintama will definitely not admit that he killed Senior Jinglexi. Jia frowned. If Gintama doesn't admit it, then even if she kills Gintama, she will not admit it. It will not be accepted by the people of Qingchuan Prefecture. Everyone would think that she deliberately framed Gintama for power. After all, even Yi Xianyan was so surprised, let alone others. The reason why Yi Xianyan trusted her was because the Qingchuan Order recognized her as his master. If the Qingchuan Order did not have the will of Senior Jinglexi, it would be impossible for him to recognize her as his master. Even if Senior Jinglexi died, it would be useless. You don't need to get involved in this. I will avenge this. Yi Xianyan refused directly. His beloved woman was killed, and he asked others to avenge him. What does this mean? No. Just as Jia was about to speak, Yi Xianyan left Qingchuan and disappeared. Hey, Senior! Jia blinked. She was not here just to let Yi Xianyan stand out. After she obtained the Qingchuan Order, she naturally wanted to personally avenge Senior Jinglexi. Chapter 1656 Pei and Lu Yaij. Should we go and have a look? Jia frowned slightly. feeling a little worried as she watched Yi Xianyan leave. Gintama and Senior Yi Xianyan were both in the tribulation stage, and she didn't know their strength. And she didn't know whether Senior Yi Xianyan could win. Then let's go and see it together. Guishui had long wanted to see the Silver Soul. If Yao Yao hadn't said she wanted to deal with him personally, she would have dealt with him long ago. And she dared to chase Yao Yao. Now that there is such a good opportunity, she will not let it go. Hey, take me with you. Seeing that the four of them were about to leave, Yisun rushed up and hugged Guishui, wanting her to take him with him. But before he could be picked up, Luo Chuan grabbed him by the back collar. Come up! Luo Chuan released the flying sword, slipped Yixuani onto the flying sword, and then flew towards the main city. Zhio looked at Luo Chuan and Yisun, but thought of Pei Yi and Lu Yaij. She didn't know how long they would have to wait before ascending. She missed them very much. However, it is more important to solve the problem of Gintama right now. Pei Yi! Lu Yaij looked at the fellow junior sister next to Pei Yi and shouted with a bad expression. Since Master and Uncle Master ascended, she followed Uncle Yi. Later, Master Yi also ascended. So she and Pei Yi went around to practice. And now they have advanced to the early stage of becoming a god. Some time ago, the Master's mother ascended to the throne. So she went back to Nangong's house. Only a few days had passed, and there was another woman around Pei Yi. Yaij, I just wanted to go find you. Pei Yi felt happy when he saw Lu Yaij. He smiled and ran a few steps towards Lu Yaij and came to her, completely forgetting about his fellow junior sister beside him. This is for you. Pei Yi placed the formation plate he had just carved in his hand on Lu Yi's finger, looking like he was begging for praise. Lu Yaij stared at the arrayed disc in her hand. When she thought that it might have been carved by Pei Yi and the junior sister, she felt an unspeakable disappointment in her heart. She stuffed the formation disc directly back into Pei Yi's hand, turned around and left. Pei Yi watched Lu Yaij suddenly leave, completely confused, not knowing where he provoked her. However, he had no intention of entertaining his fellow junior sister and asked her to leave. Master, Uncle Lu is just jealous. Hee. Shangwan Liuli, Pei Yi's apprentice, came out and said with a face full of ridicule, What are you talking about? Pei Yi immediately put away his smile and showed his master's face. He must maintain his image in front of his disciples. Well, I heard yesterday that a young genius from the Nangong family likes Uncle Lu and wants to marry her home. Shangwan Liuli spread his hands with a fake sigh. What did you say? Pei Yi's voice suddenly rose. How come he didn't know about this? Master, don't be excited. That little genius Nangong is known as the new generation of Nandongyu. He is the best choice in terms of talent and appearance. He is a perfect match for Uncle Lu. Shangwan Liuli smacked his lips deliberately and continued. So, Master Lu, Master, you should be happy to find such a good Taoist companion. Knowing people but not their hearts. What do you know? Pei Yi pretended to be calm and snorted. But he was secretly worried. I have to go out beforehand. So you can practice well on your own? Pei Yi flicked his sleeves, left the place in a flash, and chased Lu Yaij. TSK. 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 What you say is true. Shangwan Liuli showed a successful smile and went back to practice happily. Chapter 1657 Looking for Silver Soul. On the other side, the four Jia finally followed them to the main city. Where is the Silver Soul? Why can't you hide? Yi Xianyan stood above the city lord's mansion, looking into the mansion with his spiritual consciousness. Senior, the city lord is not in the mansion and has gone out on business. The housekeeper of the city lord's mansion reported to Yi Xianyan tremblingly. Where did he go? Yi Xianyan frowned. He had just scanned around and found no trace of Gintama. This junior doesn't know either. The housekeeper buried his head. But he was worried and didn't know what this person wanted to do. You really don't know? Yi Xuanyan's consciousness was locked tightly on the housekeeper. If he lied, he would be found out immediately. I really don't know. The city lord will never tell us. The housekeeper's heart was beating. He was afraid that Yi Xianyan would bring disaster to Qiyu. So he killed him. Tell Yinthan that I, Yi Xianyan, am waiting for him in the main city. If he is a man, let him come back to me. Yi Xianyan also saw that the housekeeper was not lying. Now Yinthan doesn't know where he is. This world of floating dust is too big for him to search everywhere. So it is better to use this provocation method to trick him out. Okay. The housekeeper nodded repeatedly. As long as the city lord comes back, he will naturally not be afraid of this person. Yi Xianyan snorted coldly and landed in the city. At this time, many monks were already alerted, and everyone was talking about why the city lord provoked his enemies. Only some old people in Qinchuan Prefecture recognized the name Yi Xianyun. Senior Yi, Xia, and the other four also followed into the city and came to Yi Xuanyun's side. Why did you come here? Yi Xianyun frowned and looked at Ji Yao, and the four of them dissatisfied. Could it be that they still think he can't deal with Gintama? We just came to take a look. And we also want to do our part for Senior Jing Lexi. Ji Yao explained and looked around. This Gintama is not in the city. Is he still looking for her? How long has it been since this happened? It's unlikely. Senior Yi, look at there is a woman in the city lord's palace. Ji Yao thought of the woman who had escaped from marriage after going back with Yinthan and never showing her face again. Decades have passed. Why has she never shown up? Have you already left? Or, this was not because Ji Yao was overthinking it, but because Ji Yao felt that the evil cultivator whom Gintama had saved was suspicious. First of all, why would a disciple from a well-known and upright sect want to save an evil cultivator? Secondly, why did Gintama suddenly take action against Jing Lei with such a good relationship between the two? Xia felt that if she wanted to find out the reason, she might have to find the reason in the issue of evil cultivation. The most likely possibility now is that Gintama was taken away by that evil cultivator. So he did a series of things. However, if your body is taken away, it will usually be easily noticed by others, unless there is some treasure to cover it up. Moreover, the two of them were so familiar with each other. If Gintama was really taken away, Senior Jinglexi would definitely be able to detect it and be on guard against him. So he would not be harmed so easily. Shio frowned more and more as she thought about it. This didn't seem to make sense. Now it seems that only by letting Gintama tell the truth personally can they understand the truth. No, there is not a single woman in the city lord's palace. Yi Xianyun used his spiritual consciousness to search carefully, but he did not find a woman. He raised his eyebrows in confusion. It was indeed strange that there was not even a single woman in such a large city lord's palace. Chapter 1658 Separation. I'll wait in the main city for a while. If Gintama doesn't come back, I'll go out to look for him. As for the other city lords, I will send a message to tell them. If Gintama wants to run away, it depends on whether we agree or not. Yi Xianyun snorted coldly. He said, no matter what, he would find Gintama. You go and do your own business. Especially little girl. Your cultivation level is too low. Yi Xianyun shook his head at Jia. Even if she had the Qinchuan order and had no strength, the people below would be dissatisfied and do things in a submissive manner. I understand. Jia nodded in agreement. Her strength was indeed not enough. But she had advanced rapidly during this period. She was worried that her rush to improve her cultivation would affect her state of mind. Therefore, she must continue to practice everywhere, improve her state of mind, and improve her cultivation level at the same time, so that her foundation will be stable. And Shui and the others can't be allowed to follow them, because they have high cultivation and strong strength. Even if she still fights with all her strength, she really won't have such a big sense of crisis in her heart. This is also a shortcoming of hers that needs to be corrected gradually. Now Gintama knows that someone is blocking him, and he doesn't know if he will show up. This also gives her time to grow up. Let's go. Let's go. Yi Xianyun waved his hand, randomly selected an inn closest to the city lord's palace, and then sent the communication talisman to the 11 old friends. The four Xiao had no choice but to leave the main city first. After all, it was useless to stay here. Not long after leaving the city, Nan Dongyu received the messenger talisman, which was sent by his mother Lu Huanxue. Nan Dongyu and Ji Yao were both overjoyed, and their moods became happy due to the influence of the Silver Soul. Senior brother Nangong, go and pick up Senior Lu back to Nangong's home. Ji Yao was worried about Lu Huanxue's safety. After all, the place where she ascended was in the eastern region. Senior brother and Shui, you should also go and practice around. Don't worry about me all the time. Xia didn't want to waste their time because of her own affairs. I also plan to practice everywhere. With you here, I only need to take action. Xia looked at the disapproval of several people and joked with a smile. When Nagongyu heard this, he immediately understood what Jia meant. Although he was reluctant to give up, he also respected her thoughts. He took out a lot of life-saving things from the storage ring and gave them all to Jia. Seeing that Nagongyu was like this, Luo Chuan and Guishi said nothing more. After all, Yao Yao was not a weakling, so there was no need to worry too much. I'm just worried about that silver soul. Guishui held Ji Yao's hand. He is not afraid of anything else. But he is afraid that the Silver Soul will come out to cause trouble. What will happen if she is not with Xia when the time comes? My ancestor prepared a yin-yang chain for me. The other end of the yang chain is at Phoenix Ruins. If my life is really hanging by a thread, I can go back to Phoenix Ruins directly. Ji Yao felt warm in her heart and squeezed Guishui's hand. After she was hunted down, the ancestor reseparated the key to the yin-yang chain and placed the yang chain in the Phoenix Ruins, preparing an escape route for her. Upon hearing this arrangement, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief and said nothing more. After leaving the main city, Luo Chuan and Guishui parted ways with Ji Yao. I'm leaving. Take good care of yourself. Nan Dongyu held Ji Yao's hand, feeling reluctant in his heart before leaving. You should also pay attention to your safety and say Lo to Senior Lu for me. Xia was also very reluctant to leave. But the world of cultivation is like this. Even Taoist couples cannot stay together forever. Chapter 1659 The Culprit. Nan Dongyu looked into Ji Yao's eyes, reached out and gently held her face, and gently kissed her forehead. This was the first time Xia was kissed. Her face suddenly turned red, and her heart was beating wildly. I'll leave first. She took out Yunling in a panic, not even daring to look at Nan Dongyu, and ran away in a hurry. Nan Dongyu looked at Ji Yao's running back, but slowly raised the corners of his mouth, and his eyes seemed to be filled with stars. He stood there for a while, and then rushed towards the east territory. Ji Yao, on the other hand, slowly slowed down after flying far away, her heart still beating rapidly. Although Xia felt very panicked, she smiled sweetly when she thought of that kiss. It turns out that this is what it feels like to be kissed by the person you like. City Lord, a man named Yi Xianyan has come to the main city to look for you. It doesn't look like a good thing. The butler's voice came from the transmission note, making Yinthan's heart sink. He was very familiar with Yi Xianyan and had dealt with him many times before. But since Jinglex's death, he handed over the city to his own people and then disappeared. Now that he suddenly comes to see him, there is something wrong no matter how you look at it. Coupled with what happened with the 9-turned blood lotus before, he always felt that someone had obtained the inheritance of Jingle Creek and knew what happened back then. Now, I'm afraid Yi Xianyun is here to take revenge. Thinking of this possibility, Gintama's expression quickly darkened. If he hadn't killed the fire-breathing dragon, he wouldn't have destroyed his physical body. Only his soul escaped and succumbed to a sea of evil consciousness. Later, he met Gintama and took a fancy to his qualifications. So he tried to find a way to seize the body. But when he thought of the small group of souls still sealed in the sea of consciousness, he snorted in his heart. If this guy didn't have that treasure to protect his soul, he would have completely taken him away. There is no need to leave a hidden danger in the sea of consciousness like this. But it was also thanks to that small group of souls that he was not discovered by Jing Lexi. Otherwise he would not be able to kill her. I don't know what the expression will be like when that ball of soul wakes up and learns the cruel truth. Gintama looked at the woman coming out of the mine in the distance, his eyes flashing. He must speed up his pace now. If those old guys unite to deal with him, then he will be really in danger. Thinking of this, he greeted Nanshinga with a smile on his face. Nanshinga looked at the silver soul walking towards him, and his heart became heavier and heavier. At first, she just felt that this person had some agenda. But now, she really felt that this person was up to something bad. She is a natural with spirit and can communicate with plants. So during this period of time, the plants have been paying attention to this person. The last news she got was that this person always showed strange expressions after she left, and it looked abnormal. But the other party obviously wouldn't give up just like that. If she resisted blindly, she could easily lose her life. In this case, she might as well pretend to cooperate with Gintama and see what he is planning. After making the decision, Nanshinga adjusted his expression and walked towards Gintama. I heard you were looking for me. The fire dragon emerged from the blood pool and turned into a human form and came to the mother of dragons. At this time, the fire dragon looked like a baby, but the expression on his face was very mature, like a little adult who was as big as a kid. Chapter 1660 Inner Alchemy. The mother of dragons looked at the fire dragon's appearance and remembered her son's appearance when he was a child. Guilt filled her heart again, as she had almost destroyed an innocent child. I called you here to apologize to you, and at the same time, you are welcome to come to me for revenge in the future. Mother Dragon smiled gently. If the other party really hates her, it can encourage him to grow. Huolong frowned when he heard this. Could this woman be trying to play another trick? The mother of dragons looked at the questioning gaze of the fire dragon and didn't explain anything. She didn't deny what she had done wrong. And she welcomed the little guy to seek revenge from her. There is another thing. There is an inner elixir left by your mother in the forbidden area of the dragon clan. There is probably the last trace of your mother's soul left in it, which may allow you to understand the original truth. Mother of dragons thought at that time. The Dragon King looked lost and twitched his lips with a smile. People who have been passionate since ancient times are the most ruthless. What? The fire dragon trotted to the mother of dragons in a few steps, looking at the mother of dragons with excitement and sadness. That inner elixir was placed in the forbidden area by your father, just to leave it to you. Long Yu calmly stated the reason for the matter. Now that she saw through it, she didn't care anymore. I'll go find him right now. The fire dragon's eyes were slightly red, and he ran out and ran towards the Dragon King's palace. The mother of dragons looked at the back of the fire dragon running out, sighed inaudibly, turned around and returned to the retreat room. Everything in the world is changeable, and only strength is the ultimate reliance. This is your mother's inner elixir, the Dragon King said melancholy as he looked at the inner elixir that exuded a hazy silver light. Unknowingly, she has been gone for so long. Mom? Fire Dragon stretched out his little hand towards the inner elixir in the box, but withdrew his hand when he was about to touch it. He was a little scared, afraid to accept the fact that his mother had died. Go! The Dragon King encouraged him. This was an unchangeable fact, and the younger son would have to face it sooner or later. The fire dragon pursed his lips, and finally stretched out his little hand to grab the inner elixir. Suddenly, an extremely cordial feeling came over, and the fire dragon's tears instantly fell. This gentle feeling made him feel so warm and kind. But he no longer had a mother. You can take the inner elixir here. The Dragon King patted the fire dragon's little head, took one last look at the inner elixir, and turned around to leave. He felt very sad, but he couldn't do anything. He didn't even find out who his enemy was after so many years. He felt sorry for her. The fire dragon rubbed the inner elixir in his hand, took it to his cheek, and rubbed it gently. Mother! Fire Dragon called with tears in his eyes, but Niden could no longer respond to him. It took a long time for the fire dragon to break free from his sad emotions. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes, and he drank the inner elixir. Suddenly, an extremely huge amount of spiritual power overflowed from the inner elixir and rushed towards the fire dragon's body. The fire dragon controlled the majestic spiritual power, absorbed it with concentration, and worked hard to improve his cultivation. These were all left to him by his mother, and he must not waste any of them. At this moment, the spirit of the fire dragon suddenly came to a strange space, where the clouds and mist were shrouded. The birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. Like a fairyland, the fire dragon stomped on the grass at his feet in confusion, looking around, trying to find his mother's figure. Child! A figure descended from the sky and landed not far in front of the fire dragon. Mom! The fire dragon shouted and pounced on the figure. Chapter 1661 Mother and Son Meet. Wolong hugged his mother's calf tightly and cried sadly. The blood in his body reminded him that this was his mother. Good boy! Yuanka knelt down gently and touched the fire dragon's head. This is her baby. Fire dragon cried sadly on Yuanka's shoulder, and started to hiccup in the end. Stop crying! Yuanka patted the fire dragon's back gently, with a flash of regret in his eyes. Such a well-behaved child. But she didn't have the chance to watch him grow up. My child! This is the last trace of my mother's soul. This inner elixir is also the last thing my mother can leave to you. Yuanka gently followed the fire dragon's back. Hiccup! Mom! Fire dragon sobbed uncomfortably, finding it difficult to say a complete sentence. My child! My mother was originally from the divine dragon clan in the god realm. But because she was chased by her enemies, she accidentally fell into the world of floating dust. She met your father when her life was hanging by a thread. Yuanka thought of that man, with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Finally, let me have you. My child, you must practice hard and return to the god realm and our tribe in the future. Wherever you are, your tribe will protect you. Yuanka stared into the fire dragon's eyes and warned solemnly. It was her regret that she could not return to the god realm. She hoped that her children could return to their clan. Okay, I will definitely work very hard. Huolong nodded vigorously, wanting his mother to see her determination. Good boy. Yuanka gently kissed the fire dragon's forehead. Her child was very good. You must remember that mother really loves you. Yuanka's eyes were slightly red, but there was a smile on her face. Her body gradually became transparent, and finally completely disappeared into the air. Yuan did not leave any clues about her enemy. She only hoped that her child could grow up in peace, and did not want him to be involved in danger. Mother! Wulong looked at the empty space and shouted loudly. But no one could respond to him. On the other side, Xiao is still in the central region, but has left Qinchuan Prefecture. A few days ago, she received a letter from Senior Yi Xianyun. The 12 old city lords have all gathered together and decided to take revenge on Yinthan together. At the same time, they also expressed their support for Ji Yao to ascend to the position of State Lord. They all respected Jinglex's decision and believed in her choice. However, Gintama has now lost its trace. They asked Shaoyan Pavilion for information, but still got no result. Xia didn't expect those old city lords to be so easy to talk to. She had planned to use various methods to impress them, but now it seemed that improving her strength was the most important thing. She looked at the map in her hand. She was now at the west side of the central domain. This place is full of spiritual power, but rarely populated because it is said that there are man-eating monsters here. Xia was just passing by here, so naturally, she wouldn't kill someone intentionally. She just looked at it curiously and left. But she didn't go far when she felt someone following her. Her heart sank, and she held Li Yuan's hand tightly. Already on guard, Xia took a few steps forward, then suddenly turned around. And sure enough, she saw a strange figure. That's not a human being. Specifically, not a normal human being. Following her was a person in liquid form, the color of which was pitch black. It's just the white features on his face that add a terrifying color to him. Chapter 1662 Liquid Form Magic Weapon. Seeing the appearance of this person clearly, Xia was shocked. What the hell is this? Robbery! The liquid form person shouted with some stuttering. Xia looked at the opponent's shaking hands and legs and raised her eyebrows strangely. You are human? Oh, I'm not a human. The liquid form man quickly shook his head, as if he was definitely not a human. Did you use a magic weapon? Xia's doubts intensified. This man suddenly appeared here, reminding her of the legend of the man-eating monster. Don't talk nonsense! The liquid form person's heart tightened. Are people today so smart? Xia really believed her idea even more when she heard this. It seemed that this was a disguised form of cultivation. At first glance, it was quite bluffing. Hurry! Hand over all the storage rings. The liquid form person looked at Ji Yao's expression as if she had noticed something, and quickly yelled at Ji Yao aggressively, forgetting to pretend to stutter for a moment. Xia noticed something was wrong in an instant, and teleported away from where she was just now. The moment she left, a drop of black water rose from the ground, returning to her human form in the blink of an eye. TSK. It's rare to meet a smart one. Seeing Xia dodge, the liquid form person smiled coldly. All along, he has used this disguise and stuttering to make others take him lightly and think he is a fool. Unexpectedly, this little girl was actually smart this time. Xia pursed her lips and stared at the liquid form person. But she was thinking in her heart that since she had the luck bonus from Shike World, her intuition was now much more accurate than before. Just now, she actually didn't see anything wrong with the other party. She just thought that the other party used a magic weapon to hide his true face and rob him. Now it seems that this is not a simple role. Little girl, hand over the storage ring quickly. I can spare your life. The liquid form person had a small calculation in his mind. This little girl is so beautiful. If she is sold to Mingchen Tower, it will be a big deal. A large sum of spiritual stones. A flash of light flashed in his eyes. He really didn't open for half a year. And only opened for half a year. Xia didn't answer, and frowned slightly. This person was covered by a magic weapon, so she couldn't clearly see the other person's cultivation level. If this is the period of transcending tribulation, it will be troublesome. But monks in the tribulation stage have their own arrogance, so they shouldn't make a living by robbing. Right. But the specific level of cultivation can only be known after fighting. The worst case scenario is running away. Ji Yao snorted coldly, and instantly slashed through with a reincarnation. The person in liquid form didn't expect Xia to take action as soon as he said it. Without even saying low. In desperation, he suddenly turned into a puddle of water and got into the ground. His cultivation level is not as high as Xi Yao's, but there were many monks with higher cultivation level than her who carried this magic weapon. Therefore, he firmly believes that he can succeed this time. Xia frowned and drew a stroke in the sky. Suddenly, A ninth-order formation was generated, covering the surrounding space. At the same time, she mobilized the power of Earth in the ground to seal the ground, forcing the liquid person out. Are you an array mage? The liquid form man emerged from the ground in a panic and asked with a shocked look on his face. She is not scary even if she is a sword cultivator. But she is an array mage, who is the nemesis of this magic weapon. She didn't answer, and struck at him with her spiritual sword. Chapter 1663 Treasure Map. The person in the liquid form could only take out his spiritual sword to meet him. At the same time, after making the move, he immediately turned into a puddle of water and flowed elsewhere, avoiding Ji Yao's attack. Jia frowned. This method was too time-consuming, and the other party always avoided it. She put away Li Yuan, raised her hand and swiped lightly, and a space crack instantly appeared from behind the liquid form person. Bah! Hearing the sound of airflow in the space, the person in liquid form was startled and quickly flowed to other places. Jia didn't panic at all. The opponent couldn't escape the formation anyway, so she could always catch him. Ah! The liquid form man was accidentally burned by the space crack that suddenly appeared around him, causing his arm to reveal its original appearance. But now the arm was dripping with blood and the bones were exposed. No, fellow Taoist. Wait. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, the person in liquid form quickly shouted loudly. Jia didn't want to give him more time to talk. It was obvious that he was stalling for time. She still controlled the space, and cracks suddenly appeared around him from time to time. Her cover fell more and more, and she could no longer maintain it. Fellow Taoist, please spare my life. The liquid form man begged loudly for mercy while running for his life. Jia still didn't care about him. This person had bad intentions from the beginning. If her strength was lower, we still don't know what the result would be. I have a treasure map here. If you let me go, I will give it to you. Seeing that Jia was indifferent, the liquid form person could only use his trump card. As long as the monk hears the treasure map, his heart will definitely be moved, and no one can escape. He smiled coldly in his heart. As long as the other party gave him a chance, he could kill her. At this time, he didn't plan to sell her for money. He could only rest assured that he would kill such a terrifying character. Jia was not moved at all when she heard this. She believed the words of this kind of robber. He was a real fool. However, she can take advantage of the situation. Jia stopped cracking and looked at him coldly. Hand over the treasure map. Okay. As long as fellow Taoists let me go. The liquid form man smiled smugly in his heart. He was indeed an idiot. He took out a picture from the storage ring and handed it to Ji Yao with trembling hands. When he saw Ji Yao's eyes falling on the treasure map, a murderous look flashed in the liquid form's eyes, and a sickle suddenly appeared in his hand, and he drew it in Ji Yao's direction. At this time, Ji Yao also moved. With a wave of his hand, a space crack suddenly appeared from behind him and passed through his body fiercely. The sickle was still a few centimeters away from Ji Yao, but it could no longer move forward. The man in liquid form split into two and fell to the ground. The liquid magic weapon on his body finally failed, revealing his original appearance. Ji Yao glanced at it and saw that this person was just a peak distraction. But he dared to rob her of a combined period. He was really a very brave person who was not afraid of death. However, it took her so long to reach the peak of distraction. This liquid magic weapon is really a treasure. Unfortunately, it has been almost destroyed and is no longer usable. Jia walked to the body, put away his storage ring, and finally laid her eyes on the picture in his hand. She bent down and picked up the picture, and found that it really had a winding route drawn on it. At the end of the route is a cave with two words, Qin Tian, next to it. Jia raised her eyebrows. Could this really be the cave of a certain senior? Chapter 1664 Lu Huanxue. However, this map shows that it is not in the central domain, and is very far away from where Shiyou is. But she was already experiencing it now, so it would be good to rush there slowly. However, the name Qin Tian always felt familiar to her, as if she had seen it somewhere. Xia disposed of the body, then took out Yunling and rushed towards the nearest city. When she arrived in the city, Xia went directly to the bookstore and bought a biography of a famous person in the world of dust. Soon, she found the name Qin Tian. Qin Tian, the chief disciple of Qi Yun sect in the central region, was extremely talented. He entered the tribulation stage at the age of more than 1,000 years old. When he was about to break through to the Mahayana stage, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. Even now, there is no news about him. But one day, Qin Tian's soul lamp almost went out, although it was finally rekindled. Its light was still dim. Everyone speculates that he had an accident and is now trapped somewhere. Xia closed the book, and Qin Tian suddenly disappeared. Could it be that the place shown on the map is the place where he is trapped now? Or is it his former cave? Xia pursed her lips. She didn't know where to go. This map gave her a direction to explore. This time when Senior Lu came up, she should have accompanied Nandong Yu to pick him up. But she didn't feel that before. Now that the relationship was clear, she was a little embarrassed to see Senior Lu. But with Senior Brother Nandong here, she is not worried. She will wait until she is ready to see Senior Lu. After putting away the books, Xia rested for the night and set off towards the western region early the next morning. Why are you looking for me? Nanxingga frowned and looked at the silver soul in front of him. A little impatiently. Send it to you. Yinten held a bouquet of flowers picked in the mountains in his hand and extended it to Nanxingga with a smile on his face. Nanxingga was stunned. She looked into Yinten's sincere eyes, and a complex feeling flashed in her heart. It turned out that this person really wanted to deceive her feelings. Originally, she thought that this man's purpose was something in her. It was not until recently that he started to be courteous in various ways that Nanxingga finally understood his purpose. But what was the purpose of deceiving her feelings? What's the effect? Nanxingga's eyes flashed, and he took the bouquet unnaturally. Yeah, she hummed lightly, turned around and left with the flowers. Gintama saw her leaving and smiled. He knew that with his charm and experience, there was no reason why he couldn't win over such a silly woman. It seems that his goal is about to be achieved. As long as she agrees to practice that skill, he can take her to that place. On the other side, Nandong Yu finally received Lu Huanxue, and his father actually arrived one step ahead of him. When Lu Huanxue saw the two of them, her eyes suddenly watered. Years of missing them made her eyes red. But her tears were quickly suppressed when she realized that Nangong Che was not here. Where's Xiao Che? Lu Huanxue frowned coldly and snorted coldly. Is that kid running around again? I knew he had this kind of character. Okay. Xiao Che is still on the way here. No matter how playful you are. Why don't I come to pick you up? Nandong Yueza smiled and stepped forward to hold Lu Huanxue's hand and coaxed. He waited for decades, and Shuer finally ascended. That's pretty much it. Lu Huanxue raised an eyebrow, thinking that the boy had some conscience. Chapter 1665 Discussion. By the way, how is Yao Yao doing lately? Is everything okay? Lu Huanxue had too many things to ask, so she asked while holding someone in her arms and walking. By the way, there is also my father-in-law. He has been ascending for a while. I don't know if it's okay. Lu Huanxue looked at Nandong Yu and asked curiously. When Nandong Yu heard the words, father-in-law, the tips of his ears turned red. Everything is fine, he replied briefly, and immediately closed his mouth. Huh? Lu Huanxue was very familiar with her son. When she saw this appearance, she understood instantly. Her eyes instantly became moist again, and Yu finally returned to normal emotions. The big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground, making her almost unable to hold back. Nandong Yueza squeezed Lu Huanxue's hand. He could understand that his wife had always felt guilty about Yu for so many years. But now that everything is over, their family will get better and better. I'm fine. Nandong Yu pursed his lips. He could see that his mother felt sorry for him. Now, he could also understand what it means to feel distressed and what it means to be sad. Well, that's a good thing. Lu Huanxue sniffed sheepishly. She almost cried in front of her child just now. Nandong Yu took out the spirit boat, took Lu Huanxue and Nandong Yueza on it, and flew towards the North Territory. By the way, how are you and Yao Yao doing now? Lu Huanxue got on the spirit boat, and only then did she remember the issue she had just ignored. She was so happy before that she almost ignored the matter. Nandong Yueza also raised his eyebrows with interest when he heard this. Looking like he was watching the fun, Nandong Yu felt uncomfortable under the gazes of the two people, but he still answered the questions truthfully. I want to become a Taoist couple with junior sister Yi. He looked at Lu Huanxue with extremely serious eyes. In this life, he would stay by her side and be there when she needed her. Nandong Yueza almost choked on his own saliva when he heard this. In the past, he always thought that Shuer was hot-tempered and wanted to bring the two people together. Now, Yu actually wants to marry Yao Yao. Nandong Yueza patted Nandong Yu on the shoulder. He was worthy of being his son. This was really a blockbuster. Lu Huanxue was stunned for a few seconds, and after reacting, she stood up in excitement. That's great. You've finally come to your senses. Let me tell you, if you don't take good care of such a good girl like Yao Yao, you may be kidnapped by someone in the future. You may cry then. Lu Huanxue was excitedly walking around on the spirit boat, wishing she could hold the ceremony for them now. Maybe next year, she can have grandchildren? Lu Huanxue was dreaming beautifully, but suddenly thought that her biological mother had not yet ascended. Suddenly, her enthusiasm was extinguished, and she sat down listlessly again. My mother-in-law hasn't ascended yet. I'm afraid it will take many years. Lu Huanxue rubbed her forehead. If her mother-in-law didn't ascend, there would always be something missing from this ceremony, and that girl Yao Yao probably wouldn't want to. No rush. Nan Dongyu shook his head. He just told his parents his attitude, and was not in a hurry to hold the ceremony. Junior sister Yi said that they need to fall in love first and cannot get married so soon. That's okay. Once our mother-in-law ascends to heaven, we will propose marriage. Lu Huanxue agreed with a smile, as if she had already seen that day. Nan Dongyu made no objection and continued to drive the spirit boat towards the northern region. Chapter 1666. The monk on his way. 2 months later, Xia finally left the border of the central region and arrived at the border of the western region. Xia looked at the monks galloping on horseback on the road and raised her eyebrows curiously. Do all the monks here like to ride horses? She did not stop Yunling rashly, but still flew forward, planning to go to the nearest city to rest for a while. But before we even reached the city, it was already dark. Xia didn't plan to set out at night, as she could easily run into trouble. She landed on the ground and planned to rest there for the night. Just as he took out the mobile cabin, a group of people came riding horses from the front. The horse ran so fast that the ground shook. Xia frowned, but didn't care. After all, she didn't live on the road and block other people's way. However, that group of people actually chose to stop here. Xia suddenly felt wary and didn't want to cause trouble. Fellow Taoist, it's already dark. I wonder if I can stay here for the night. The leading monk came not far from Xiao and saluted with cupped fists. The group of people were looking for a place to stay, and when they saw this hut, they were immediately moved. Living in such an exquisite house is definitely better than living in a cave. Besides, there are so many of them, so they are not afraid of danger. Xia looked at the group of 5 people in front of her. The leader was a man who was in the middle stage of fusion. Among the other 4 people, 3 male cultivators were in the early stage of fusion, and the other female cultivator was in the late stage of fusion. Okay. Xia did not refuse. It seemed that the other party did not have any bad intentions. If the other party really has intentions, if she refuses, the other party will not be polite to her. Thank you, fellow Taoist. The leading man looked happy and directed the other male cultivators to hunt some prey, and then set up a grill with the female cultivator. When the prey came back, a group of people started to barbecue. The bonfire was crackling and burning, which was very conspicuous in the dark environment. Xia stayed in her room, observing several people with her consciousness. Her soul has passed through the immortal transformation pond and is now in the middle stage of transcending the tribulation. So this group of people cannot notice it at all. Fellow Taoist, would you like some barbecue? The leading man came to the house and asked, holding the barbecue. No, thank you, fellow Taoist. Xia refused directly. You can't eat food from a stranger casually. The leading man didn't force himself and returned to the campfire with the barbecue. Senior brother, I noticed that besides us, many people seem to be coming to the western region. Do you think it is possible? A male cultivator asked hesitantly. Along the way, they met many groups of people. Normally, he wouldn't have cared about it, but during this sensitive period, it made him somewhat suspicious of those people's intentions. Well, it's possible. The leading male cultivator frowned. Things seem to be unusual these days. Stop talking. The female cultivator, who had never spoken a word, scolded her coldly. She glanced at the direction of the house, and then turned her head. The others understood instantly, and shut up and stopped discussing the matter. Xiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems like what happened in the western region. Early on the next morning, a group of 5 people thanked Xiyao again, and then continued to set off on horseback. Xia put away her house, and followed Yunling to continue heading into the western region. Along the way, she found more and more monks on their way, all seeming to be heading in the same direction as her. Xia's heart sank, and she had a bad guess in her mind. Chapter 1667. Qintian. Could it be that these people are all going to the Qintian cave mansion? If not, It would be too much of a coincidence that so many people were heading in the same direction. But if everyone gets the map, then the purpose of the map being leaked needs to be considered. However, all this is Jia's guess, and the specific situation will need to be determined over time depending on the situation. What are you doing? Nanshinga looked at the food on the table. His forehead twitched, and he felt more uneasy. This person went out of his way to please her. What on earth did he want to do? Sit down and eat. Yinthan curled his lips, pressed Nanshinga's shoulders, and pushed her to sit down on the stool. Try it and see if it tastes good. This is my first time cooking. With a smile on his face, Gintama handed the chopsticks to the Nanshin singer like a treasure. Nanshinga endured the discomfort in her heart and made no move to resist. She wanted to see what the other party was planning. Nanshinga picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth under Gintama's expectant gaze. As soon as she swallowed something, she immediately used her would attribute spiritual power to wrap it up, fearing that there might be something wrong with the food. It tastes bad, Nanshinga said with a somewhat moved but stubborn look. She didn't know that her disguise was unsuccessful. But if she was asked to show love in her eyes, she felt that she couldn't do it even in disguise. Gintama was overjoyed when he heard this. The other party was willing to eat what he had prepared without any precautions. It seemed that he had initially gained the other party's trust. During this period, he took good care of Nanshinga in every possible way. And now, he finally achieved some results. But he had to admit that this woman was extremely defensive and was more troublesome than the women he had met before. By the way, what's your name? Nanshinga put down her chopsticks and asked seemingly unintentionally. She had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but she always felt that the time was not right. She planned to summon her parents and ask them to help check this person's identity. Shin Tian. Silver Soul smiled slightly, and when he mentioned this name, he felt a little melancholy in his heart. This name has been buried in the dust for so long that he has almost forgotten his real name. He used to be gifted with extraordinary talents since he was a child, and his cultivation was extremely high at a young age. Many people envied him. I just didn't expect that when he was about to advance to Mahayana, he would see the fire-breathing dragon. At that time, the fire dragon was about to give birth and was weak. How could he miss such a precious divine beast? But I didn't expect that the dragon would be difficult to deal with even in its weak state, and the end result would be that both sides would suffer losses. The dragon tried its best to lay the egg, but then chose to blow himself up in order to save the child. In the end, his body was destroyed, leaving only his dying soul. At that time, he met an evil cultivator who happened to be passing by nearby, and he slipped into a sea of consciousness and fell asleep. When he woke up again, he saw the talented Gintama. Well, I'm busy. Nanshinga nodded, stood up and left the yard. Yinthan looked at Nanshinga's leaving back and took out a map from the storage ring. The place drawn on it was exactly where Jia wanted to go. Gintama reached out and stroked the map. He didn't know how many monks had passed by now. He had prepared a big gift there and was waiting for them. Chapter 1668 True Purpose. After traveling for a period of time, Shio arrived at Shining City in the middle of the western region. During this time, she did notice that many monks were rushing to the western regions, which made her more and more doubtful. She chose an inn at random, but was told that it was full. Shopkeeper, is there anything big going on in the city recently? Why are there so many people? Shio was a little confused. Why is this inn so popular? Not really. The shopkeeper shook his head and said with a smile on his face. Recently, for some unknown reason, many monks have come and gone. As soon as the last batch left, a new batch came. This made him a small profit, and now he feels more intimate when looking at these returning monks, as if he is seeing spiritual stones. It's a pity that his inn is a bit small and can't accommodate so many people. Otherwise, he might have made a lot of spiritual stones this time. Thank you, shopkeeper. Xiao inquired about the news, walked out of the inn, and continued to look for a new inn. On the streets of the city, she also found some familiar faces. The same monks she had met on the road. Jia pursed her lips. This was too much of a coincidence. To find out, she had to ask a monk. But no one else would tell her. After all, who wouldn't hide a treasure? In the end, Jia couldn't find a vacant inn, so she could only leave Shining City after buying the spiritual liquid. The great world of Shikei has been restored some time ago. Now, not only the vitality grass, Babel tree, and the spiritual grass she planted has survived, but small grass seedlings have sprouted on the ground. This means that the Shikei world can already generate life independently. And there will be more and more life forms in the future, eventually forming a complete world. And to make those grasses grow better, this spiritual liquid is indispensable. When Gio came outside the city, she could only continue to live in her hut. She arranged the formation outside the house, and came to the great world of Shike. A group of little guys were also released by Gio, and they had fun everywhere in the world of Shike. Gio poured the spiritual liquid on Xiao Xiao and Ling Xiao, and then took a deep breath, still not aware of the existence of spiritual power. It seems that it is still early for the Shike world to recover. What is this? Nanshinga looked at the somewhat damaged book in his hand, raised his head, and asked as if he was confused. But her heart sank. What was supposed to come finally came. This is a technique I obtained during my previous training. It is an auxiliary technique. Gintama curled his lips and smiled, with a glint in his eyes. Practice it, and you will absorb spiritual power faster, achieving twice the result with half the effort. It won't take long to break through to the integration stage. Gintama said the reason he had thought of long ago, trying to control his inner eagerness. As long as Nanshinga practices this technique, he can absorb her energy and blood to detoxify. By then, all his cultivation will be restored, and the old city lords, who are chasing him, will no longer be a threat. During this period, he no longer dared to return to Qinchuan Prefecture because of the pursuit of those people. After he recovers his cultivation and follows the method given in the ancient book, he can directly ascend to the immortal world and leave this middle-level world. That's the immortal world. He has been practicing for thousands of years. Isn't it just for this day? But because he was reborn, it was almost a fantasy to survive the catastrophe and ascend. Chapter 1669. The goal is achieved. Therefore, he can only ascend through other methods. But he doesn't know how many monks have passed by now. Don't let him live up to his expectations. Really? Nanshinga frowned in confusion, obviously not convinced. However, Gintama felt that Nanshinga's behavior was normal. This woman was very wary. If she accepted her without any suspicion, he would still feel that there was fraud. If you don't believe it, just don't practice. Gintama retreated before advancing, with no trace of anxiety on his face. I do this just because I hope we can ascend together. I don't want to leave you alone. Yinthan looked firmly into Nanshinga's eyes and expressed affectionately. Nanshinga's eyes flashed when he heard this, and he turned his head to the side pretending to be awkward. But in fact, he was afraid that he would be exposed. If he hadn't known that something was wrong with this person, he might have been fooled by his affectionate appearance. I know. She stood up awkwardly, picked up the ancient book, and returned to her room. It's really cute. Gintama smiled evilly, and his whole body and mind relaxed. His goal was finally achieved, and it was not in vain that he spent so much thought and time. Nanshinga returned to the room, but did not practice the exercises. She is not a fool. There must be something wrong with this technique, and naturally she cannot practice it. Some time ago, her parents also sent her a reply. There were many people named Qin Tian, but there was only one who was in the tribulation period, and he has disappeared. Nanshinga pursed her lips. If this person was really Qin Tian, why didn't he dare to go back? With his current level of cultivation, there is nothing to fear. She put the technique away, but planned to pretend that she had practiced it. However, she has been feeling a little uneasy lately, as if something bad is about to happen. At present, it seems that the most likely crisis is this skill and Qin Tian. Nanshinga closed her eyes and took the time to absorb spiritual power and practice. He couldn't get rid of Qin Tian, so he could only try his best to protect himself. Early the next morning, Nanshinga walked out of the room. Pa! She put the technique in front of Gintama and said awkwardly, I haven't practiced it yet. As soon as she finished speaking, she left in a hurry, as if something was chasing her. Ha ha! Yinthan watched Nanshinga leave and couldn't help laughing anymore. He picked up the exercises on the table and finally practiced them. Nanshinga finally practiced them. The day has finally arrived. At the same time, Jia also put away her hut and planned to continue on her way. At this time, she received a messenger from Charmander, saying that he was coming to find her. Beautiful girl! Beautiful girl! Let him come quickly! I want to compete with him to see who is more handsome! The white fox became excited when he heard the voice of the fire dragon, and the guy finally transformed. Not only the white fox, but also several other little guys were excited. After being separated for such a long time, they had long missed the fire dragon. The same was true for Jia. After telling her to pay attention to safety and inform the Dragon King, She told the fire dragon where she was going. After replying the message, Jia continued to walk on Yunling, but was forced to stop before she had gone far. In front of her, a spirit boat was parked in midair. A group of monks stood on the spirit boat, confronting a group of monks on the ground. Jia didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Just as she was about to take a detour, she was discovered by the monks on the spirit boat. "Hey, here comes another one." The monk who discovered Jia whistled happily, his eyes full of excitement. Chapter 1670 Map. They had already made a lot of money in the past 2 months, but they didn't expect that this would hit them. "It's still a fat sheep." Another monk smacked his lips. Just by looking at this beauty's dress, he knew that she must be a rich master. Jia frowned when she heard this. Why did she get robbed again? The monks on the ground also saw Jia, thinking that finally another helper had arrived, and they didn't know if anyone else would come. "Beauty, this road has been booked by us. If you want to pass here, you must leave your storage ring." The leading robber on the spirit boat joked when he saw Jiao's beauty. They have been robbing around here for many years, and the local monks dare not pass by. Unexpectedly, there have been many monks from other places passing by recently. They have been ambushing around here. Once they find monks with lower cultivation levels, they will come out to rob them. If they encounter troublesome monks, they will squat and wait for the next batch, never taking risks. Ji Yao frowned slightly. She compared the strength of the two parties, and found that there were fewer people on their side. No wonder the robbers were so arrogant. However, these robbers can only reach the late stage of integration, so they are not that difficult to deal with. Without saying a word, she took out the yuan and held it in her hand. The robbers did not expect Jia to be so courageous and dare to declare war on her own initiative, and they were all furious. The leader of the robbers felt that Ji Yao had disgraced him, so he waved his spiritual sword and was about to strike at Ji Yao. At this time, he saw Jia suddenly raised her left hand slightly. "Boss, be careful!" The robber on the spirit boat shouted at him, making his heart tighten. He turned around suddenly, but was torn in half by the sudden space crack. "Boss!" Seeing the sudden death of their boss, the robbers thought they were delusional. "You're looking for death!" Another robber rushed towards Ji Yao. This man killed their boss. "Damn it!" Ji Yao pursed her lips. Although this move was a bit sinister, it was very effective. "Work together," she suggested to the people on the ground, and then struck the robber with her sword. The other party's cultivation level is lower than hers, and it is easy to be hit by years. The robber's bone age went from over 1,000 years old to over 5,000 years old in just a few breaths, and his face became extremely old. When he broke free from the years, what greeted him was a flash of sword light, and he ended up being split into two like the boss. The monks and robbers on the ground all trembled in their hearts, seeing how soft and weak this female cultivator was. She turned out to be so cruel and rough when she struck out. And this killing is just like killing a chicken. It is effortless at all. The robbers were a little scared, but they were reluctant to part with the money they got immediately. But now, they couldn't leave even if they wanted to, because the monks on the ground flew into the air and surrounded the spirit boat. Next, the scene was completely reversed. A group of people killed all the robbers on the spirit boat and robbed the other party. Jiu only collected the storage rings of the monks she killed. After disposing of the corpses of the robbers, she left without saying hello to the group of people. The group of people didn't dare to say anything. After all, Jia's strength was there, and no one would bother to get into trouble. After Jia flew out for a while and made sure that no one was around, she began to clean up the storage ring she had obtained before. Chapter 1671, Fraud. This processing shocked her, because she found that there were dozens of Qin Tian cave maps in these storage rings. Ji Yao frowned. These maps must have been snatched by robbers from passing monks, which meant that these people had obtained the maps. She took out her maps and compared them one by one, but didn't find any differences. Jia's heart sank. Her guess was indeed good. The destination of these people was really the same as hers. With so many maps appearing at the same time, there must be something wrong here, and there must be something wrong with the cave. A hint of uneasiness suddenly appeared in her heart. It seemed that this cave was a scam, so she had better not join in the fun. Jia's intuition has always been very accurate. If she feels so uneasy, it means that she may not be able to go to the cave. She could only put the map away and send the communication talisman to the fire dragon to inform it that she had changed direction. Then she changed direction and flew to other places, deciding to change places to practice. Some of the people who participated in the anti-robbery also discovered this. Some cautious monks chose to do the same as Gio and directly changed the direction. After all, if they found out that there was a fraud and risked their lives, then there was something wrong with their brains. However, some monks did not believe in evil. They saw that the opportunity was approaching, and they would not be willing to give up halfway. So they chose to continue heading towards the cave. Mother! Nandong Che's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Lu Huanxue, and he threw himself in front of Lu Huanxue. Ouch! Ouch! It hurts! As soon as Nandong Che got close, Lu Huanxue grabbed his ear and shouted loudly. Huh? Do you still know it hurts? Lu Huanxue let go of her hand, a smile flashing in her eyes. Her relatives are all well, which is the happiest thing in the world. Hee hee. Mother, you haven't ascended for so long. My father misses you. Nandong Che quickly flattered and smiled flatteringly at Lu Huanxue. He had been looking forward to his mother's ascension, and now that she had finally arrived, a stone in his heart fell to the ground. Humph. If you don't practice hard all day, you'll just play around. Lu Huanxue became furious when she saw that Nandong Che was only distracted now. It has been so long since he ascended. This guy must not have practiced well. Hee hee. Aren't I trying my best? Nandong Che said with raised eyebrows as he followed the three of them. He is indeed cultivating seriously now, because Luo Xi's cultivation level is higher than his, and he must catch up. However, looking at the progress of his training, I believe he will be able to advance to the integration level soon. Lu Huanxue glanced at Nandong Che with disbelief. Could it be that his youngest son had changed his gender? Nandong Che did not defend himself. The ancestor of the Feng family had told him that the Feng family would not want a weak son-in-law who would not even be able to protect Luo Xi when in danger. The four of them returned to Nandong's house. After Lu Huanxue was settled, Nandong planned to leave. A few days ago, he sent a messenger talisman to junior sister Yi and learned that she was going to search for a cave. From then on, he felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. Nandong stepped out of Nandong Mansion and immediately sent a communication talisman to Ji Yao, wanting to know her current location. However, the transmission of the messenger talisman takes a certain amount of time, so he can only set off first and rush to the western region. It wasn't until the next day that Nandong received Ji Yao's message. After learning her location, he rushed there with all his strength. Chapter 1672 Brothers. On the other side, Fire Dragon is also planning to leave the Dragon Clan after reporting to the Dragon King. The Dragon King was not at ease at first, but he knew that he could not protect his youngest son blindly, so he could only prepare some life-saving things and let him go. The Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan are families with extremely deep backgrounds in the entire Fuchin realm, and no discerning monk would dare to touch him. However, he still felt uneasy, so he specially called a tribesman to protect him secretly. The Fire Dragon didn't know that someone was protecting him secretly. As soon as he walked out of the clan and was about to take out the flying magic weapon, he was stopped. 19th brother. A gentle voice came, but the Fire Dragon frowned impatiently. What are you doing? Huolong turned around and looked at Song Ji, who was walking over with a cold face. He doesn't like the Dragon Mother, nor does he like this brother. I heard that you were going out. I was worried about you, so I planned to go out with you. Is that okay? Songji pursed his lips and asked expectantly. Growing up, his older brothers and younger brothers didn't like him. But now he finally had a younger brother, and he wanted to develop a relationship with him, just like his father said, to become brothers who love each other. Don't follow me! Fire Dragon frowned, put his hands on his hips angrily, turned around and stepped on the flying magic weapon and left. Songji looked at such a baby with arms akimbo, and felt that his brother was so cute. So he took out his flying magic weapon and followed him. Didn't I tell you not to follow me? Are you annoyed? Huolong suddenly became even more annoyed when he saw Songji catching up. It's just that his voice was young and soft, and he managed to bring out a hint of coquettishness in his angry words. You are too young and in danger. My brother will protect you. Songji's eyes were shining, and he did not notice the Fire Dragon's dissatisfaction with him at all. You don't need to worry about it. The Fire Dragon stamped his foot angrily, and the flying magic weapon under his feet accelerated instantly. Songji looked at the Fire Dragon running away quickly, shaking his head with a hint of endearment and helplessness, but always followed the Fire Dragon, silently protecting him. The Dragon Mother in the clan also learned the news. She slowly opened her eyes, with a flash of complexity in her eyes. In the end, she chose to respect her son's ideas, closed her eyes again, and continued practicing. At the same time, Jia changed her route and came to the nearest city. As soon as she walked into the city, she found that it was extremely deserted and far away from the city she went to before. Jia looked at the 1 or 2 pedestrians who occasionally passed by on the street and frowned in confusion. No matter how you look at this city, it should be a prosperous area. Why is it so deserted? With this doubt in mind, she walked into an inn. And sure enough, she didn't find anyone in the lobby. Shopkeeper, why is there almost no one in this city? Jia came to the counter and asked the shopkeeper for information. I don't know. Since the past few months, there have been fewer and fewer people. Now, there are not many people left in the city. The shopkeeper got a headache when he thought about this. These people didn't know if they were smoking. No matter how crazy they are, most of them ran outside the city. The point is that everyone leaves with a mysterious look, for fear that others will know what they are going to do, let alone reveal the news. No one knows the reason. Jia frowned even more tightly, feeling vaguely that this had something to do with the map. I don't know. How could such a mysterious thing be publicized in such a big way? The shopkeeper shook his head and replied. Chapter 1673 Take Away Nanshinga. Jia thought that this was true. After booking a room, she sat by the window in the lobby and drank spiritual tea. If those people also got the map, they would definitely not publicize it, but would quietly go to the places on the map. After all, no one wants to share opportunities with others. But now that there are more and more people attracting such a large group of monks, what is Qin Tian's plan? Or is it someone else pretending to be Qin Tian? Regardless of whether it was Qin Tian himself or not, this person had very big plans. Otherwise, he would not have issued so many maps. Jia always felt uneasy in her heart, but she didn't intend to leave. Huolong and senior brother Nangong were both on their way, and she was waiting for them here. Silver Soul stood outside the yard, looking at Nanshinga, who was gradually approaching, and felt happy in his heart. As soon as Nanshinga came out of the mine, she saw Yinthan. There was a smile on his face that she had never seen before, but it made her heart sink for no reason. Come back? Gintama leaned against the door frame, with his hands folded across his chest, and his eyes were full of confidence that he would win. Yeah. Nanshinga paused. The uneasiness in her heart made her unwilling to take another step, and even gave her the urge to run. Why don't you come over? Yinthan let go of his hand and slowly approached Nanshinga step by step. Thump thump! Nanshinga's heartbeat was beating hard, but she couldn't move a step because the Silver Soul had locked onto her firmly. Shinga, can I take you somewhere? Yinthan curled his lips, approached Nanshinga, stretched out his hand to lift a strand of her hair, put it to the tip of his nose, and sniffed it gently. Nanshinga endured the nausea in her heart and raised her head with a look of surprise. No, my punishment period has not passed yet. Nanshinga suppressed the panic in his heart and thought about the possibility of escape. You don't have to worry about this at all. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. A smile flashed in Yinthan's eyes, and he grabbed Nanshinga's shoulders, leading her to open the space and step in instantly. What are you doing? Let me go! Nanshinga's heart tightened. She must not leave. She would be in trouble if she left. You're not good! A cold light flashed in Yinthan's eyes, and he directly took action to seal Nanshinga's spiritual power. What do you want to do? Nanshinga's heart sank. Her spiritual power was sealed, and she didn't even have a chance to escape. I don't want to do anything. I just want to take you somewhere. Yinthan touched Nanshinga's face, but saw her suddenly turn her face to the side. Tisk! Gintama wasn't angry either. Now he no longer cared about Nanshinga's attitude. She had already practiced her skills, and that was enough. From now on, he won't have to spend time on her. Silver Soul glanced at Nanshinga and led her towards the western region. Nanshinga was led by Gintama and felt very anxious. But there was no way to escape because the other party's cultivation level was too high. Even if her spiritual power was not sealed, she would not be able to escape at all. Nanshinga had a hunch when Qin Tian handed her the exercise book, so he deliberately said that she had not practiced it. In this way, Qin Tian would definitely think that she was deliberately sarcastic and assume that she had already practiced that technique. Now it seems that the other party really believes it. She had originally thought about asking her parents for help, but when she thought that they were only in the integration stage and were no match for Qin Tian, she gave up. She didn't want her parents to be in danger because of her. As for the Nan family, It is even more impossible for them to disturb the ancestors of the tribulation period for someone like her who killed her own clan. Chapter 1674 Meeting Again. Nanshinga prayed silently in her heart. And now she can only hope that she can save her life without practicing the exercises. However, this hope was too slim. And she knew that she might be doomed this time. 2 months later, Shia walked out of the room, planning to go out and buy some blank array discs. During this period, in addition to practicing, she was carving formation discs. And her life was quite fulfilling. She came to the Jinbao Pavilion, selected a few high-end formation plates, put them away, and rushed to the end without leaving any more. At the same time, Yinthan passed by from above with Nanshinga. During this period, Gintama never stopped rushing for a moment. And his cultivation during the tribulation period allowed him to reach the western region in just 1 month. As soon as he arrived at the border of the western region, Gintama walked out of the space and observed the situation of those cities all the way, wanting to see how the situation he had laid out was going. Seeing the monks rushing towards the cave on the road, Gintama's mood became better and better. He glanced at Nanshinga beside him, who was pale due to the pressure of space and seemed to be about to lose his balance, and twitched the corner of his mouth. Then Gintama casually swept towards the city on the ground, and his fast pace suddenly stopped. He unexpectedly lowered his head and saw Jiao coming out of the treasure pavilion. Jiao has become more sensitive to other people's consciousness since her soul breakthrough, so she noticed it the moment she was scanned. She raised her head and saw someone in the sky at a glance. But when she saw their faces clearly, Jiao was shocked. How could Nanshinga be with Gintama? TSK. It's really hard to find a place without wearing iron shoes. It takes no effort to get here. Gintama looked at Jiao on the ground and smacked his lips. A murderous look flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, Nanshinga glanced down inadvertently and saw Jiao. She suddenly became anxious and quickly winked at Jiao, telling her to leave quickly. Jiao naturally understands what Nanshinga means. There is a big gap between her and Yinthan's cultivation. She is no match at all. Now she has no other choice but to escape. But now Gintama has locked onto her. As long as she moves, Gintama will probably take action. Originally, she wanted to wait until her cultivation level increased before looking for Gintama. But she didn't expect to meet him now. Gintama had a smile on his lips, but there was a murderous aura in his eyes. He did not take action immediately, but looked at Jiao calmly. I wonder how she will escape this time. The last time someone went to the cave, he disappeared suddenly. He had been wondering who could suddenly erase the tracking marks left by him and leave the main city without anyone noticing. It wasn't until later that he learned that the 12 guys had gone to the main city to hunt her down. And there was also the shadow of this woman around them. Now looking at her soaring cultivation, it all made sense. She was the one who went to the cave in the first place. I'm afraid she not only got the 9-turn blood lotus, but also found the Qinchuan order. In the end, it was probably the Feng family ancestor who took her away from him and returned to the northern territory. Gintama smiled coldly. That damn Jing Lexi. He still wanted to leave a backup plan even after he died. He was indeed treacherous. And this woman who had made him suffer twice should not be kept. But just killing her would be too cheap for her. So it would be better to train her into a human elixir. Anyway, he is about to ascend, and the ancestor of the Feng family will no longer pose any threat to him. Ji Yao noticed that Yin Hun's murderous aura was getting heavier and heavier, and her heart became heavier. Chapter 1675 Escape. Shiyu observed the relationship between Nanshinga and Yinthan while thinking about ways to escape. Although she left the yin-yang chain in Phoenix Ruins, it was only used as a life-saving means in times of life and death. If she activates it directly now, her yin and yang chain will lose its meaning and will instead become a stumbling block on her cultivation path. The most effective way at the moment is to use the teleportation talisman to run away first. If you can't run away, then you can only use the yin and yang chain. But Nanshinga was in trouble. She didn't know what the relationship was between the two. After all, Yin Hun was holding Nanshinga's waist at the moment, which reminded her of the incident where Yin Hun had snatched her bride. She wanted to send a message to ask, but Yin Hun was highly skilled and could detect it in an instant, which actually caused Nanshinga to be harmed. Jia's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The current situation was really difficult. Yi Jia! Silver Soul called softly, with a cold light at the corner of his mouth. The Qinchuan order is on you. He no longer cares about the small Qinchuan prefecture, but he still cares about being treated by Jinglexi. Jia's heart tightened, and she held the teleportation talisman tightly in her hand. ready to teleport. She glanced at Nanshinga, but she could only see Nanshinga's slightly anxious eyes. Seeing that Ji Yao remained silent, Han didn't intend to waste any more time, so he directly slapped Ji Yao with his palm. Ji Yao was shocked. As soon as the big palm appeared, a huge pressure came. Even her hand that activated the teleportation talisman was suppressed, and there was a momentary pause. She slashed away with a reincarnation with her right hand, and at the same time, a crack in the controlled space suddenly appeared from behind Gintama. Snort! Gintama snorted coldly, and with a slight movement of his hand, he patted the space crack away. The gap in cultivation is not just for fun. This woman cannot escape today. Seeing the big palm falling directly regardless of reincarnation, Ji Yao immediately teleported and ran far away in a short period of time. Boom! The big palm fell, directly turning the surrounding houses into ruins, and several monks ran out of the ruins. But after everyone saw Gintama's cultivation, they didn't dare to shout loudly, and instead ran outside the city. Silver Soul looked at Ji Yao's back and patted Ji Yao again. Ji Yao had just felt the huge gap between the two, and when she noticed the big palm behind her, her heart sank, and she turned around again and struck with a sword. Boom! The sword light hit the big palm and made a huge noise. The impact spread to all directions, but it still failed to cause any damage to the big palm. Seeing that the gap was really too big and her big palm was about to hit Ji Yao, she immediately activated the teleportation talisman. Right now, she had to escape for her life first. Otherwise, not only would she not be able to take Nanshinga away, but she would also be trapped here. So it was better to find someone to help. Silver Soul frowned upon seeing this, and immediately waved his hand and patted Ji Yao again, trying to stop her movement. At this moment, Nanshinga suddenly slammed into Yinthan. Gintama didn't expect Nanshinga's movements at all. He was knocked sideways, and his big palms were swung in the wrong direction. At this time, Ji Yao had already left the place, and was sent away by the teleportation talisman. Yinthan's face turned completely gloomy. He grabbed Nanshinga's neck and threw her from midair to the ground. Poof! Nanshinga was knocked dizzy, and opened her mouth to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Bitch! Han cursed, flew forward and lifted Nanshinga up, and then chased after Ji in the direction of escape. Chapter 1676 Chase. Nanshinga was dragged by Gintama, with blood still remaining on the corner of his mouth. She noticed that Yinthan was chasing Ji Yao, and she just hoped that Ji Yao would run faster. Even faster. For her, apart from her parents, only senior sister Yi and senior brother Luo gave her a touch of warmth. Ji Yao knew that Silver Soul would definitely catch up, so she used the teleportation talisman to quickly shuttle underground. When one was used up, she immediately took out another without daring to pause for a moment. This experience was too similar to the last time she was hunted down. Even though her cultivation had improved so much, she was still no match. Just as she was fleeing, Nandong Yu's communication talisman suddenly arrived. But at this time, Ji Yao had no time to open it and look at it. Fearing that she would be caught if she paused, Silver Soul has been locking Ji Yao with his spiritual consciousness, and can completely sense the fluctuations of her spiritual energy as she escapes. Ha ha! You won't be so lucky this time. Yinthan smiled coldly and glanced at Nanshinga, whose hand looked like a broken doll. Sure enough, women can only do bad things. If it weren't for her, why would he have wasted his time? Now, he should go back to the cave immediately to make preparations, and not waste time here. However, he has never been a generous person. If Ji ruined his affairs and caused him to suffer a big loss, then he would definitely not leave her alive. Nanshinga stared at Gintama, feeling the wind rushing towards him due to the fast pursuit, and closed his eyes in discomfort. You'd better be obedient. Yinthan tightened his grip on Nanshinga's hand, and the pretense of love on his face was gone. Nanshinga was not surprised at all. This was his true appearance, but he still acted out an unexpected, sad but stubborn expression, fearing that Gintama would become suspicious and suspect that she had not practiced the technique. Seeing Nanshinga's expression, Yinthan finally felt better. It seemed that this woman still loved him, but she was just worried about her fellow senior sister. However, these women are really naive. Every time he treats them better and acts more affectionately, he can win their hearts and fall in love with him. Even in the end, when he said he would train them into human elixirs, they didn't believe him. Huh? Gintama sneered. These people are really boring. These thoughts just passed by in a flash. Silver Soul was still following Ji Yao, He didn't believe that the other party's teleportation talisman was not used up, and there would always be a time to stop. Jiyu Underground became more and more anxious. She sent out her spiritual consciousness. There was a wide road ahead, and there was no place to hide. Jiyu could only continue to take out the teleportation talisman and keep running forward, trying to find a place to hide. Just when Jiyu was anxious, Silver Soul and Midair suddenly encountered trouble. It was another group of robbers. When Jiyu discovered the robbers, she felt for the first time that the robbers appeared too soon. Seeing that Gintama was being held back, she ran away faster and faster. "You too! Stop!" The robbers on the spirit boat shouted loudly from a distance before they could see Gintama's cultivation clearly. During this period, many monks from the distraction stage and the combined stage passed by this place, which also made them subconsciously think that the two Gintama people were also there. "Get out!" Gintama roared angrily and slapped him in the air. Boom! This palm directly smashed the spirit boat away, breaking into pieces and falling to the ground. As for the monks on the spirit boat, except for a few fusion stage monks who were injured and escaped, all the other monks were killed with one palm. Chapter 1677 Escape. At this time, the monks in the integration stage finally saw clearly the cultivation level of Gintama, and with a sudden excitement in their hearts, they turned around and ran away. As they ran, they secretly cursed the yelling robber for being so short-sighted and daring to rob the boss of the tribulation period. This was simply asking for death. Humph! Gintama snorted coldly, took out a spiritual sword from the storage ring, and slashed at several people with one sword. He didn't have much time, and had to make a quick decision. Seeing that they could not escape, the monks in the integration stage could only stop and turn around to fight back. With the combined efforts of several of them, there was no chance of survival. Jiyu was running while observing the back with her consciousness, gradually leaving Silver Soul behind. At this moment, she suddenly heard a pop sound, as if she had penetrated something. Jiyu was startled and glanced at the position just now, but found nothing unusual. At this time, she did not dare to stop and investigate, so she could only continue to run for her life. Puff! The last robber fell down and rolled his head on the ground several times before stopping. Yinten's heart boiled with anger, and he slapped the corpses of several people with his palm, directly turning them into pieces, and then quickly chased in the direction of Jiyu. He originally thought it was just a few ants, but he didn't expect there were a few brushes, which delayed him for a short time. Nanxingda saw that In Hun was so vengeful that even after people died, he still wanted to take revenge on the corpse. Once this kind of character catches up with Senior Sister Yi, he will definitely not let her go easily. "It hurts!" Nanxingda frowned, stretched out a hand to touch his forehead, and pretended to moan in pain. "I advise you to stop playing tricks." Yinten saw Nanxingda's plan at a glance, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was in an extremely bad mood at this time, because there was no trace of Yijia in his consciousness. "I have no patience with you now. If you want to live a few more days, you should be more honest." Gintama suppressed the anger in his heart and pursued Jiyu in the direction of his escape. While chasing, he emitted his spiritual consciousness, trying to find Jiyu's location, but he didn't get the desired result. Nanxingda felt relieved when he saw Gintama's expression getting more and more ugly. It seemed that Senior Sister Yi had a high chance of escaping. Just as Nanxingda was thinking, a screen of light suddenly appeared in front of her and Yinten, and they both were ejected. Gintama stabilized his figure and frowned as he looked at the light screen in front of him. This light curtain is obviously not a formation. The light curtain is just a big road leading into the distance, and there is nothing special about it. But the more this happened, the more Gintama felt something was wrong. He had a hunch that Yijio had definitely gotten into it. Yinten's heart sank, and he threw Nanxingda to the ground, then raised his spiritual sword and struck the light curtain with several strikes. The light curtain rippled, but it was still not damaged at all. Gintama frowned, took out the formation breaking cone and tried to break the light curtain, but the result was still the same. He tried all kinds of methods that did not believe in evil, until it was completely dark, but the light curtain still did not break. Damn it! Gintama clenched his fist tightly and punched the light screen fiercely. This time, the woman ran away again. This luck was really extraordinary. He looked back at Nanxingda, who was lying on the ground with serious injuries. A flash of anger flashed in his eyes, and he stepped forward and kicked her in the abdomen. Poof! Nanxingda, who was already seriously injured, suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood again, and his vision became blurred. Chapter 1678 Light Curtain. Her spiritual power was sealed, and her wooden spirit body could not heal her injuries, so she could only be at the mercy of others. Nanshinga's eyes were red, and her teeth were biting her lips tightly. At this moment, her desire for strength reached its peak. If she was strong enough, how could she be abandoned by her family? And how could she fall into Qin Tian's hands? All of this can only be blamed on her lack of strength. At least senior sister Yi still has the ability to escape. But she can't do anything. What? You're not convinced? Yintan's heart was completely filled with anger at this time. He grabbed Nanshinga's collar and asked fiercely. At this time, he revealed his most hidden face, which made Nanshinga feel ironic. Pa! Yintan looked at Nanshinga's mocking gaze and slapped her in the face. Suddenly, half of her face swelled up, and the smell of blood filled her mouth. She tilted her head, clenched her hands into fists, and then punched Gintama. But before her fist could get close, Gintama grabbed it with one hand. He turned to the side and heard a click, and Nanshinga's arm was violently broken. Humph! Yintan shook off Nanshinga's hand. How dare she attack him? If it weren't for keeping her useful, based on this alone, he would have just killed her with one palm. Nanshinga's hands were limp and drooping, and her forehead was covered in sweat from the pain. But she didn't make a sound and bit her lip. Silver Soul turned to look at the light shield, and his spiritual consciousness scanned it countless times, but could not find Ji Yao's figure again. A storm was brewing in his eyes, and he didn't have much time to waste now. It would be troublesome if Ji spread the news about him and called those dozen people over. Now it seems that he has to speed up and must not fail in the last step. Silver Soul turned around, picked up Nanshinga, and rushed towards his cave again. At this time, Shio didn't know that she had escaped and was still running for her life. Although she didn't see Gintama in her consciousness, she was worried that he was still following behind. It was not until a few days later that she encountered a light curtain and was unable to move forward that she stopped. At this time, her teleportation talismans were almost used, and only 3 of them were still in the storage ring. Jia jumped out from the ground, but found that there was also a light shield on the ground, which actually stopped her. She looked back and saw that she had run into a foggy forest at some point. Black mist was everywhere, and she couldn't even see what was around her. The visibility was no more than 2 meters. Ji Yao dispersed her consciousness, only to find that it was useless in the black mist. Huh? Jia breathed a sigh of relief at this time. The black mist blocked her consciousness, which meant that Gintama would not find her so easily. However, when she escaped before, she saw Nanshinga being injured by Gintama in order to help her escape, and she didn't know what happened now. Shiyu was anxious. If Nanshinga helped her so much, she would definitely want to save her. But she was no match for Gintama, so she had to find someone to help. At this time, Xia thought of the communication talisman sent by Nangong Yu. If senior brother Nangong was there, then maybe they could rescue Nanshinga. After all, senior brother Nangong is about to break through the tribulation period, and the challenge of transcending levels is not too much pressure for him. Xia frowned. At this time, she could only trouble brother Nangong. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Chapter 1679 Light Curtain Isolation. Xia took out the communication talisman sent by Nangong Yu, and when she opened it, she heard a familiar voice. Are you still in Shijua City? I'll be there soon. Xia pursed her lips when she heard this. She looked around. She was only focused on escaping for her life. She didn't even know where she was. There was no other way. Ji Yao could only tell him a general direction, and then send out the communication talisman. However, something strange happened. Not long after the summons was sent out, it automatically came back. Jia looked at the communication talisman and was stunned. What does this mean? She tried to send the communication talisman out again, and then followed the communication talisman, but saw it bounce back when it hit the light screen. Jia's heart sank, and she tried several times without believing in evil. But the result was the same. The communication talisman could not be sent out at all. She took out the yuan and struck it with several swords, but the light curtain only wavered a few times without any change. Jia flicked her fingertips, and a thunderball appeared from her fingertips. She threw it towards the light screen, but it still bounced back. No way. She finally used Feng Wujiotian, but found that she couldn't mobilize the space inside. Jia's heart became heavier and heavier. It seemed that this place was an independent space, and this light curtain should be the boundary of the space. She must find a way to get out now. Nanshinga is still waiting for help. On the other side, Nan Gongyu failed to receive a reply from Ji Yao, and felt even more uneasy. He did not stay for a moment, and finally rushed to Shijua's city. Nan Gongyu stepped into the city, and saw a large area of ruins of houses before he went far. His heart tightened, and he inexplicably felt that this was related to junior sister Yi. Nan Gongyu! At this moment, Huolong also arrived and saw Nan Gongyu in the city at a glance. Nan Gongyu turned around and saw a baby girl staring at him in surprise. Fire dragon? He noticed the aura of the monster beast on his body and asked aloud. Yeah. Fire dragon nodded repeatedly, stretched his neck and looked around. Where's sister? He tilted his head and looked at Nan Gongyu and asked. Why didn't he see his sister beside Nan Gongyu? Nan Gongyu shook his head and tried to send the communication talisman to Ji Yao again. But the communication talisman kept spinning in place and could not be sent out at all. What does this mean? Fire dragon frowned, looking at the spinning communication talisman, full of doubts in his heart. The communication talisman cannot find the master's aura. Song Ji followed behind the fire dragon and explained softly. I didn't ask you. Huolong snorted coldly, turned his back to Song Ji, and didn't even look at him. Nan Gongyu held the communication talisman in his hand and knitted his brows together. It seemed that something had really happened to junior sister Yi. At this moment, a monk appeared next to the ruins, sighing as he looked at the ruins all over the ground. Seeing this, Nan Gongyu stepped forward and came to the monk's side. Fellow Taoist, what happened here? Nan Gongyu was anxious, worried that something might happen to junior sister Yi. Well, a few days ago, a master of the tribulation stage appeared out of nowhere. He seemed to have a grudge against a female cultivator of the fusion stage. The two got into a fight, and our shops were also affected. The monk said heavily, sighing. His treasure pavilion was ruined. Fortunately, some of the treasures were still well preserved. Otherwise he would have cried to death. Nan Dongyu's heart tightened upon hearing this. That female cultivator was probably junior sister Yi. And in that period of transcending tribulation, the possibility of being a Gintama is very high. Chapter 1680 Blood Sacrifice Array. Do you know where the female cultivator went? Nan Gongyu suppressed the worry in his heart and asked aloud. Running over there. The master of the transcending tribulation stage has also caught up with her. I'm afraid she is in danger. The monk shook his head regretfully. Such a peerless beauty had offended the master of the transcending tribulation stage. How could he still survive? When Nan Gongyu heard this, he immediately chased Jia in the direction where he fled. Even the fire dragon was forgotten. Wait for me! Only then did the fire dragon realize that his sister was actually being hunted. He suddenly became furious and chased after Nan Gongyu. No one could bully his sister. Song Ji followed the two of them with some worry. The other party was a master in the tribulation stage. If they faced each other, they might not be able to get away from each other. But he couldn't object to what his younger brother wanted to do. He could only hope that he could protect him. Bang! Silver Soul finally returned to the cave and threw Nanshinga to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Nanshinga was choked by the dust splashed on the ground and coughed repeatedly, his eyes full of horror, because she saw countless light balls floating in the cave. And each light ball showed the figure of a monk, who seemed to be clearing the level. Nanshinga's eyes widened, somewhat confused as to where this place was, and what Qin Tian wanted to do. Gintama stood in the cave, looking up at the monks in the light ball, with a sinister smile on his lips. This group of people thought they had encountered an opportunity, but in fact they were trapped in the blood sacrifice formation. As long as he was there, they would never be able to get out. It's a pity that this group of people still think that they are getting a chance by breaking through the barrier, and they are still fighting for their lives in the formation, dreaming about the future. They have no future. Gintama casually grabbed a ball of light and smiled coldly. There are not enough monks now. There are only more than 7,000 people here, and there is still a certain gap between them and 10,000 people. But with the map, those people will definitely arrive one after another. After all, the temptation of the monk's cave in the tribulation stage is great for the monks in the distraction and integration stages, and no one will give up. Gintama turned around and looked at Nanshinga in the corner, walked forward, squatted down, and raised Nanshinga's chin. It seems that God wants you to live for a few more days, Yinthan said and pressed hard, causing Nanshinga's chin to turn red instantly. Bah! Nanshinga spat at Yinthan, who obviously wanted her life. The outcome was death anyway, so there was no need for her to be polite. The saliva splashed on Gintama's face, causing Gintama to close his eyes. He restrained his inner anger and threw Nanshinga out again, Poof! Nanshinga was thrown away, hit the wall, and then slid down. Kill me now if you can! Huh? Nanshinga vomited blood as he spoke. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Silver Soul was irritated by Nanshinga's eyes. He stepped forward and grabbed her neck, pushing her against the wall. Well? Nanshinga's face turned red quickly as her neck was strangled, and she was surrounded by a sense of suffocation. Gintama's eyes are violent. No woman has ever dared to challenge him, and they should be grateful to be able to be used by him. After all, if it weren't for him, they would have no value in existence. But in the end, reason prevailed over emotions, and Gintama came to his senses and threw Nanshinga out again. This woman had deliberately angered him just now. It seemed that she was aware of his plan. Chapter 1681 Trapped. Humph! You want to die? It depends on whether I agree or not. Ihan snorted coldly, glanced at Nanshinga mockingly, and then left the cave. He still had important materials to prepare, but he had no time to waste on the prey he had already obtained. Cough! Nanshinga covered her neck and huddled in the corner in pain. With so many light balls, she was sure that Qin Tian had a big plan, coupled with his false flattery before. Nanshinga always felt that she was the key to the plan. So she tested Qin Tian just now, and the result was exactly what she thought. Nanshinga opened his eyes and looked at those light balls. But he really didn't want to understand what role he had. She is just an ordinary monk. The only special thing is her with spirit body. With spirit body? Nanshinga suddenly reacted, and his pupils suddenly dilated. She had kept this with spirit body a secret, not even telling her parents. Could it be that Qin Tian actually knew about it? Nanshinga's heart was beating rapidly. Whenever she thought that she had been secretly targeted by Qin Tian, she felt her scalp numb. She struggled to stand up, held the wall with her unbroken hand, and slowly approached the stone door. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open the stone door. Nanshinga slowly sat on the ground leaning against the stone door. Her severe injuries could no longer support her in opening the door. This time, she might really die. At the same time, Jia was still traveling through the black mist, and time continued to pass. But she still could not find a way to leave. The light curtain could not be broken, so she could only walk into the space, trying to find a way out. Jia still couldn't figure it out. The pop sound before was definitely the sound she made when she broke through the light curtain. But why? She could get through but couldn't get out? Senior brother Nangong and Holong must have arrived now, and they will definitely be worried if they can't find her. Nanshinga's life or death is still uncertain in Gintama's hands, but she can only worry. Jia let out a long breath and silently recited the Qingxingju several times before calming down the impatience in her heart. She can't panic. The more she panics, the less she can find a solution. Hey, at this moment, Jia suddenly heard the sound of horses honking in her ears. She felt happy. It seemed that there were still animals in the forest. Jia immediately followed the sound and slowly approached the horses. 2/4 of an hour later, she finally saw a group of horses drinking water by the stream. When those horses took a sip of water, they would look up to the sky and howl. Jia looked at the horses curiously, not knowing whether the horses were in the forest or whether they were from the outside world. If it was a herd of horses outside, then she could follow them out. Thinking of this, Jia hid and planned to wait for the horses to lead together. Just wait until it gets dark. Once it gets dark, the forest is completely dark. Even though Jia concentrates her spiritual power on her eyes, she still can't see the environment clearly. Fortunately, fireflies occasionally flew through the forest, allowing Jia to vaguely feel the shadows of the horses. Hey, finally. The first horse moved. It took a few steps back, turned around and started walking leisurely, following its lead. The other horses neighed and followed leisurely, wagging their tails. As they walked, they lowered their heads and ate a few mouthfuls of grass, not noticing Jiyao's presence at all. Chapter 1682 Racecourse. Jia followed the horses carefully, fearing to disturb the horses, so they ran away without a trace in an instant. She struggled to discern the direction and kept moving forward in an unknown direction. They followed for most of the night, and finally Jia followed the horses to the entrance of a cave. Jia frowned. Could this be the exit? At this time, the horses lined up one after another and walked in order towards the entrance of the cave. By the end, the horses had completely entered the cave and disappeared. Jia's heart sank. She still couldn't see what was inside through the hole, so she could only go in and take a look. She only hesitated for a moment, then held a yuan and cautiously moved towards the entrance of the cave. As soon as she arrived at the entrance of the cave, Jia smelled the smell of horses. Could it be that this was actually a stable? Full of doubts, she carefully walked into the cave. After walking a few steps, Jia saw a corridor with a huge luminous pearl inlaid at a distance. The night pearl emits soft light and illuminates the corridor, allowing Jia to see clearly the feces scattered everywhere in the corridor. Jia carefully passed through the gap in the feces, feeling more and more like she had entered a horse's nest. The corridor was winding and winding. Jia went around for a long time before finally reaching the end of the corridor. Jia held the yuan tightly, ready to take action, and then stepped out of the corridor. There was a soft touch under her feet. Jia raised her eyes and saw that it was a vast grassland with galloping horses everywhere. There are several winding rivers in the grassland, and there is a rainbow across the sky. Clouds are floating near the rainbow, and a corner of the sun is exposed in the sky. The most peculiar thing among them is that those horses can fly. Jia opened her eyes wide and looked at the horses that flew while running. These horses obviously had no cultivation and were not monsters at all. So why could they fly? Out of curiosity, she approached the center of the grass. This place is completely different from the forest. The warm sunshine and fresh air are not comparable to the dark fog outside. Jia walked blankly in the vast grassland, which stretched as far as the eye could see, and she could not find the exit at all. But going back, she could only be shrouded in black mist, and still couldn't find a way out. Hey, the horse galloped happily on the grassland. Even after passing by Jia, it still didn't stop at all. Hey! At this moment, a horse striding forward slowly came to Jia and stretched out its head to nuzzle Jia coquettishly. Jia was stunned. Aren't these animals the most territorial? It actually didn't reject her as an alien species. Full of doubts, she reached out and touched the horse's head, trying to communicate with it. Ma, do you know how to leave here? Jia looked at the horse expectantly, hoping that it would understand what she meant. The horse raised its head and neighed, but did not answer. It turned around and left with its tail swung. Jia pursed her lips. It seemed that she had really thought too much. How could these horses know this problem? She could only make a detour on the grassland by herself, trying to find the boundary of the grassland and see if there was an exit from here. Finally, after searching to no avail, Jia's eyes fell on the rainbow. Once when she was in Asgard, there was that situation where the rainbow led in another direction. Chapter 1683, A Magical Place. Although this was not in the fairy palace, this rainbow had the same effect, but it was different. So she had to give it a try. Jia cautiously came under the rainbow, tapped her toes, and instantly flew into the air. She carefully flew to the rainbow, suppressed the nervousness in her heart, and walked slowly towards the other end of the rainbow. When she reached the end of the rainbow, Jia pursed her lips, stretched on her feet, and stepped out tentatively. Suddenly, the scene in front of her changed, and a stable full of horses appeared in front of her. As soon as the imprisoned horses saw Jia, they all became excited and looked up to the sky and roared. Jia was startled. She saw that there were spiritual grasses in these stables, and the aura on the spiritual grasses seemed to be a little different. It was actually somewhat similar to the aura in the immortal transformation pond. She tried her best to ignore the horses on both sides and walked through the stable, making countless horses neigh along the way. Jia was frightened all the way. These horses were obviously raised by others. These horses were so loud that they didn't know if they would alarm others. After finally passing the stable, Jia came to another piece of grassland. But this grassland seemed different. There were actually clouds floating beside the grass. Jia took a deep breath, and a strange yet familiar breath came, just like the breath they felt when their souls arrived in the fairy world. She was startled, and a terrible idea emerged from her mind. However, her physical body has not passed through the immortal transformation pond, and cannot bear the immortal energy at all, and will explode and die. If she really arrived in the fairy world, how come she is still fine now? Why are you up here? At this moment, a man stepped on the clouds and floated over. Jia's heart tightened. She was discovered. She was a little nervous, and didn't know if it would be dangerous if she was discovered. Okay, since you're here, let's go to the wedding banquet together before leaving. Seeing Jia's nervous look, the man shook his head helplessly. Jia didn't speak, just smiled at the man. But her mind started spinning rapidly. She had obviously never seen this person before. So why was he not surprised at all by her appearance, and why he wanted to take her to a wedding banquet? Moreover, She couldn't clearly see this man's cultivation, as it seemed to be covered by something. But now that she didn't know the situation clearly, she didn't dare to talk nonsense. So she could only follow the man, planning to act according to the situation. "Nand on you! Why can't you get in?" Willem looked anxiously at the light curtain blocking the way and asked angrily. He had been spitting fire for a long time just now, but the light shield didn't react at all. Nandong shook his head slightly. He had planned to calculate the space nodes just now, and wanted to rely on this method to get in. However, he found that this space node could not be calculated at all, and seemed to exist completely separate from this world. "Do you think my sister is inside?" Fire Dragon sighed. After so many days, they still haven't found their sister. They don't know how she is. Is she injured? Nandong frowned. If junior sister Yi was really inside, it might be safer. But she didn't know if Gintama had chased her in. "We can also try to find other places. After all, Taoist fellow Yi may not have gone in." Songji saw the two people's frowning expressions, and reminded them kindly. After all, they couldn't get in despite all their efforts. The chance of fellow Taoist Yi getting in by chance was too small. He might have escaped somewhere else. Chapter 1684 Wedding Banquet. Nandong thought for a moment after hearing this. They had tried their best to get in, but they still couldn't get in. Staying here would only be a waste of time. If junior sister Yi really escaped to another place, then he would miss it. With the idea of not letting go of any possibility, Nandong and Hualong parted ways, one person going to the other side to look for traces of Ji Yao. At this time, more and more monks were arriving outside the Silver Soul Cave. When they discovered that there really was a cave here, their eyes lit up. No one thought that this would be a trap. They just thought that their opportunity had come. Gintama buried formation flags around the cave. After burying the last formation flag, he stood up, raised his head and looked at the sky, and twitched the corner of his mouth in mockery. What about these so-called rules of heaven? Doesn't he still have a way to destroy it and embark on the road to ascension? Once the monk's body is destroyed, they can only think of ways to rebuild it. People like them, who seize other people's souls, will encounter heavenly punishment when they ascend. Why? Those whose bodies were taken away deserve to die. Who made them inferior in skills? Didn't they also practice diligently after taking possession of their bodies? Why not let them ascend? Gintama smiled coldly. No one can stop him. This has been his dream for thousands of years. A dream he has had since he embarked on the path of spiritual practice. He withdrew his gaze and left the cave. Refining the detoxification pill also required some special herbs, and he was still not there yet. However, he had just received a summons from the housekeeper a few days ago, and had already found out about the herb. When he finds the herb, everything can be started. "Follow me, and don't run around," the man whispered to Jiao, fearing that she would run around and bump into the noble man out of curiosity. Jiao nodded, looking at the lively crowds coming and going. Her curiosity became more and more intense. Could it be that she has really arrived in the fairy world? "Tell me, why is this immortal Lord Yanqing so powerful? Isn't that right? It has only been a short time, and he has already advanced to the level of Golden Immortal. I don't know how long it will take for me to reach this level. Don't even think about it." Xiao's pupil shrank as she listened to the discussions around her, which further confirmed her guess. People passing by also noticed Xia at this time. After all, she was the only mortal here. However, when they thought about the special nature of the racecourse, they no longer found it strange. Instead, they found Ji Yao quite interesting. "Let's go and sit there." The man pursed his lips and brought Ji Yao to a table to sit down. Ji Yao sat there uncomfortably, trying to ignore the prying eyes of others, but thinking about how to get out. Normally, she would definitely want to wander around and explore the secrets here. But now it is obvious that this is not the time. "Ha ha ha! Welcome all my fellow immortals to come from afar to participate in my wedding banquet." A middle-aged man slowly walked up to the high position and said loudly. Originally, he had advanced to Golden Immortal and had no intention of celebrating. But in order to show his authority to Yuan, he had to have such a celebration. His eyes passed over the immortal friends one by one, and finally stopped at Ji Yao. But when he noticed the familiar aura on her body, Yanqing knew who she was. "Congratulations to Immortal Lord Yanqing for being crowned the Golden Immortal." All the immortal friends stood up one after another and raised their wine glasses to toast Yanqing. Jia watched everyone saying all kinds of official polite words, and could only stand there stupidly. Chapter 1685 Breeder. She couldn't eat the spiritual wine or fruit here because she couldn't bear the fairy energy inside. In the end, She just sat at the wedding banquet for the whole afternoon, listening to them talk about people she didn't know at all and things she didn't know at all. It wasn't until 2 hours passed that the banquet finally broke up. Jia let out a long breath. This torture was finally over. Let's go with me to see the immortal lord. The man on the side suddenly touched Jia's shoulder and motioned for her to follow. Jia's heart sank. But she still followed him. Anyone here could kill her with his little finger. And she couldn't escape. Xian Jun, we've arrived. The man brought Ji Yao to the yard and reported respectfully. Go down. Upon hearing this, Yan Qing appeared in the yard and signaled the man to leave. Ji Yao was the only one left in the yard. Don't be afraid. Yan Qing smiled gently when he saw Ji Yao's tense appearance. He is not a native of the immortal world. He has also cultivated step by step from a mortal. Seeing Ji Yao feels more cordial. I've met Senior. Jia clasped her fists in a respectful salute, unsure of what this immortal lord meant. Thank you for your hard work these years. Yan Qing looked at Jia with relief. Judging from her cultivation, it seemed that it had not delayed her cultivation. Huh? Jia raised her head and looked at Yan Qing doubtfully. Thanks for your hard work? Could this senior have recognized the wrong person? Our Yuanzhou's specialty is those fairy horses. You have worked hard to take care of them for so many years. Seeing Ji Yao's confusion, Yan Qing explained patiently. Yuanzhou is considered a barren land in the immortal world, and immortal horses are an important source of their income. However, there were too few places suitable for raising horses in Yuanzhou. They had no choice but to find a way to open a passage to a certain world in the lower world and raise some fairy horses in the lower world. But the immortal monks couldn't go down to the lower world. So they found breeders in the lower world. And this time another generation has continued until now. They made a special arrangement for that land, so that no other mortals could pass except the breeders. Jia frowned when she heard this. It seemed that the senior had really made a mistake. Just as she was about to explain, Yan Qing took out a jade box from her arms. This is the elixir I practiced when I had nothing to do. Although it failed, it is just right for mortals like you. Whether your meridians are severed or your dantian is destroyed, as long as you take it, you can heal. Yan Qing smiled. Hand the jade box to Jia. He had many treasures, but none that she could use. This thing was just right. Jia waved her hands quickly and explained. Senior, you have mistaken the wrong person. I don't have a horse. She can't lie to others, because once she tells a lie, she needs countless lies to cover it up. Although this elixir was extremely precious, she couldn't break her principles for it. Yan Qing frowned when he heard this. When he looked at Ji Yao's sincere eyes, he didn't seem to be lying. Then how did you get up here? Do you still have the key to the racecourse with you? Yan Qing looked at Ji Yao carefully, and his face suddenly darkened when he thought of some possibility. Ji Yao was stunned when she heard this. The key to the racecourse? What it is? Just when she was confused, a box floated up from her storage ring. Yan Qing snorted coldly, took the box and opened it, revealing the ceramic horse inside. Jiya's mouth opened slightly. Isn't this the ornament that Nanshinga gave to her after she helped Nanshinga fight someone before? Chapter 1686 Explanation. So, you snatched this thing from someone else? Yan Qing's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. Could it be that something happened to the chosen breeder? This thing was bought by a friend of mine, and later she gave it to me as a gift. I didn't even know it was the key to the racecourse. Jia quickly shook her head in denial. And she couldn't just carry this pot around. How do you expect me to believe you? Yan Qing held the ornament in his hand and looked at Ji Yao with disbelief. Yi Jia, there is absolutely no lie in what I just said. If I lied, my cultivation will never improve from now on. Ji Yu stretched out her hand and immediately expressed her stance and swore the inner demon oath. As soon as she finished speaking, a magical feeling fell on her. Did you really get this key by chance? Yan Qing frowned slightly, believing Ji Yao's words in his heart. After all, the opponent's talent is so good. There is really no need to ruin his own path to immortality. It's absolutely true. Ji Yao nodded sincerely. Then why did you come to the racecourse? And to the fairyland? Yan Qing's consciousness locked on Ji Yao and did not allow her to hide anything. Junior was being chased and fled all the way. He happened to break into the light curtain. Later, he wanted to go out but searched everywhere to no avail. He found the group and followed him here. Ji Yao did not hide anything and told the truth. Speak up. That's it. Yan Qing slowly relaxed his eyebrows upon hearing this. It seems that the breeder in the lower realm left the key out for some unknown reason. Maybe he has died? Or it may be for other reasons. which cannot be investigated now. But this little girl actually came here by accident, which shows that they are destined. It would also be great if she was allowed to take over the racecourse. What if I leave the racecourse to you? Yin Qing put forward his own opinion and asked aloud. Of course. The treatment is very good. He then added that the treatment for people to do things must not be bad. Senior, this may not work. Xiao shook her head apologetically. What? Yin Qing's face darkened. Could it be that the other party looked down on the identity of the breeder? This junior has his own mission. He needs to stay in the central region most of the time. He cannot stay in the western region for a long time. Xiao explained, apologetically. She has already promised Senior Jing Lexi, so she will definitely stay in Qingchuan Prefecture most of the time. So naturally she cannot be a breeder. However, this junior can help me look for it. Jia felt that this job was so good that someone would be willing to come. It's possible, but you have to find monks with good character. It doesn't matter if you have bad talent. Yin Qing doesn't care about the talent of the breeder. Anyway, with their help, his future will not be any worse. But his character must be good. Okay, I understand. Junior. Jia breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Yin Qing was not that unreasonable person. But Senior, can you tell me how to leave the light curtain? Jia asked tentatively. She wanted to get out quickly now. Aren't you being hunted? Aren't you afraid just going out like this? Yin Qing raised his eyebrows and looked at Jia curiously. Don't be afraid. Now I have a friend whose life is in danger. I have to find someone to help save her. Jia shook her head. Along the way, she was not afraid of anything. She was just afraid that something would happen to her relatives and friends. Oh yes, that friend is the one who bought this ornament. Jia remembered this and mentioned it casually. Chapter 1687 Leaving the Light Curtain. Yin Qing's eyes flashed when he heard this, and he secretly had an idea for Ji Yao's friend. However, this thought only passed through his mind for a moment, and he was not willing to force this kind of thing. Take it, practice hard, and find me a qualified breeder. Yin Qing handed the jade box to Yi again. This little girl is talented, honest, and a good child. I believe that within a few thousand years, they will be immortal friends. Making friends with her now, while she is still young, may not be good for them in Yuanzhou in the future. Anyway, it is just an elixir that failed to be refined. She was stunned, but she didn't expect that Yin Qing would insist on giving the elixir to her. Thank you, Senior. Jia didn't show any pretense and happily accepted the jade box. This elixir is indeed precious and must be kept well. It is a second life in times of crisis. I'll take you down. Seeing Jia accept it, Yin Qing put a gentle smile on his face again. He took Jiu back to the stable, but she had to go back by herself the rest of the way. I can only send it here. After you get down, you put the soul mark on this key first, and it will take you out. Yin Qing waved to Jia gently, and before she could say thank you, he sent her back to the grassland. Jia's feet landed on the vast grassland again. She looked at the galloping horses around her, and a smile flashed in her heart. It turned out that these were fairy horses. But she had no time to delay, and hurriedly headed back the way she came. After exiting the cave, she took out the key. After stamping the soul mark, Jia ran out with the key. Air! A neighing sound sounded, and the ceramic horse suddenly transformed into a pure white horse. Just by looking at it, Jia could tell that this horse was extraordinary, especially the aura exuding from it, which was completely different from ordinary spiritual power. But it was not immortal energy. The horse came close to Ji Yao, rubbed against Ji Yao, and then squatted down, waiting for Ji Yao to sit on it. Ji Yao flew onto the horse, and as soon as she sat firmly, the horse galloped fiercely, flying towards the edge of the light curtain. It was already dark at this time, but the forest was still covered by black mist. But the horse seemed not to be affected at all, and moved forward quickly. Jia felt the wind blowing in her face, and closed her eyes in discomfort. Soon, the horse came to the edge of the light curtain, and it did not slow down. It rushed outward and passed through the light curtain without being affected at all. Jia saw that she could not open the light curtain, and now the horse ran out easily. The methods of this immortal family were different from those of ordinary people. Hey! As soon as Jia left the light curtain, she immediately stopped the horse to prevent it from running too far. She immediately took out the communication talisman and sent a message to Nandongyu, waiting there anxiously. Nandongyu, who was looking for Ji Yao everywhere, made an emergency U-turn as soon as he received the summons and rushed towards Ji Yao with all his strength. When Nandongyu arrived, He saw Jia riding on a horse. And the fire dragon was also beside junior sister Yi. Sister, I originally said I couldn't find you. So I planned to come back to try my luck. And I actually did find you. The fire dragon stood on tiptoes, looking up at Jia, his eyes shining brightly. Jia turned over and dismounted, held Wulong in her arms, and pinched his fleshy face. She originally thought that the fire dragon had not arrived, but it turned out that it had already arrived. Chapter 1688 Clues. Jia was very happy when she saw that the fire dragon had transformed in a short period of time. It seemed that her previous decision was right. Junior sister Yi, Nandong called softly, standing not far away from Jiyao, and then took a few steps to Jiyao and looked at her carefully. Seeing that Jiyao was not injured, Nandong felt relieved. Senior brother Nandong, one of my junior sisters was seriously injured by Gintama in trying to help me escape. I want to go back and save her. Jia looked into Nandong's eyes and said solemnly. She never liked to trouble others, but now she had no choice but to ask Nandong for help. If senior brother Nandong is in danger in the end, she will use the yin-yang chain on him and will never let him die for his own private purposes. If she wants to save people, she will have to bear the consequences herself. Okay. Nandong didn't ask any more questions and responded directly. As long as junior sister Yi wants to do something, he will go all out. But now I don't know where they have gone. Seeing Nandong agree, Jia thought of this problem before she could be happy. Now she has no idea where Nanshinga was taken. So how can she save him? Nandong smoothed Jiao's hair comfortingly, and did not rush her. The silver spirit was so cunning that even Shaoqian Pavilion failed to record his whereabouts. Otherwise, Senior Yi Xianyun and the others would have dealt with him. Let's find a way to find someone first. Nandong reached out and took Jiao's hand and suggested. Okay. Jia nodded, but she was still worried about the trace of Silver Soul. Sister, don't worry. We will definitely find it. Fire Dragon has now learned to comfort people and has restrained his temper in Jiyao. Songji looked at Jiyao curiously. This was the first time he saw his brother so close to someone. Then let's find someone first. Jiyao put away the key, left the place with a few people, and began to look around for traces of Gintama. 5 days have passed, and Jiyao and her party still have not found any trace of Gintama. They asked many monks along the way, but they did not get any useful clues. Finally, they came to Shaoyan Pavilion again. We don't know the traces of Silver Soul. The monk in charge of entertaining Jiyao and others closed the file and said. Jia felt disappointed when she heard this. Looking for someone like this was like looking for a needle in a haystack, and the chance of finding him was too small. But the monk from Shaoyan Pavilion changed the subject, which immediately aroused Jiyao's inner expectations. What? She stared closely at the Shaoyan Pavilion monk, trying to get useful information. Some time ago, the housekeeper of the main city of Qingchuan Prefecture was looking for a kind of herbal medicine. I wonder if it has something to do with Gintama. The monk of Shaoyan Pavilion was not sure. After all, the housekeeper was the only one who found it at that time. Where is the herb? Chiyu's eyes lit up, and she couldn't miss the glimmer of hope. This is the address. But although I don't know what effect this herb has, it is extremely rare. The monk from Shaoyan Pavilion handed the map to Jiyao and made a point. Thank you. Jia took the map and thanked them. After paying the spirit stones, they hurriedly left Shaoyan Pavilion and rushed towards the place on the map. That place was in the western region, not too far away from them. It took the group about a day to get to the place on the map. Be careful. Nandong walked at the front, blocking several people behind him, and slowly approached the front. Chapter 1689 Meeting. Here is a big mountain, covered with dense jungle. From time to time, birds fly into the sky, stirring up countless fallen leaves. Shio and the others slowly walked up the mountain, carefully sending out their spiritual consciousness to explore the surroundings. Nandong own spiritual consciousness has a high intensity. After being baptized by the immortal transformation pond, the intensity of his soul has already exceeded the tribulation period. He doesn't have to worry about it, and can directly cover the entire mountain. He searched carefully inch by inch, not missing any suspicious place. There is a suspicious place. Nandong suddenly found a suspicious cave. There was a formation there, which was probably man-made. Let's go take a look. Jia was delighted when she heard this, and followed Nandong towards the suspicious cave. The four of them climbed over the mountain, and soon arrived outside the cave. There is a formation here. Jia's eyes sternly revealed that there might really be someone here. You release the formation, and I will defend against the enemy. Nandongyu stood beside Ji-Yao holding a spiritual sword and suggested, if there really was a Gintama inside, it would be too dangerous to let junior sister you take the risk. Okay. Ji-Yao did not refuse, and came to the formation to study it carefully. Wolong and Kangji also took the initiative to surround Ji-Yao. Everyone was worried that Silver Soul would suddenly appear. At the same time, Yinten was looking for the herb in the cave, unaware of Ji-Yao and the others outside. He put up many bounties for this herb, but he never found it. Some time ago, I finally got news that someone had met here. Gintama carefully searched every inch of the place. If he couldn't get this herb, he had already thought of a substitute method. But the effect would be worse, and the cultivation level he would recover would also be lower. But with this herb, combined with the herbs he had found and Nanshinga's with spirit body, he had great hope of being able to hit the Mahayana stage. Gintama raised the corners of his lips, suppressed his inner excitement, and carefully searched for the herb. After a while, he finally saw the herb in the gap between the two stones. Gintama carefully dug up the herbs, held them and looked at them carefully before putting them into the prepared jade box and taking them back into the storage ring. All the materials were ready, and his plan could finally be put into effect. Gintama's eyes shone, and he walked out of the cave full of pride. Call out! Ji-Yao, who was outside the cave, just threw the last spirit stone and successfully dispelled the formation. And a group of people actually met each other. Yinten was stunned for a moment, then smiled coldly after seeing clearly the cultivation levels of Nandongyu and others. Doesn't the helper Ji-Yao look good? How dare you find trouble with someone like this who is at the peak of his integration? Inhan, where is Shinga? As soon as Ji-Yao saw Inhan appear, she immediately took out Li Yuan and looked at him warily and asked. Nandongyu stood beside Ji-Yao, his consciousness firmly locked on Inhan. As soon as Inhan made a move, he would attack her. When Fire Dragon saw Gintama, he immediately became angry. He still remembered that this person had hunted down his sister before, but he didn't expect that it would be him this time. The Dragon Guard, who was hiding in the dark and responsible for protecting the Fire Dragon, frowned when he saw Gintama appear. This person turned out to be in the stage of transcending tribulation. It seemed that what the young master had provoked was not an ordinary person. He carefully observed the situation and planned to rescue several people if they were in danger. Anyway, the Peak Fusion Monk has always known of his existence. Chapter 1690 Siege. Oh! It seems that your relationship is really good. Inhan's lips curled up when he heard Ji-Yao's question. No wonder Nanshinga wanted to help her escape. It seems that the two of them are not just from the same family. I asked you where you hid her. Ji-Yao frowned, her body boiling with murderous intent. Not only did he harm Senior Jing Lexi, but now he also wanted to harm Nanshinga. This person should not stay in the world. Dead. Gintama spread his hands, with an arrogant smile on his face, as if he had nothing to do with me. What did you say? Ji-Yao's heart tightened upon hearing this, and she looked at Silver Soul in disbelief. She actually tried to help you escape. Shouldn't she die? Gintama's face gradually darkened. The woman in front of him escaped from him time and time again, which was a great shame in his training career. But this time, she came to die on her own. Isn't this destiny? But you don't have to be sad, because you will go down to accompany her soon. Inhan sneered, ran out of the cave in a flash, and slapped Ji-Yao with a palm. Nandongyu had long been on guard against him making a move, and upon seeing this, he immediately struck at Inhan with his sword. Boom! The big palm collided with the sword light, and a burst of dazzling light erupted. At the same time, the huge impact spread to all directions, instantly burying the cave behind Gintama. Gintama's heart sank, and his face was so gloomy that he could shed tears. He said that Ji-Yao dared to be so arrogant to save people. It turned out that this man was so strong that he could resist the tribulation period. Did you kill Shinga? Ji-Yao's voice was low and her face was calm, but all kinds of thoughts came to her mind. Shinga was such an innocent little girl with a bright future, but he died trying to help her? Her heart was overwhelmed by guilt and sadness, and the murderous intention in her body covered her whole body. Her whole body was like a sharp sword, and she would be injured if she didn't pay attention. Oh, you don't know how painful she was before she died. Seeing Ji-Yao's appearance, Silver Soul wanted to add fuel to the fire. It was best to make her go crazy. She'd begged for mercy over and over again and called your name. But in the end, she was still alive and made into a pill by me, Gintama said and laughed loudly. You're looking for death. Ji-Yao couldn't hold back her inner anger after hearing this. and slashed in the direction of Gintama with her sword. Her heart was completely covered with hatred at this moment, and she only wanted to let Gintama die. She didn't know anything else. Nandongyu's heart sank, and he also swung his sword to strike at In-hun. Junior sister Yi was hit by this blow, and she had to let her vent the hatred in her heart. Otherwise there would be endless trouble. Roar! The fire dragon also recovered its body and flew into the air to join the battle, spitting fire at Gintama. Songji also transformed back into his true form, grabbing at Gintama's direction with his claws. Gintama took out his spiritual sword, and was shaken by the fire dragon just as he faced Nandongyu. As soon as he was stunned, he was injured by the attacks of Zio and Kangji, and he retreated continuously. He ignored the wound on his arm, and focused on the fire dragon. Picture? It's so similar. This dragon was almost exactly the same as the fire dragon that caused his body to break and almost die. He remembered the child that the female dragon was carrying in her belly. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly clapped his hand in the direction of the fire dragon. Songji was shocked when he saw this, and quickly sprayed countless ice arrows in the direction of Gintama, trying to destroy the big palm, but was shot away one by the big palm. Chapter 1691 Battle. Ji Yao and Nandongyu saw this, and took action one after another. Ji Yao slashed at In-hun with a reincarnation sword, while Nandongyu waved his hand, and directly mobilized several space cracks to appear and attack In-hun. Bang! Songji was sent flying by a big palm, falling to the ground and splashing dust, breaking a large tree at the same time. However, the dragon clan has rough skin and thick flesh, and its strongest defense is its body, so Kangji was not harmed at all. The cart jumped up and flew back into the air again, and slapped Gintama with its tail. The fire dragon felt relieved when he saw this, and continued to breathe fire at Gintama. The four people's attacks all went towards Gintama, making him a little difficult to resist for a while, especially those space cracks, which would hurt him if he wasn't careful at all. Gintama took action to destroy several people's attacks while avoiding the space cracks, feeling very depressed. If he hadn't been poisoned, how could he be forced into this by a few little kids? Humph! Gintama snorted coldly, took out a piece of talisman from the storage ring, and silently recited a strange spell. The talisman suddenly turned into a pure black beast, and it turned towards the crack in space. Bite it over. Boom! The space crack collided with the ferocious beast and exploded, blowing all the people away. Bang! Nandongyu protected Ji Yao and was thrown away, hitting a rock in the distance. Senior brother Nangong, I will use the time attribute to control his breath later. Then you can take action. Jia turned to look at Nandongyu and mentioned, her soul is now stronger, and her time attribute has also been greatly enhanced. She should be able to control the Gintama's breath time. Okay. Nandongyu nodded, looked at Ji Yao, and immediately got up and attacked In-hun again. Roar! Roar! The fire dragon and Kangji roared and approached Gintama again, attacking while swinging their tails and slapping at him. Nandongyu also mobilized the space cracks to surround him, but his consciousness was placed on Ji Yao, waiting for her signal. Jia did not use the time attribute from the beginning, but instead reincarnated with one sword after another, making Gintama lower her guard. Gintama did let his guard down, and looked at the several people trying their best, and raised the corners of his lips in mockery. Even they want to kill him? It's just a fool's errand. He took out a talisman again, and while he was activating it, Ji Yao suddenly moved. She mobilized a lot of skill in her body, and the attribute of time kept flowing in her mind, and concentrated her energy to strike out with a sword. The sword struck Gintama silently, without even any spiritual energy fluctuations, causing him to stop while he was activating the talisman. That's it. Nandongyu immediately took action and struck hard at Gintama with his sword. At the same time, he controlled the space and directly folded the space around Gintama. Roar! Huolong and Kangji also seized the opportunity to take action without any reservation. Boom! The sword light struck Gintama, sending him flying immediately, but the folded space bounced him back, just in time to hit the sword light's residual power. Poof! The space dispersed, and Gintama also broke free from the control of the time attribute, but fell to the ground. Poof! In-hun spat out several mouthfuls of blood one after another, and Nandongyu's sword light directly broke the robe on his chest, leaving a very long wound. The wounds were covered with blood and flesh, and the bones inside could already be seen. But Gintama's most serious injury was the residual power that was finally folded by the space, all of which hit him. causing him internal injuries. Chapter 1692 Escape. Gintama stood up. His heart ignited with anger. Just as he was about to take action, the toxins in his body activated at this moment, causing him to bend over in pain. Xiao didn't know that In-hun was poisoned, but she also knew that he had a problem now. She and Nandong Yu looked at each other and took action against In-hun. They must not miss such a good opportunity now. Bang! Gintama was knocked out again by the attacks of 4 people, and his injuries worsened. But he couldn't care about it at all. With trembling hands, he took out the elixir and stuffed it into his mouth, trying to suppress the pain of the poison attacking his heart. Puff! Puff! Gintama was hit again, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, and was covered in wounds. At this time, the toxins in his body were finally suppressed. Gintama glared with red eyes, gouged out a few people fiercely, then took out the special yin-yang chain and disappeared from the spot. The refining of the yin-yang chain is extremely difficult and requires special materials. This thing was given to Gintama after it was refined by Jingle River, and now it is just in use. While Yinthan ran away, he hated Xiao and the 4 others in his heart. The people who made him suffer are no longer in this world, and so are a few of them. He will never let them go. When Nandong Yu saw Silver Soul wanting to run away, he immediately locked up the space, but still couldn't catch up with the speed of the yin-yang chain, allowing Silver Soul to run away. Jia suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood at this time. She had suffered internal injuries in the previous fight, but she suppressed it because of the murderous intention in her heart. Junior Sister Yi! Nandong Yu stepped forward to protect Jia, and held her to the ground. Sister, are you okay? Huolong quickly returned to his human form and hurried to Xiao, looking at her worriedly. It's okay. Xiao's voice was very low, and her whole body was filled with an aura of sadness. Her heart was heavy with guilt, making it difficult to breathe. Nanshinga died trying to help her, but she still failed to avenge her. She looked at the place where Gintama escaped. She also had the yin-yang chain, and knew that the spatial fluctuations of the yin-yang chain could not be captured, and she could not determine where his endpoint was. Therefore, Gintama really ran away. Nandong Yu saw Xiao so sad and understood her reason. He didn't say anything to comfort her. He just hugged her shoulders tightly and put her head on his shoulders. This incident can't be blamed on Junior Sister Yi, but it has something to do with her. Only she could understand the feeling. All he could do was stay by her side. Senior brother Nangong, I want to kill him. I must kill him. Xiao gritted her teeth and said word by word. No matter where Gintama goes, she will find him. Even if he ascends to the upper world, she will follow him and kill him. In all her life, Xiao has never hated someone so strongly. At this moment, she just wants to break the Silver Soul into thousands of pieces and divide it into 5 pieces. But even so, it still couldn't eliminate the guilt in her heart. Okay, I'll accompany you. Nandong Yu gently held Xiao's head, leaning against her gently to soothe her emotions. Xiao closed her eyes, and her mind was filled with the scene of Nanshinga calling her senior sister Yi expectantly but timidly, and the scene of her being beaten to the ground because of her in the end. She will definitely take revenge for Shinga. Bang! Gintama suddenly appeared from the cave and fell directly to the ground. Nanshinga was startled by the movement. When he looked up, he saw Gintama curled up in a ball. Chapter 1693 Torture. Poof! Gintama couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He had already suffered internal injuries, but after being squeezed by the teleportation of space, he was now even more seriously injured and could hardly move. He took out the elixir and drank it, then curled up and hugged himself into a ball, trying to relieve the pain in his body. The elixir slowly opened and slowly restored his internal injuries, allowing him to relax a little. Nanshinga stared at Gintama's back, her eyes flashing. During this period, she had been living on the bigu pills Gintama left behind, but her injuries still weren't getting better. But now Gintama's appearance is obviously seriously injured, which is a good opportunity to take action. She stood up with difficulty holding onto the wall, holding the stone she picked up in the corner, and approached Gintama step by step. Gintama didn't move from beginning to end. He just curled up on the ground and seemed to have fainted. Nanshinga nervously picked up the stone and slammed it on Gintama's head. However, just when the stone was about to hit Gintama's head, Nanshinga's hand was suddenly grabbed. She was shocked and sat down without being able to stand firm. Hiss! The pain on her body made her gasp. But what was more terrifying at this time was Gintama. You want to kill me too? Yinthan sat up slowly. raised his eyelids and glanced at Nanshinga. His face was extremely calm, but Nanshinga shrank back in fear. Are you scared? Gintama's tone was calm, but it actually looked scary. Nanshinga's unbroken hand was still held by Gintama. She wanted to pull her hand back, but Gintama held it tighter. Why do you all want to go against me? Gintama's eyes were heavy, brewing a storm of anger. Ah? His volume suddenly increased, and he suddenly pushed Nanshinga's hand back. Ah! The heartbreaking pain made Nanshinga cry out in pain. Tears kept rolling in her eyes, but she forced herself to hold them back. Gintama reached out and touched the blood on the corner of his mouth, with a hint of evil in the corner of his mouth. All of this was caused by Yidia. But if Nanshinga hadn't let her go, she would have died long ago. Therefore, this was all Nanshinga's fault, and all the injuries he suffered were due to her. Gintama sat up on his knees, looked at Nanshinga with her arms hanging down, and reached out to lift her chin. I told you a long time ago that as long as you are obedient, why don't you listen? Gintama said regretfully as he rubbed Nanshinga's face with regretful eyes. You caused all of this yourself, but you can't blame me. He paused with his caressing hand, and suddenly moved down to grab her drooping hand. He broke off the muscles and bones of the Nanshin singer bit by bit, with a perverted smile on his face. Ah! Nanshinga shouted in pain. The pain of breaking her muscles and bones made her almost collapse, and her mentality had collapsed. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Yinthan comforted softly while grabbing Nanshinga's other hand. Ah! Nanshinga shouted again in pain. This kind of torture was really too painful. She was in so much pain that she almost died. Kill me! Kill me! Nanshinga kept kicking her feet. She would rather Qin Tian kill her than suffer this kind of torture. Kill you? How could I be willing to do so? Gintama replied gently while picking at Nanshinga's tendons. His grand ambitions depended on her. So how could he have the heart to kill her? Chapter 1694 Broken Tendons and Bones. Kill me! Nanshinga was so painful that his whole body trembled. However, Gintama completely blocked her voice and concentrated on provoking her muscles. After he finished picking the tendons, he grabbed Nanshinga's legs again, with a serious expression, as if he was holding some treasure. Nanshinga screamed in pain, but could not struggle at all. In the end, she was numb from the pain. In the end, Nanshinga's hand tendons and hamstrings were severed, and he lay on the ground like a piece of rag. Gintama stood up coldly, finally venting the anger in his heart due to the injury. Without even looking at Nanshinga, he turned around and walked out of the cave and came to the alchemy room. Gintama put all the prepared herbs aside, and after making preparations, he began to refine the auxiliary elixir. As long as this auxiliary elixir is well practiced, the effect of qi and blood can be maximized when absorbing Nanshinga's qi and blood. With a flash of confidence in his eyes, he opened the alchemy cauldron and began to refine the elixir. Nanshinga lay lying in the cave, tears finally unable to stop flowing from her eyes. Mom and Dad! She closed her eyes in pain. In this life, she might never have the chance to see her parents again. However, she was really unwilling to die like this. She finally decided to leave the family and embrace a different future. But before she could take this step, she was going to die. How is it? Xiao and Nandongyu met and asked. No. Nandongyu shook his head. No one has seen him. Fire Dragon also shook his head. No one has seen Gintama at all. Shi Yao's heart sank when she heard this. After Inhun escaped, they searched everywhere for traces of him, but still found nothing. You can try to issue a reward. Maybe someone has seen it, Songji suggested when he saw the three people frowning. Then let's give it a try. Shiyu sighed, and went with the three of them to issue the reward order. But she didn't hold out much hope. After all, Gintama was in the tribulation stage, and it was too easy to conceal her traces. After thinking about it, she sent the messenger talisman to Senior Yi Xianyun, telling them about their previous encounter with the Silver Soul, and also informed her of her judgment on the Silver Soul's location. Xia always felt that the Silver Soul was still in the Western region, because he appeared in the Western region twice, which meant that this place must have special meaning to him. But the Western region occupies an extremely large area, so how easy is it to find people? On the other side, Yi Xianyun stood up suddenly as soon as he received Xiao's communication talisman. He had been looking for Gintama for so long, but he didn't expect the guy to hide in the Western region. No wonder he couldn't find him. Yi Xianyun immediately sent the messenger talisman to several other people, and then quickly rushed to the Western region. That little girl was the successor chosen by Lexi. And Gintama didn't hold back at all. It seemed that he really killed Lexi. 3 days later, Shio and his party were still searching hard. Now that Silver Soul was injured, it was a good opportunity to kill him, and he must be found. At this moment, another robbery team appeared. Shio frowned. The security in the western region has always been good. But during this period, she saw several robbery gangs. Although the robber was strong, he was easily eliminated by a few people without wasting much time. But when Gia cleaned up her belongings and saw the maps in the robber storage rings again, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Chapter 1695 Refining Successfully. Senior Brother Nangong, do you think it's possible that Silver Soul also went to Qin Tian's cave? Gia asked, pointing to the map in her hand. This Qin Tian almost advanced to Mahayana, and his cave must be very attractive to Gintama. It's possible. Nandong nodded. He had heard from junior sister Yi that there was something strange about this map, and he was afraid that it was a scam. But if Gintama also went there, they could take a trip and see the situation. Then let's go and have a look. If there's any danger, we'll evacuate immediately. Shio was always wary of the cave and didn't want to put others in danger for revenge. Okay. Nandong nodded. If there was really danger, he would not let junior sister Yi take the risk. After the group discussed it, they headed towards the cave. The cave is far away from Shio and the others, and it will take some time to get there. She had told Senior Yi Xianyan their suspicions. After all, there was a problem in the cave. With them here, the chance of catching the Silver Soul was higher. 10 days later, Gintama finally refined the auxiliary pill. Ha ha! He looked at the round pill in his hand and couldn't help laughing loudly. His hope was coming. Now! Gintama put away the elixirs, walked straight out of the alchemy room, and came to the cave where Nanshinga was. At this time, Nanshinga was still lying in the cave as before. Her hand tendons and hamstrings were severed, and she couldn't move at all. She couldn't even move carefully. I succeeded. You know, I succeeded. Yinthan squatted down in front of Nanshinga excitedly, showing off with bright eyes. Nanshinga weakly raised her eyelids and glanced at Gintama, her heart already numb. She knew that her death was coming soon. What? Are you unhappy? With an unprecedented smile on his face, Yinthan reached out and touched Nanshinga's face. Nanshinga didn't speak. Her eyelids drooped. She no longer had enough energy to open her eyes. Gintama didn't care about Nanshinga's attitude and was immersed in excitement. Do you know, ever since I embarked on the path of cultivation at the age of 5, I have been looking forward to the day when I can ascend. Gintama muttered to himself, as if he wanted to share it with Nanshinga, but also seemed to just want to say what he had hidden for a long time. Come out. So, I will do whatever it takes to practice. As long as there is treasure, I will work hard to earn it. No matter how dangerous those secret realms were, I never took a step back. The entire sect is proud of me. The entire Qin family is proud of me. And they all look forward to the day when I ascend to the upper world. I have always believed that I can ascend. Gintama paused after saying this, and his tone suddenly became lower. Until the day I met a dragon. I originally thought I could contract that dragon, but I didn't expect that the body was destroyed and only the soul escaped. Gintama is still worried about this matter. If he still has a chance to see the little fire dragon before ascending, he must take revenge. Nanshinga opened his eyes suddenly when he heard this, staring at Gintama in surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. This person turned out to be a person who took away his body and was reborn. But I shouldn't die. I met Gintama. Ha ha. Gintama didn't care about Nanshinga's eyes, and when he mentioned Gintama, he laughed happily. Gintama was not only gifted, but also had the same spiritual roots as him. It was simply a gift given to him by God. Chapter 1696, Linked to each other. So you took someone else's body? Nanshinga asked while holding on for a breath. In the world of cultivation, the strong are respected and the fittest survive. Silver Soul looked at Nanshinga mockingly. She was so stupid. Such a good talent was wasted. And she was forced to go mining by a clan sister. What a fool. Waste. Gintama's skills are not as good as others, so he can only be slaughtered by others. He can't blame others. Gintama thought of the group of souls in the sea of consciousness. If it stays there, it will always be a hidden danger, and it can be completely eliminated during the ascension. No one can stop him. Nanshinga closed her eyes tiredly and stopped looking at Gintama. This person has fallen into the devil's trap, has long lost his conscience, and is now just an evil cultivator. Gintama wanted to see Nanshinga's excited reaction. But the result was not satisfactory. He suddenly felt bored and stood up. Now, he only needs to wait until 10,000 monks gather to activate the formation. Brother Nangong, look! Xia looked at the river in front of her. There was something wrong with the water. This river was the only way to the cave. But as soon as she got closer, the black and white gas in her body began to rotate rapidly. This was a protective behavior for her body. Nandongyu took a few steps to the river and looked at the steam rising above the river. His heart sank. The water in this river is poisonous. What? It's poisonous? Fire Dragon approached Nandongyu curiously. Why didn't he see that the river water was poisonous? Brother, come here quickly. When Songji heard that it was poisonous, his heart tightened, and he wanted to pull the Fire Dragon away. Are you annoyed? Huolong put his hands on his waist angrily, and yelled at Songji fiercely. I'm just worried about you. Songji still smiled gently at the Fire Dragon, not wanting to be angry with the Fire Dragon. Humph. Fire Dragon snorted coldly and curled his lips. But he also realized in his heart that he seemed to have gone a little too far just now. But he will never apologize. Never. Maybe you can tell what kind of poison it is. Shio frowned and approached the river. This river is on the only way to the cave. And now it is found to be poisonous. Is it really such a coincidence? And this poison is not only in the river water, but also in the air above the river. As long as you pass by, you will definitely be contaminated. The poison in this river is very common. It's called Chanchan powder, which is mainly a poison that damages the internal organs of monks. Nandongyu patiently explained to Zhiyao that he had dabbled in alchemy and also knew something about poisons. This poison is easy to cure, but there is something else in the river besides Chanchan powder. That thing itself is harmless to monks. But as long as the monks take the antidote of Chanchan powder, it will combine with that thing to form a new poison. Nandongyu was able to determine at this time that the poison in the river was someone did it deliberately. One link after another, completely capturing the monk's inner thoughts. And that thing is extremely rare. I am afraid that most monks have never seen it, let alone know its secrets. This man has such evil thoughts. Xia frowned even more when she heard this. And she wanted to know more and more what the man's purpose was. Then how do we get there? Huolong hugged Xia's legs and asked distressfully. Let's go over and take another detoxifying pill later. Nandongyu didn't care. As long as he changed to another detoxifying pill, that thing would not pose a threat to them. Chapter 1697 Arriving at the cave. Xia frowned when she heard this. Since senior brother Nangong said there was a way, then it must be okay. He never said anything uncertain. A few people tiptoed and flew across the river quickly. Zhiyao clearly felt that she was contaminated with poison, and it was seeping into her body. But after a while, it was completely swallowed up by the black and white gas, leaving nothing behind. Nandongyu took out several pills from his savings ring, handed them to several people, and then threw one into the air behind him. Xia took the elixir and swallowed it to be on the safe side. Nandongyu, why did you throw the elixir out? Fire Dragon asked curiously while taking the elixir. Nandongyu didn't speak. Huolong obviously didn't know about the secret guard, so he had better not tell him. Huh? Don't tell me if you don't want to. Seeing Nandongyu didn't answer, Huolong curled his lips and muttered in a low voice. After several people took the elixir and carefully checked that there was nothing wrong, they continued towards the cave. Gintama looked at the ball of light in front of him and frowned more and more. So far, only more than 9,000 people have come, and there are still a few hundred people short of 10,000. I don't know if anyone else has come. Thinking of this, Gintama's heart sank. If there were not tens of thousands of monks, then his plan would not be successful. He could not just sit back and wait for death. He could only go out and find more people. Be obedient. You know? Yinthan patted Nanshinga's face and told him before leaving the cave. There is a special arrangement for him in this cave, and no one else can enter it. Nanshinga waited until the sound of his footsteps disappeared before opening her eyes, staring at the bare wall in trance. Such a good opportunity to escape. But now she can't even stand up. So how can she escape? Nanshinga closed her eyes in pain. This time of waiting to die was really too unbearable. A few days later, the four Xia finally arrived at the place on the map. There is an endless mountain in front of you, and you can't see anything special. After searching for a while, they finally found a cave that might be Qintian Cave Mansion in a very inconspicuous place. Xia pursed her lips. If it weren't for so many maps, she would almost believe this trap. because its layout completely conforms to the characteristics of the caves left by those predecessors. Presumably, the other monks had no doubts. I'll go in and take a look. You guys are outside. Nandong Yu was a little worried about Ji Yao going in. After all, they already knew there might be a scam here. Xiaohua and the others are staying. I want to go in. Ji Yao shook her head. She was the one who asked senior brother Nandong for help. How could she let him be in danger alone while she waited outside? I want to go in too. Huolong stopped after hearing this. He wanted to follow his sister and go wherever she went. Senior brother Nandong, please let me in. If I stay outside, if I encounter Inhun, wouldn't it be more dangerous for us without you? Ji Yao looked at Nandong Yu expectantly, leaving her waiting outside, unable to do anything but worry. One more person always has more strength, and there is no way she can help. Well, let's go! Nandong Yu thought for a while and agreed with Ji Yao's idea. If Gintama suddenly appears, he is really worried if he is not with junior sister Yi, so he might as well take him with him. Nandong Yu stood in front of Ji Yao and carefully walked into the cave with his spiritual sword in hand. Chapter 1698 Breakthrough. Ji Yao and the others followed behind, their hearts lifted high, and they were always paying attention to the disturbance around them. The outermost part of the cave is an ordinary cave, with a passage in one corner of the cave. The passage was pitch black without a trace of light, and his spiritual consciousness was sealed the moment he entered the cave. Ji Yao took out the night pearl, and several people walked into the passage cautiously. There are bats flying in the passage from time to time, and the movement always makes Ji Yao jump. However, these bats did not actively attack them, but their eyes looked a little penetrating. The passage was not long, and the group soon arrived at a more spacious cave. There was nothing in the cave. Ji Yao and the others spread out and began to look at what was strange in the cave. Ji Yao's eyes swept over the bare walls one by one. There was nothing on them, not even a bit of weeds or moss. The entire cave was very dry. There's a problem here. Fire Dragon discovered a suspicious bulge and shouted in surprise. Upon hearing this, Ji Yao and Nandong Yu immediately stepped forward to check the situation and saw a bulge on the smooth wall, which was extremely conspicuous. Ji Yao frowned. This mechanism was really conspicuous. It seemed that the owner really wanted to lure people inside. Let me give it a try. The Fire Dragon reached out and touched the bulge on the wall. He twisted it gently and heard a click in the cave. Boom! At the same time, a wall made a noise and slowly moved upward. Ji Yao and the others immediately went on alert, guarding against what might happen behind the wall, until the wall was fully raised. Nothing unusual happened. Several people looked at each other and walked towards the space behind the wall. Boom! As soon as they passed, the wall slowly fell down again. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed in. The Fire Dragon was startled and sprayed fire towards the figure. The visitor extinguished the Fire Dragon's fire with just a wave of his hand. I have met the young master. Young master. The dragon guard cupped his fists and saluted Huolong and Kangji. Originally he was secretly protecting him, but in the situation just now, he had to show up. Otherwise he would follow him and lose the young master's whereabouts. Who are you? Fire Dragon frowned coldly and looked at the guard with some confusion. Songji recognized the guard at a glance, and he was one of his father's capable men. With just one glance, he understood the reason. I was sent by the Dragon King to protect the young master. The dragon guard did not hide anything and directly expressed his purpose. The Fire Dragon was furious when he heard this, but he didn't expect that the Dragon King would send someone to follow him. He just wanted him to go back. But suddenly he thought that they were in danger now and needed people. With this guard here, maybe I can protect my sister. Okay, then you have to protect us. Especially sister. The Fire Dragon raised his head and tried to look more authoritative. Yes. The dragon guard nodded in agreement and stepped aside, minimizing his presence as much as possible. Ji Yao and Nandong Yu did not speak. They had known about the existence of the guards for a long time, and now they were not surprised at all. They carefully looked at the newly appeared cave and found that there was a spiritual pool filled with spiritual power. Many lotus flowers were planted in it, but none of them bloomed. Only branches and leaves. Ji Yao was shocked. Wasn't it the 9-turned blood lotus planted here? Chapter 1699 Horrible Speculation. Although the lotus flower has not bloomed, it is obvious from the branches and leaves that it is the 9-turned blood lotus. Ji Yao's heart beat rapidly, and a terrible thought came to her mind. She had encountered the 9-turned blood lotus in the cave of Senior Jinglexi, when Gintama was in that cave. Shushu also told her that the 9-turned blood lotus was originally an item from the fairy world and was rare in the lower world. So, is it possible that the 9-turned blood lotus in this spiritual pond was cultivated by Gintama? Senior brother Nandong. She pursed her lips and looked up at Nandongyu, her eyes full of surprise. What's wrong? Nandongyu's heart sank when he saw Ji Yao hesitated to speak. I have seen this lotus before, and that was the second time I met Gintama and was chased by him. Although Ji Yao had no evidence, her intuition told her that her idea was probably right. And this lotus flower is not something from the world of floating dust. It should be rare. She did not fully explain what she meant, but Nandongyu immediately understood what she meant. This cave is a trap set by Yin Hun, Nandongyu stated calmly. Yeah, I think so too. Ji Yao nodded heavily and approached the spirit pool carefully. The situation in the cave resurfaced again, and the 9 transformations blood lotus must have something to do with Gintama. Sister, if it's really that Gintama guy, then why did he use the map to lure everyone here? Fire Dragon tilted his head in confusion. The Gintama guy was being hunted everywhere at this time. He lured everyone here. But he didn't. Is it easy to be discovered? Ji Yao frowned. She couldn't understand this question either. I'm afraid she could only figure it out if she met Gintama. I don't know either. But he definitely has bad intentions. And maybe he has big intentions. Ji Yao thought of the monks who kept rushing here, and she could guess that Gintama must have great ambitions. Several people felt very heavy in their hearts and searched for traps in the cave again. Gintama came to the city closest to the cave. The city lord in this city was only at the early stage of transcending the tribulation and could not pose much of a threat to him. He carefully searched for the monks in the city, figured out their location, and prepared to capture them at night. However, before that, he still needed to prepare some things. Gintama went to a herb shop, bought some herbs, and started making poison. If you want to take away so many people without anyone noticing, the best way is to poison them. After refining the elixir, it was already late at night. Gintama looked at the prepared elixirs and smiled coldly. He would rely on them tonight. He carefully left the inn, came to the place he had set up in advance, destroyed the formation set up by the monks one by one, and poisoned them. As a cultivator in the tribulation stage, it would be too easy for him to poison a low-level cultivator. Within an hour, Gintama had already tied up more than 50 people. He tied them up with fairy binding ropes, and then piled them into a room. Gintama spread out his consciousness, trying to find some more fish that slipped through the net. But since most people have gone to his cave, there are very few people in the city now. There are some people with high cultivation level, but he dare not take action for fear of causing unnecessary trouble and ruining his plan. Gintama frowned. But unfortunately, he didn't have a magic weapon that could pretend to be alive. So he had to take these people back first and then come out. He took out the spirit boat, put all the people on it, and then rushed towards the cave. Chapter 1700. Gintama steered the spirit boat carefully, not wanting to alarm anyone, so as not to disturb others. But before he flew very far, he saw Yi Xianyun, who was rushing towards the cave. He suddenly stopped the spirit boat and wanted to turn around before Yi Xianyun noticed it. But he happened to be caught by Yi Xianyun. Yi Xianyun was on his way in a hurry, but he just glanced at it casually. And who would have thought that he happened to see Silver Soul? He was a little surprised that he happened to meet him. This was such good luck. Silver Soul! Yi Xianyun came to the vicinity of the spirit boat in a flash and looked at Silver Soul with murderous intent. In the past, Gintama was always inseparable from Jinglexi, and he was even jealous of it. He still remembered that he asked Lexi what role Gintama played in her life. You like him? No. He's the most important person in my life. He still remembered Lexi's always cold face. And for the first time, he had a gentle smile. But in the end, Lexi was betrayed and killed by the person she cared about most. He couldn't even imagine Lexi's sadness at that time. Yi Xianyun held the sword in his hand tightly, his eyes red with anger and heartache for Jing Lexi. It's you! Seeing that Gintama was discovered, he didn't intend to run away. Yi Xianyun was alone and was no match for him. If 12 people came together, he would still have to think about it. Did you really kill Lexi? Yi Xianyun suppressed the anger in his heart and asked in a deep voice, wanting to find out for Lexi. If I say no, do you believe me? Gintama curled his lips. Anyway, he was about to ascend to the upper world, so there was no need to hide it any longer. Why are you doing this? Yi Xianyun was really hard to accept, while trying to delay time and wait for others to arrive. This Gintama is extremely talented and now has a higher level of cultivation than him. It is best for him to wait until others come together before taking action. Otherwise, he is afraid that Gintama will escape in the end. Why? Gintama raised his eyebrows when he heard this. For him, there was no reason at all. He wants to be the state leader. He wants treasure. He wants everything. And Jingle Creek is the biggest stumbling block. As long as she is here, his identity will be exposed one day. So she cannot stay. There is no reason. I will kill if I want to. Silver Soul looked at Yixuanyun's sad look, and was unwilling to tell the real reason. Lexi treats you so well, and treats you like his own brother. But you actually kill him whenever you want? Yixuanyun was furious. He raised his hand slightly, but he forced himself to hold it down. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear the Silver Soul into pieces. Don't you want to avenge Jing Lexi? But in what capacity do you want to avenge? Gintama glanced at Yixuanyun disdainfully, feeling very contemptuous of him in her heart. There are so many women in this world. Why should we care about just one woman? He also gave up the position of city lord, which was a waste of natural resources. Women are just dispensable tools. How can they be as important as ascending to the fairy world? This kind of man is destined to never achieve great things. TSK. 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 I almost forgot. Jing Lexi seems to have rejected you. Right. Gintama stepped on Yixuanyun's painful foot and mentioned the pain he had suffered. You don't know. There are so many suitors in Jing Lexi. But the person she hates the most is you. A flash of sarcasm flashed in Gintama's eyes, and he didn't understand why these men were so blind. Chapter 1701 Strange Symbols. Impossible. I will never believe you're sowing discord. Yixuanyun frowned coldly and snorted in his heart. Up to now, Yinthan is still trying to destroy Lexi's image. Although Lexi was indifferent to others, he knew that her heart was the most gentle. Otherwise, she would not have integrated Qinchuan Prefecture. Huh? He is really a loyal dog. Gintama put away the smile on his face and said gloomily, Since you want revenge, let's do it. Gintama was still anxious to return to the cave. It would be more troublesome when there were more people at dawn. Humph. Yixuanyun snorted coldly, and just as he was about to take action, he suddenly spotted a group of unconscious monks on his spiritual boat. What do you want to do? He was shocked and scolded in a deep voice. Whatever you want to do has nothing to do with you. Ihun and Yixuanyun kept chattering impatiently, tiptoeing, and flew out of the spirit boat. He took out his spiritual sword and slashed at Yixuanyun. Yixuanyun's heart tightened, and he rushed forward with his spiritual sword in hand, but secretly sighed in his heart that this Silver Soul was getting stronger and stronger now. After Lex's death, he had no intention of practicing, and spent all day running around looking for her remains. Right now, he was so passive against Gintama. However, Yixuanyun had no fear in his heart. The worst possible outcome was death. As long as he could avenge Lexi, it would be worth paying for it. Boom! The two swords collided and exploded, lighting up the dark night for a moment. The two of them took a few steps back due to the impact, and the spirit boat also moved crookedly under the impact. Silver Soul turned around and put the spirit boat on the ground, and then leaned forward to attack Yixuanyun again. On the other side, Jiyao and others entered a cave again, but this time, they were separated. Jiyao's heart tightened, and she quickly looked around, worried that this was a trap set by Gintama. She had guessed that Gintama had arranged this cave before, but until now, she had not seen Gintama show up, and she didn't know if he had noticed their arrival. While she carefully searched for abnormalities in the cave, she thought about the relationship between Gintama and Qin Tian. Why did she use Qin Tian's name to attract these monks? What puzzled her the most was why Gintama would suddenly kill Senior Jing Lexi. It was really incomprehensible for two people who loved each other so much. In Ji Yao's opinion, the most likely possibility is that the Silver Soul was taken away by an evil cultivator. But the seizure can be detected. Especially people who are familiar with each other can detect the aura of unfamiliar spirits in an instant. If the Gintama was really taken away, it would be impossible for Senior Jing Lexi not to notice it. And he would not be harmed so easily, no matter how she thought about it. Ji Yao felt it was unreasonable. This Silver Soul was like a mystery, completely unpredictable. She retracted her thoughts and focused her gaze on the strange symbol on the wall. They passed several rooms in front of them, and there were some rewards in each room. They didn't know what was in this cave. Jiyao came to the strange symbol and frowned. She had never seen this symbol before. However, this symbol seemed to give her an evil feeling. and even her soul felt a little chilly. In this cave, spiritual consciousness cannot be used, and Zhio cannot contact Shushu. Otherwise she can still ask it. After studying it for a while, Zhio couldn't see how special it was. In the end, she could only move her eyes around and look for other ways to clear the level. Chapter 1702 Tracking. Puff! Yi Xianyan was knocked away and slid on the ground for dozens of meters before stopping. He held his injured chest, which had a bloody wound on it. I told you a long time ago! You can't beat me! Gintama curled his lips and teased sarcastically. If you can't beat him, you have to fight. The worst is to perish together. Yi Xianyan wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes already filled with fighting spirit. Just you? Yi Han laughed at Yi Xuanyan's attitude and looked at Yi Xianyan with strange eyes. Perish together? Oh! He doesn't even have the ability to die with himself. Yet he dares to speak so brazenly. It's up to me! There seemed to be flames burning in Yi Xuanyan's eyes. And finally they actually ran out through his eyes. The flames flew into the air, forming a wide open mouth, and bit into the Gintama. Humph! It seems that you really stopped crying without seeing the coffin! Silver Soul couldn't stand Yi Xuanyan's arrogance and slapped Yi Xianyan with a palm. With this palm strike, a bottomless whirlpool appeared, swallowing the flame directly, and then blasted towards Yi Xianyan. Poof! Yi Xuanyan's flame was destroyed, causing slight damage to his soul. Seeing the whirlpool coming, he didn't care about the pain in his soul and hurriedly moved his position. Although he responded immediately, one leg was still injured by the whirlpool. Within a few breaths, only bones were left on his calf. Yi Xianyan had a splitting headache and veins twitching on his forehead, but he still stared at Yinthan. Silver Soul didn't give Yi Xianyan a chance to breathe at all, and slapped him again. He learned this magical palm power when he was Qin Tian. Later, he was worried about being recognized by others, so he hit it all the time to no avail. Now there is no need to think so much. Bang! In order to avoid being swallowed by the whirlpool, Yi Xianyan slammed into the mountain behind him. Puff! He spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell towards the ground. TSK! 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 Gintama smacked his lips, with a look of sympathy on his face. He slowly approached Yi Xianyan, wanting to kill him directly. Yi Xuanyan's soul was throbbing, and the pain caused constant sweating on his forehead. Seeing Gintama approaching, he hurriedly took out the nourishing pill and swallowed it, then stood up and attacked Gintama again. Unfortunately, at this time, he was no match for Gintama and was knocked away again. You brought all this on yourself. I will send you down to reunite with Jinglexi. Yinthan looked at Yi Xianyan, smiled evilly, and slapped Yi Xianyan with a palm. Stop! At this moment, a whisk was thrown over and swept Yi Xianyan over. Gintama jumped away, feeling angry. He turned around and was about to take action when he saw 3 old acquaintances coming. His heart sank. He jumped onto the spirit boat and flew out with the spirit boat. It's okay to deal with Yi Xianyan alone, but with a few people together, he will probably lose. So it's better to take action. Don't let him run away after you chase him. Yi Xianyan pointed at the direction where Yinthan was escaping and struggled to say, with such a good opportunity, they must not let him run away again. Otherwise it will be difficult to find him again. The 3 of them looked at each other and immediately chased Yinthan, while the remaining one took Yi Xianyan with him. Gintama looked at the people chasing behind him, and a flash of anger flashed in his heart. With this group of unconscious people, it was impossible for him to get rid of the people behind him. Chapter 1703 discovered. But if he was taken to the cave, his plan would probably be ruined. He couldn't afford to gamble. Gintama glanced at the unconscious monk, then at the people getting closer and closer behind him, and finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. He took out the yin-yang chain, activated it without hesitation, and suddenly disappeared from the spirit boat. Where are the people? The few monks who followed quickly caught up with the spirit boat and spread their consciousness to search everywhere, but did not find any fluctuations in spiritual power. Run away! A man in gray clothes said in a low tone. I let him run away again! Another man in black waved his hand angrily, immediately destroying the hillside next to him. Yi Xianyan closed his eyes in discomfort when he saw Yinthan escaping again. Let's heal the wounds first! The man in green, who was supporting Yi Xianyan, sighed softly, took out the nourishing pill, and gave it to Yi Xianyan. They were all the city lords of Qinchuan Prefecture. They rushed over after receiving Yi Xuanyan's summons, but they didn't expect Yinthan to run away. When the 3 of them saw that Yi Xianyan was seriously injured, They could only take him to recuperate first. As for those people on the spirit boat, they put them all directly at the gate of the nearest city, where they would be discovered by others at dawn. Gintama was teleported back to the cave again. But this time, he stood still and was not injured. Boom! He punched the wall hard, causing a large dent in the wall. Gintama's whole body was shrouded in anger, and his eyes were full of violence, seeing that he was about to bring someone back. But in the end, he failed and his trip was in vain. How could he swallow this sigh of relief? He looked up at the light balls around him, and saw that the group of people was really chasing them to the western region. He had to gather enough people to activate the formation as soon as possible, and there was not much time left for him. Gintama made up his mind to go out to look for people tomorrow, and then carefully observe the light balls. The monks are still clearing the level. Many monks are excited because they have received treasure rewards, and many monks are working hard to clear the level. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught Gintama's attention. When he took a closer look, he found that it was actually Yijio. He moved his eyes away again to look at the other light balls, and sure enough he found the people around Yijio. Huh! The anger in Gintama's heart immediately calmed down because of this discovery, and he felt strangely better. He originally thought that he wouldn't be able to take revenge before he ascended, but he didn't expect that they would dare to come to his door. Gintama walked to Nanshinga in a few steps, helped her up, and changed her direction. Look who that is! Yinthan pointed at Ji Yao's ball of light and whispered into Nanshinga's ear. Hearing this, Nanshinga opened his eyes with difficulty. But when he saw Ji Yao's figure clearly, his eyes widened. She thought senior sister Yi had escaped. So why did she come here again? You know, Yizia actually came to me to save you. Yinthan stared at Nanshinga with a dangerous tone, and gently touched her face with his hand. Nanshinga's eyes widened in disbelief. Senior sister Yi didn't have a close relationship with her, but she was willing to risk her life for her. Thinking of the spiritual grass that senior sister Yi once gave her, Nanshinga's eyes gradually became moist. It turns out that someone still cares about her. It's a pity. I told her that you are dead. Yinthan observed Nanshinga's expression and said, as if he was playing a prank. So, you don't have to expect her to come to save you. Ha ha ha, Gintama said, throwing his head back and laughing. Chapter 1704 is ready to end. Nanshinga bit her lip tightly. If she could kill with her eyes, she would have cut Gintama into pieces long ago. Don't look at me like that. Yinthan reached out to touch Nanshinga's eyes and gently traced her eyebrows. Nanshinga's heart was instantly lifted, and she was afraid that Gintama would take action against her eyes. TSK. Don't be afraid. No matter what happens, I won't let you die so ugly. Gintama caressed Nanshinga's face with pity, and raised his eyebrows with a half smile. If he didn't want Nanshinga's life, he might really consider her. Nanshinga glared at Gintama hatefully, thinking about dying with Gintama, but she couldn't even self-destruct now. Gintama looked at Nanshinga, who had no power to resist, and slowly felt bored and stood up. He came to the light balls and carefully observed the light balls, and finally his eyes fell on Ji Yao. Silver Soul looked at the breaking sky used by Ji Yao to kill the monster, and a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes. No wonder Jinglexi would pass the Qinchuan order to her. It turns out they are all Thunder Attribute monks. Thinking that Yi Jia could contribute to his ascension, Gintama's eyes became less sharp when he looked at her. Now, as long as he gathers enough people, he can activate the formation. Ji Yao, who had just cleared the level, suddenly raised her head and stared at the top of the corner. She always felt like someone was watching her. Silver Soul didn't expect Ji Yao's soul to be so sensitive, that she would notice it in such a short time. Yi Jia was very good in both talent and background, but unfortunately, she offended him, and was destined not to go far. Gintama looked away, left the cave, and went to the alchemy room, planning to refine some more poisons, and catch the monks who needed them tomorrow. As soon as he left, Jia noticed that the searching eyes were gone. She frowned, already guessing that the owner of that gaze must be Gintama. She had passed through several caves, and in each cave she saw a strange symbol. But each symbol was different. This made Ji Yao even more uneasy. Silver Soul had deceived so many monks, arranged so many tests, and prepared so many rewards. It must be a big deal. Early in the morning of the next day, Gintama left the cave and rushed towards the nearby city, then locked the target in advance. At night, he poisoned about 100 monks in the same way and put them all into another spiritual boat. Gintama drove the spirit boat back, feeling uncontrollably excited. With these people, the monks needed were almost enough. He speeded up, just wanting to go faster. And faster. Nanshinga was lying in the cave, his eyelids suddenly twitching. Her heartbeat also accelerated, and a premonition of danger arose, making her a little scared. Nanshinga opened her eyes and looked at Jia's ball of light, her eyes gradually becoming moist. This time, she didn't even have a chance to say goodbye. Perhaps no one would even know that she died here. She closed her eyes and waited for Gintama to arrive. A few hours later, the sky turned slightly white, and Gintama finally brought the group of monks back. He threw a group of people into the cave, and then came to the cave where Nanshinga was. Nanshinga noticed Gintama's footsteps the moment he came in. He slowly opened his eyes, and saw Gintama looking at her with a smile on his face. Chapter 1705. Sucking Chi and Blood. Nanshinga's eyes were slightly cold. She had never seen such a bright smile on Qin Tian's face. Nanshinga! Yinthan stepped in front of Nanshinga, his hands clenched into fists due to excitement. The great cause he had been looking forward to for thousands of years was about to be realized. This was the first time he called Nanshinga by his full name, and it would also be the last time. Nanshinga looked at Yinthan intently, already prepared to die. Gintama took out a jade box from the storage ring, which contained the auxiliary elixir. His hands were trembling slightly, and he knelt down beside Nanshinga. Don't be afraid. It doesn't hurt at all. Yinthan smiled at Nanshinga, but Nanshinga got goosebumps all over her body. Silver Soul didn't care about Nanshinga's reaction. He tried hard to calm down his excitement, took out the elixir from the jade box, and took it into his mouth. As soon as the elixir entered his body, the toxins in his body began to boil. Gintama immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. Veins popped up on his face, and his face turned red. He clutched his chest, his eyes full of excitement and madness. The pain that had tortured him for thousands of years was finally coming to an end. Gintama took out a dagger and slashed Nanshinga's wrist. Immediately, Nanshinga's wrist began to flow with blood, which quickly soaked the ground. Silver Soul grabbed Nanshinga's hand, put his mouth at the wound, and began to suck Nanshinga's blood. Her energy and blood contained the characteristics of the wood spirit body, and began to press against the toxins in Gintama's body. Slowly, the toxins in Gintama's body were suppressed, and the pain disappeared. There was a flash of excitement in his eyes. After a while, he would be able to unlock the poison and advance to the Mahayana. At this moment, the small group of souls in the Silver Soul consciousness suddenly started to move, and began to slowly absorb the energy and blood coming from the body. Nanshinga felt the energy and blood in his body gradually draining away, and his vision began to become blurry. She could feel that the vitality in her body was slowly disappearing. When all her energy and blood were gone, she would die. But by this time, she was no longer afraid. However, she felt a little regretful that she could not see her parents one last time. If her parents saw her soul lamp extinguished, they would definitely be sad. Right? A tear fell silently from the corner of Nanshinga's eyes. The happiest thing for her in this life was to be her parents' daughter. However, she failed to make them proud, but instead made them lose face. Scenes from her childhood flashed before her eyes. At that time, she was also the treasure of the family. Her relatives doted on her, and thought of her whenever they had good things. Until Nan Shiyuan appeared, everything was broken. At first, she was unconvinced, and she also didn't believe that her relatives would choose to believe in Nan Shiyuan instead of her. Therefore, she just stubbornly expressed that she was right at first. But later, even if she explained, no one believed her. Gradually, the eyes of relatives slowly changed. Their eyes were full of disgust and disgust. Every time they mentioned her, they would sigh, then turn around and praise Nan Shiyuan. She lived her entire life with the reputation of being a pampered person, and was even abandoned by her family in the end. Because her parents killed Nan Shiyuan, they were ostracized in the family, and suffered strange looks from others. At that time, she vowed that she would work hard to practice and stand out so that her tribe would never look down on her parents again. However, she has not had the chance to achieve her goal, and now she is dying. Chapter 1706. Become a useless person. Nanshinga looked at Jiao, who was working hard to clear the level in the light ball, with a faint smile on her lips. She really envied senior sister Yi. She envied her master and senior brothers who cared about her, as well as relatives who protected her. All of this was beyond her reach. She cherishes everyone who shows kindness to her. So after senior brother Luo rescued her, she always went to Sword Saint Peak to pester him. In fact, She was just afraid that he would hate her like everyone else. Afraid that she would be alone again. Until later, when she was given up by her family, senior sister Yi chose to believe in her. At that moment, she finally knew that she was not so lonely after all. Only this time, she couldn't repay senior sister Yi. Senior sister Yi! Nanshinga called out in a low voice at the end and slowly closed her eyes. At this time, the toxins in Gintama's body had been completely removed by Nanshinga's blood, and his cultivation level was slowly rising. His heart beat rapidly, and he would soon be able to return to his previous cultivation level, and finally break through the tribulation stage and enter the Mahayana stage. Gintama sucked Nanshinga's blood even more crazily, not caring about her loss of vitality. Time passed bit by bit, and the energy and blood in Nanshinga's body was almost sucked out, and Gintama's cultivation level gradually returned to the peak of transcending tribulation. But no matter how much he absorbed it, he could never make a breakthrough. Gintama panicked. What's going on? He stretched out his hand and pulled Nanshinga's face, staring at Nanshinga with a fierce look. Did you not practice that skill? Gintama's eyes widened, as if he wanted to eat someone. Ah? Speak. Seeing that Nanshinga was motionless, Ihun shook her vigorously, trying to get the answer. But no matter how hard he shook, Nanshinga couldn't open his eyes again. Gintama didn't want to believe this result, so he grabbed his hand again and sucked the blood. But his heart became colder and colder, because the energy and blood had lost its effect on him. Damn it! Gintama punched the ground, making a big hole. He bit his lip tightly, his eyes gradually turning red from anger. He grabbed Nanshinga's collar and lifted her up, then violently threw her against the wall, and then fell to the ground. Ah! Gintama couldn't restrain his inner anger and shouted loudly. At the same time, he punched the wall one after another, trying to vent his anger. His mind was almost overwhelmed by anger, and he couldn't think normally for a while. After a long time, Gintama slowly calmed down. His face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were covered with gloom. He came to Nanshinga's side and kicked Nanshinga, hitting her dantian. You dare to play tricks on me? Huh? Gintama seemed to have found a new way to vent his anger, kicking Nanshinga's pubic area one after another. He was actually plotted by a woman, and his plan was ruined. Now he could only hope to succeed in his ascension, and he no longer dares to ask for cultivation. Soon, Nanshinga's dantian was kicked out, and he became a useless person. However, Nanshinga was no longer aware of it at this time. Her meridians all over her body were severed. Her dantian was destroyed. All her energy and blood were lost. Her whole body was covered in injuries, and now she only had her last breath left. Gintama stopped after venting enough. He slapped the switch on the wall with his palm, and suddenly the entire cave began to shake. Chapter 1707 Cause and Effect in the World. Countless rocks fell into the cave, and the entire cave would soon be buried. Gintama left the cave without hesitation. He did this just to let all the monks come out. After he arrived at the cave, he activated the sacrificial formation. Suddenly, a huge formation enveloped the entire mountain. Gintama stood in midair with a smile, determined to win, waiting for the monks to come out. Ji Yao was trying to break through the barrier when suddenly the cave began to shake and rocks fell from above, seeming to bury the cave. She dodged the rocks, looked at the entrance of the cave appearing above, flew straight towards the entrance, and left the cave. As soon as Ji Yao flew out of the cave, she found that many monks had already flown out. She glanced casually and saw the silver soul standing tall in the distance. Ji Yao was shocked, and her suspicions were finally confirmed. All this was really Gintama's fault. She anxiously looked for traces of Nandongyu and the others, and when she glanced at them with her consciousness, she suddenly spotted a somewhat familiar figure. Shinga? Ji Yao was startled and rushed towards Nanshinga's cave without hesitation. She ignored the stones that hit her and came to Nanshinga's side. Shinga! Ji Yao noticed that Nanshinga's vitality was weak, and her heart was pulled together. She quickly helped Nanshinga up and flew towards the entrance of the cave. Junior sister Yi! Nandongyu saw Ji Yao finally appearing and came to her side in a flash. Sister! Huolong also rushed to Ji Yao's side immediately, looking at Ji Yao with a worried look. Song Ji and the dragon guards also quickly approached Ji Yao, and several people surrounded Ji Yao. Ji Yao had no intention of responding to them at this time, and was focused on Nanshinga. Nanshinga's aura was getting weaker and weaker, and he was almost no longer working. She glanced at her injuries, and found that her dantian and meridians were also destroyed. At this time, She suddenly remembered the elixir given to her by the immortal and hurriedly took it out. Jiyu carefully supported Nanxingde and then stuffed the elixir into her mouth. Silver Soul had already noticed Jiya's movements, but he just raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. Nanxingde is hopeless, and no matter how good the elixir is, it's useless. The reason why he left Nanxingde's last breath without killing her directly was because he wanted to see what Jiya's expression would be like when she saw Nanxingde die with her own eyes. Jiya also raised her head and looked at Yinthan at this time, and happened to catch his gaze. It turns out that Yinthan was lying to her before, and Nanxingde was not dead at all. She almost failed to save Nanxingde just now because she believed Gintama's words. What's going on here? Why are you here too? There are actually formations around here. Tens of thousands of monks flew up from the cave one after another, and they were all confused about the situation in front of them. Everyone stood together in a group, looking at the other monks warily, and at the same time sizing up the formations around them. At this time, a mysterious aura suddenly appeared in Nanxingde's body, quickly repairing her dantian, and then began to repair her meridians and fill her blood. Jiya felt relieved as she watched Nanxingde's breathing gradually calm down. She remembered that Nanxingde had given her the key, so that she could get the elixir and save her life. Everything seems to have been destined for a long time. Cause and effect in the world, every drink and every peck, are all determined. Chapter 1708. The formation is activated. The smile on Yinthan's face gradually solidified, because he could feel that Nanxingde's vitality was getting stronger and stronger, and his injuries were gradually getting better. He stared at Nanxingde in disbelief. How could there be such a magical elixir in this world? Huh? Yinhan snorted coldly and slapped a palm in the direction of Nanxingde. He would never allow her to live. As soon as Nangongyu saw Silver Soul take action, he struck a sword in his direction. The dragon guards also took action at the same time, trying to intercept the big palm. As soon as they took action, the other monks around them were startled and ran towards the corner. Gintama is now at the peak of transcending tribulations, and he will accidentally injure them if he is not careful. Boom! The big palm collided with the attacks of Nangongyu and the dragon guards, and directly bounced Nangongyu and the dragon guards back. The two finally managed to stabilize their bodies and looked at Gintama fearfully. Jiyao's heart sank. The Silver Soul's cultivation level has grown so fast, and it is now at the peak of transcending tribulation. Senior brother Nangong was a big step behind him. Even if he could cross the level to challenge, he would definitely not be his opponent. Moreover, the formations around her always gave her an evil aura, but they were different from the formations she had seen before, and she couldn't tell what the effect was. Gintama, what do you want to do by deceiving so many of us? Jiya asked in a deep voice, trying to direct the conflict to all the monks. Only when everyone unites can the Gintama be eliminated. Yinthan curled up his lips when he heard this, and was no longer in a hurry to kill Nanxingde, because in the end, she would still die. However, Jiyu is still a bit clever and knows how to provoke conflicts. It's a pity that even if these people come together, they won't pose any threat to him. What? We were actually deceived? What you up to? The monks were all panicked. They had a bad premonition when they saw the formations around them. Now that they know they were deceived, how can they be calm? TSK. 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 Do you still need to ask this question? Gintama smacked his lips, with a bit of pride on his face. So many monks. Haven't they all been fooled by him? Of course I'm going to let you die. Ha ha! Gintama looked up to the sky and laughed, indescribably arrogant. Jiyao frowned and looked at each other with Nandongyu. Their hearts sank. It seemed that Silver Spirit was not afraid of them joining forces at all. What? Can the Tribulation Master be so arrogant? Fellow Taoists, if we attack together, I don't believe he can resist tens of thousands of us. Yes, let's take action together. Rush! The monks were very angry at Gintama's arrogant attitude. Even the monks in the tribulation stage could not resist tens of thousands of them, and the ants could kill an elephant to death. Everyone angrily attacked Gintama together, with various spells flying all over the sky. Huh? Gintama just sneered, waved his hand gently, and the entire formation suddenly flashed. Ah! Ah! Suddenly, the large group of monks screamed in pain, fell from the air, and fell to the ground rolling left and right. Jiya and her group were the only ones left standing in the air. Huh? You're not poisoned? Gintama's heart sank. He deliberately planted poison on the only way to this place, but he didn't expect that a few fish would slip through the net. But fortunately, even if you exclude a few of them, There are still tens of thousands of others. He gently raised his hand again, and the monks were sucked into the formation and stuck to it. Chapter 1709 Siege. Ah! The formation began to slowly absorb the monks' energy and blood. Just like Nanshinga once did. They felt the loss of energy and blood in their bodies, and the torment of toxins in their bodies. And they screamed in pain. It's the poison in the river! Gio was shocked. This silver ghost had really calculated everything. These are 10,000 monks. Could it be that Gintama really wants to commit such a huge crime? Gintama, please let them go. Do you really don't want to ascend? Ji kept thinking of ways while stalling for time. The situation is too dangerous now, and none of them may be able to escape. Isn't this just for my ascension? Gintama saw that the formation was getting brighter and brighter, and his excitement could no longer be concealed. His eyes were bright. His face was red with excitement, and his heart was so fast that it seemed like it was about to jump out of his chest. Soon. This is a sacrifice formation for 10,000 people. You, them, everyone will die. Ha ha ha. Gintama laughed again, and then attacked several people. Nandongyu and the others quickly stepped forward and used their most powerful moves, not daring to hold back at all. Seeing this, Ji Yao's heart sank, and she placed Nanshinga in a corner on the ground. Then she returned to the air and struck the silver soul with her reincarnation sword. Then she waved her left hand, and a space crack appeared, attacking Gintama. At the same time, she released all the chaotic sky fire, white fox and small white ball in her body. After flying out of the cave, her spirit had been released. In this moment of life and death, apart from facing it together, the only thing left is to wait for death. Chaos Skyfire screamed loudly, spinning at high speed, like a rolling fireball, rushing towards Gintama. The White Fox's combat power has never been high, so he can only keep throwing formations out in an attempt to disrupt the battle. Roar! Xiao Baituan mustered up his strength, opened his mouth wide, and bit towards Gintama. Suddenly, a big mouth appeared, and all the air in its path was sucked out by the big mouth. Nandongyu kept changing his gestures, constantly folding the space, and controlling the cracks in the space at the same time. At the same time, he held a sword in his other hand and struck at Gintama, carrying an invincible murderous aura. The fire dragon, Songji and the dragon guards all turned back to their original bodies, using spells to attack while swinging their tails and claws to attack. Everyone is trying their best, with the only goal in their eyes being Gintama. Gintama didn't take them seriously at all. He just took out his spiritual sword and slashed forward. A huge sword appeared and slashed down with infinite power. It actually destroyed all the attacks of several people, and knocked them all away at the same time. Bang! Bang! Xiao and others fell to the ground one after another, receiving considerable impact. They immediately stood up and attacked Gintama again. Ji Yao merged the attributes of thunder, time, and life and death together, gathered 10 power points, and slashed out with one sword. At the same time, she mobilized the divine thunder in her dantian to form a divine dragon and rushed towards Gintama. Boom! Gintama slashed with his sword again, easily destroying several people's attacks and knocking them away. Ha ha! You guys also want to kill me? That's just nonsense! Gintama held the spirit sword and couldn't help laughing proudly. His strength is finally back. Up! Jiyu stood up and attacked Silver Soul again. Nandongyu and others also did not hold back and attacked. Chapter 1710 Great Disparity in Strength. The result was obvious. They were knocked out again. Jiyu spit out a large mouthful of blood and hurriedly took out the elixir and drank it. Several other people were also injured one after another. After everyone took the elixir, they took action again without stopping for a moment. However, the gap in strength was here. Even though several people tried hard to take action, they were still knocked away again and again. Gintama felt a little impatient when he saw several people fighting back again and again. However, if they work together, it is really impossible for him to easily kill anyone. Bang! Jiao and others were knocked out again and were seriously injured. Junior Sister Yi, you go first. Nandongyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood in front of Ji Yao. This Gintama is too powerful, and they are no match for it, and I am afraid they will all fall here in the end. However, he can die, but Junior Sister Yi cannot. He had already made up his mind to protect her, and he could never break his promise. Impossible. Ji Yi shook her head coldly and rushed toward Silver Soul again without saying a word. She would never leave her friends alone. The worst-case scenario would be for everyone to die together. Nandongyu pursed his lips and rushed out with his sword. The two of them cooperated again. Ji Yao used years to immobilize the Silver Soul, and Nandongyu took action to control the space again. However, the current Silver Soul is very different. Time cannot stop him at all. Instead, Ji Yao was hit by a sword and flew backwards. Nandongyu was startled and swung his sword to confront Yin Hun head-on to prevent him from attacking junior sister Yi again. As soon as Yin Hun saw Nandongyu, he thought of the scene where he was slapped in the face before, and slapped him hard without any hesitation. A vortex suddenly appeared and swept towards Nandongyu quickly. Nandongyu's heart skipped a beat, and he folded the space with a wave of his hand, intercepting the whirlpool for a moment. He disappeared from the place in a flash, and came to Ji Yao's side. Roar! Seeing that Ji Yao was injured, the fire dragon roared and swung its tail towards Gintama's back. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide, and a bunch of fire wrapped around Gintama. Humph! Gintama snorted, and with a wave of his hand, he swatted the fire dragon away. Brother! Songji was startled and ran towards the fire dragon. Poof! The fire dragon hit the formation and spurted out a large mouthful of blood. You dare to take action? Gintama's body was filled with murderous aura, as if he suddenly saw the self-destructing fire dragon. Your mother can only die in my hands, and so will you. He approached the fire dragon with murderous intent, not wanting to give the fire dragon another chance to explode. Once, he almost ruined his immortal path because of the fire dragon. Now at this critical moment, he must not let the story repeat itself. Little Hua! Ji Yao was startled and appeared in front of the fire dragon. She blocked him and struck at the Silver Soul with her sword. Upon seeing this, Nandongyu took out a large number of talismans and a large number of array discs, and threw them all towards Gintama. Buying some time, he came to a few people, holding the spirit sword and trying hard to resist the attack of Gintama. The dragon guard attacked from behind Gintama and slammed his tail on Gintama. Boom! Gintama struck hard, destroying the formation and disc, and then was slapped by the dragon guard's tail. He turned back coldly, grabbed the dragon guard's tail, and threw it out hard. Sister, what did he just say? Huolong was clutching Ji Yao's dress tightly at this time, with blazing anger in his eyes. Chapter 1711 The Truth. Ji Yao's heart tightened when she heard this. If she heard correctly just now, Huolong's mother actually died in Gintama's hands. Ha ha! You heard it right! Gintama felt that the power of the formation was getting stronger, and the smile on his face became deeper and deeper. He looked at the group of seriously injured people in front of him, with an evil look in his eyes. Did you kill my mother? Huolong felt pain in his heart, and his whole body was overwhelmed by anger. He thought of his mother's gentle embrace and her caring eyes, and felt that his heart was about to break. It was because of this person that he lost his mother forever. Yes, I am the one who killed your mother. Gintama raised his eyebrows and said with an indifferent expression. You may not know that your mother would not have died so easily. Gintama paused when he said this, and looked at the fire dragon with regret. But at that time, it was when you were about to be born. In order to save you, she had no choice but to self-destruct in despair. In the end, only a few bones were left. A flash of light flashed in Gintama's eyes, and the self-destruction could still leave a skeleton, which was enough to show how extraordinary the fire dragon was. If he could contract this little fire dragon, he might even get a lot of help. As long as you contract it, its life and death is just a matter of your own thoughts. I'll kill you! The fire dragon's eyes were filled with anger, and he had lost his mind. He bypassed Ji Yao and the others and rushed towards Yin Hun, wanting nothing more than to avenge his mother. Young master! Younger brother! Small fire! Several people were shocked, and they all shot at Gintama, trying to save the fire dragon. Bang! Ji Yao and others were knocked out again and fell to the ground, clutching their chests in pain. Ha! Gintama reached out to catch the fire dragon, and began to form a contract with his right hand, trying to seize the time to make the contract. Nandongyu saw Gintama's intention at a glance. He took the elixir, ducked to Gintama's side, directly used a close attack, punched him in the head, and at the same time used his hand to pull the fire dragon. Silver Soul didn't expect Nandongyu to be so bold. He leaned back, but still held the fire dragon tightly in his hand. Fire Dragon also noticed Gintama's intention at this time, and actually used the sharp nails on his claws to cut off the caught claw. Nandongyu took the opportunity to throw the fire dragon out, but was hit in the chest with a palm from Yin Hun, who came back to his senses and fell backwards. Senior brother Nandong! Upon seeing this, Xiao immediately rushed forward to catch Nandong Yu, her eyes filled with panic. Humph! Yin Hun seized the opportunity, approached Xiao, who was catching Nandong Yu, and also slapped her shoulder with a palm. Puff! Xiao spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with Nandong Yu. Nandong Yu endured the pain and abruptly changed his direction towards Xiao, placing himself underneath. Bang! The two of them smashed a big hole into the ground, and blood spilled from the corners of their mouths. Xiao endured the pain and took out the pill, fed it to Nandong Yu's mouth, and then took one herself. She lay on Nandong Yu's body, and for a moment she didn't even have the strength to struggle. Her lungs had been displaced, and bleeding was everywhere. If it hadn't been for the armor, she might not have been able to hold on long ago. Let's go! Nandong Yu held Xiao in his arms, and felt fear in his heart for the first time. After hundreds of years of practice, he has long been indifferent to life and death, let alone separation in life. However, now he is afraid. He was afraid that junior sister Yi would disappear from this world. Chapter 1712 Dilemma. I won't leave. Xiao reluctantly stood up and took out the yin-yang chain from the storage ring. Gintama's combat power is too strong, and they can't escape it all. She found senior brother Nangong, and she must not let him perish here. His future is rich and colorful, and there are too many possibilities, so it should not stop here. The Shinkei world was upgraded and closed some time ago due to the emergence of water sources. Otherwise, they could have taken them to hide in it. She activated the yin-yang chain and immediately stuffed it into Nandong Yu's hands. Nandong Yu's eyes sharpened. He noticed Ziyu's plan, and grabbed Ziyu's hand. He held the yin-yang chain tightly in Ziyu's hand, preventing her from having a chance to push it through. Senior brother Nandong! Xiao's eyes turned red with anxiety, and she tried hard to break away from Nandong Yu's hand, determined not to let herself be teleported away. Nandong Yu held Xiao's hand tightly, waiting for her to be taken away. But a breath of time passed, and there was still no response from the yin-yang chain. His heart sank. This formation actually restricted the yin and yang chain. Xiao's originally impatient heart calmed down. Fortunately, the yin-yang chain was useless. Otherwise she would have been teleported away now. Ha ha ha! Yinthan's wild laughter came from above, causing Xiao and Nandong Yu to stand up. The two looked at each other, and then attacked the Gintama in the sky again. Gintama had an evil look on his face, and at least half of the energy and blood of the surrounding monks had been absorbed. As the formation became brighter and brighter, he felt that his strength was also increasing. The Xiao and others in front of him were no more than a few ants in his opinion, and it wouldn't take much effort to kill them. Boom! He waved his hand casually, and the power in his body had reached the Mahayana stage, and he easily knocked a group of people away. Bang! Several people were knocked to the ground one after another, vomiting blood, and were so injured that they couldn't get up at all. The dragon guards have the highest cultivation level and the strongest protective ability, and their injuries are relatively mild. Young master! Young master! Please leave quickly! He shouted loudly and rushed towards Gintama. His mission is to protect the two young masters, and he must not break his promise. Huolong and Kangji struggled to get up, but no one chose to escape, but instead attacked Gintama. But before they even got close, several people were shot and flew away again. Ji Yao and Nandong Yu took a lot of pills and also attacked Silver Soul. It's a pity that Gintama now has the strength of the Mahayana stage, so they are no match for them. Gintama seemed to have discovered something interesting at this time, and started playing games with Ziyao and the others. He didn't kill them all at once. Instead, he played with them like a cat and a mouse. Poof! Ji Yao was thrown away again. Her lungs inside her body were broken, and even her armor showed signs of cracks. She was knocked away again and again. At this time, her body could hardly hold on anymore. Even the black and white gas had no time to repair the injury. So Jia was injured again. She clutched her chest in pain. Her vision gradually blurred. But Jia did not give up. She struggled to stand up, although she was already unsteady. She still persisted in attacking Gintama. She must protect them. Absolutely. Huh? Yinthan looked at Jio, who was looking for death, and slapped her with a palm, intending to kill her at once. But at this moment, a tree vine suddenly appeared and pulled Jio away from her original position. Senior Sister Yi! Nanshinga didn't expect that she could wake up, let alone see such a situation when she opened her eyes. She subconsciously took action and pulled Gio to her side. Chapter 1713, Being able to be with you makes death worth it. Nandongyu's heart skipped a beat, and he rushed towards Gintama with his spiritual sword in hand, trying to divert Gintama's attention. Silver Soul grabbed Nandongyu's spirit sword, and then slapped him squarely on the chest. "Senior brother Nandong!" Gio shouted in shock, seeing Nandongyu being shot to the ground. She hurriedly struggled and ran towards Nandongyu. Bang! She lost her balance and fell to her knees, but immediately got up and rushed towards Nandongyu. Nanshinga's eyes turned red, and she flew directly into the air, blocking Gintama. Gintama just looked at her coldly and said nothing. "Let them go. I will give you all my energy and blood, and I can also practice that skill." Although Nanshinga didn't know why he didn't die, he could guess that it had something to do with senior sister Yi, because no one else cares about her except her. Huh? Gintama smiled. Now he no longer needs her blood, and there is no time. "You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. I haven't settled your debt with you yet." He remembered that he had been tricked by Nanshinga, and he couldn't help but feel angry and slapped Nanshinga with his palm. Nanshinga's heart tightened, and he stretched out his hand to make a gesture, and countless tree vines wrapped around Silver Soul. However, Gintama turned the tree vines into ashes with just a slight shock, leaving no trace at all. Nanshinga was hit by a big palm and fell into the corner. Her cultivation level is too low, and she can't even make a single move in Gintama's hands. "You all, go to H.L. Ha ha!" Gintama laughed wildly, took out his spiritual sword and was about to slash it at everyone. Nandongyu squeezed Ji Yao's hand gently, and then rushed towards Yin Hun with the little energy he had left. He was not strong enough to protect junior sister Yi, so he could only choose to self-destruct and die together with Gintama. Ji Yao didn't expect Nandongyu to rush out. She lost her balance and fell down. She looked at Nandongyu with a look of horror, already understanding his plan in her heart. "Senior brother Nandong!" Her eyes were red with anxiety, and she got up with a willpower and flew towards Nandongyu. Since they are going to die, they must die together. "Elder sister! Beautiful girl!" The fire dragon and the white fox shouted anxiously, but they had no strength to rush forward to stop them. Gintama looked at the two people seeking death, smiled coldly, and struck down with his sword. "Stop!" Yi Xianyun and his party, who had just arrived, were so shocked that their hearts stopped when they saw the scene inside the formation. They held magic weapons and attacked the formation with all their strength. Gintama was startled by them, and the sword in his hand tilted, just hitting the formation on one side. Although Xiao and Nandongyu were not hit by the blow, they were injured by the impact and fell again. "Senior brother Nandong!" Jia worked hard to crawl to Nandongyu and held his hand. "Don't be afraid." Nandongyu smiled and held Jiyao's hand. Jia worked hard to get closer to Nandongyu and leaned her head next to his. "I'm sorry." Tears fell from the corners of Jiyao's eyes, her heart full of guilt for Nandongyu. She never expected that Gintama would be so powerful that it would cause them to experience danger with her. "Fool!" Nandongyu chuckled, turned his head with difficulty, and pressed a kiss on Jiyao's forehead. "It's worth dying to be with you." He clasped his fingers with Jiyao, with a happy smile on his lips. Chapter 1714 Senior Brother Nandong. "I love you." Jia cried and laughed, suddenly no longer feeling sad. She feels that she is very lucky to have a new life and have family and friends who love her. Could still run into him. "Senior brother Nandong, I love you." Jia turned her head and tried her best to press a kiss on Nandongyu's lips. Her tears flowed into Nandongyu's mouth, but they made him feel that they were the sweetest thing in the world. "I love you too." He reached out and held Jia in his arms, feeling like he had the most precious thing in the world. The two had lost the ability to move and could only hold each other tightly, waiting for death to come. But at this time, Yinten opened a hole in the formation and took the initiative to let Yi Xianyun and his party in. This group of people wanted to hunt him down, and now he just happened to catch them all. Gintama looked at the group of people in front of him, and suddenly felt that God was treating him well. He actually brought his enemies one by one in front of him and asked him to deal with them all before ascending, so that he could ascend to the fairy world without any worries. "Silver Soul, let them go." Yi Xuanyun's heart sank when he saw the monk absorbed on the formation. What on earth does this Silver Soul want to do? The successor chosen by Lexi was also seriously injured at this time, and he didn't know if he could survive it. "Are you kidding me?" Silver Soul glanced at Yi Xianyun sarcastically, but he was just a monk in the tribulation stage. Even if 12 of them came together, he could easily solve it. Gintama, did you really kill Lexi? A male cultivator in white looked at Gintama in disbelief, his face full of hurt. He and Lexi got to know each other first, and he and Gintama are also very good friends. He had never believed the news before, but when he saw the scene, he was suddenly shaken. The Gintama he knew was not like this. So what if it's me? Gintama sneered disdainfully. Just as he was about to speak again, he suddenly felt that the small group of souls in the sea of consciousness moved twice. His heart tightened. Nothing could happen at this moment. Gintama channeled his energy and sank into the sea of consciousness. And sure enough, he found that the movement of the soul was getting stronger and stronger. You? The man in white took a few steps back in disbelief. He was obviously hit hard and couldn't accept this fact at all. Humph! Stop talking nonsense! Let's all die! Gintama was worried that the group of souls had changed, and did not dare to waste any more time. He held the spiritual sword and attacked the 12 people. The 12 monks, all in the tribulation stage, faced Gintama with murderous intent. For a time, all kinds of sword lights and spells flew together, and countless attacks fell on the ground, destroying the ground beyond recognition. Nandongyu hugged Ji Yao and changed his position to protect her in his arms to prevent her from being hurt. Ji Yao forced herself to open her eyes and looked at the group of people fighting in the sky, hoping that they could bring a glimmer of hope. The black and white gas inside her body rotated rapidly, repairing her body. But the injuries were too severe, and her recovery was extremely slow. Gintama was worried about the small group of souls in the sea of consciousness, so he killed him without any mercy at all. He struck out with a palm, and a huge vortex appeared. The strength of the Mahayana stage supported him, making the power of the vortex even more amazing. Gintama waved his hand gently, and the whirlpool attacked the nearest monk, swallowing up the opponent's attack and getting closer to him. The monk dodged away from where he was, came behind Gintama, and punched him. Chapter 17:15 The Truth. Other monks also took the opportunity to attack Gintama and completely surrounded him. Gintama didn't pay attention to them at all. He raised his spiritual sword and struck it in the direction in front of him. At the same time, he turned around and slapped the monk who sneaked up on him. Bang! Bang! The two monks were injured by Gintama and fell to the ground one after another. When the others saw this, their hearts tightened, and their fear of Gintama became even deeper. Everyone did not hold back and attacked him with all their strength. However, the gap in cultivation cannot be erased simply by numbers. A quarter of an hour later, all 12 people were seriously injured and fell to the ground in pain. You alone want to ruin my plan? Ihun smiled coldly and looked at Ji Yao and his group. It was because of them that his plan almost failed. Feeling the power inside his body getting stronger and stronger, Gintama knew that his plan was about to succeed. What do you want to do? Yi Xianyun asked, covering his chest and spitting out a mouthful of blood. What do I want to do? Of course it's to ascend to the immortal world. Gintama's eyes widened and he looked up at the sky. The upper world is where he belongs. Ascension to the immortal realm? Yi Xianyun was startled when he heard this. Although Gintama's strength had reached the Mahayana stage, his cultivation was still at the tribulation stage. How could he ascend? He looked at the formations and monks around him, and a terrible guess suddenly came to his mind. You actually want to use these people to sacrifice and ascend? He looked at Gintama in disbelief. Is there really such a vicious person in the world? Smart. Gintama snapped his fingers proudly. He felt frustrated that he could only hide such a great plan. Yi Xianyun was shocked by this answer and didn't know what to say for a moment. Jiyo had been listening to their conversation and was shocked when she heard the word sacrifice. That's tens of thousands of people. What's the difference between Gintama's actions and those of evil cultivators? Why? The white-clothed monk sat up with difficulty and looked at Gintama with a disappointed look on his face. Gintama, why are you like this? Huh? He felt very sad, and he didn't want to see the boy who once lived an active life and had clear eyes turn into such a strange look. I've always been like this. It's never changed. Gintama spread his hands and raised a sarcastic smile on his lips. As long as he can ascend, he doesn't mind any means. That was the fairyland, a place he wanted to go to in his dreams. Then tell me, what did Lexi do wrong? The man in white struggled to stand up, holding on to the ruins beside him, and asked with sharp eyes. She deserves to die, so I will kill her. Gintama's face was still arrogant, but his heartbeat was speeding up, because when the soul in the sea of consciousness heard the word Lexi, its reaction was even greater. He didn't want to continue this topic. So he reached out and planned to finish off a group of people completely. He is not Gintama. He is Chin Tian. Nanshinga struggled and said loudly, not wanting Chin Tian to use someone else's identity to throw dirty water on others. What did you say? Everyone was shocked. They all looked at Nanshinga in disbelief. They couldn't believe it at all. There were no traces of being taken away from Gintama's body. He took his body and was reborn. Nanshinga stretched out his hand and pointed tremblingly at Silver Soul. Silver Soul's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. And the small group of souls began to beat violently in the sea of consciousness. Chapter 1716 Life-Saving Trump Card. What? The man in white's eyes turned red when he heard this. And he couldn't help but vomit blood again. He looked at Gintama in shock, not daring to accept the reality that the real Gintama was also dead. It turns out that you are no longer Gintama. Yi Xianyun struggled to stand up, wishing he could kill Gintama with one sword. TSK. TSK. His skills are not as good as others. What can I do? Gintama's eyes were full of ridicule. It was Gintama's honor that he chose Gintama. At the very least, he still has some value. Jia finally confirmed her inner guess at this time. It turned out that he was really not Gintama, but Chin Tian. All the clues were strung together. It turned out that the person who killed Senior Jinglexi was not Gintama, and it had never been him. You took the Silver Soul. Why did you kill Lexi? Why? The man in white couldn't help but shed tears. No one could understand the pain in his heart. The boys and girls who once traveled with him turned out to have died long ago. As soon as Gintama's soul heard the words, "Kill Lexi," it beat harder and harder, as if it was about to jump out of its protective SHL in the next second. Because she is alive. I will always be seen through one day. So I can't leave this hidden danger. Chin Tian smiled coldly. For him, Jinglexi is just a strange woman, since it has become an obstacle. Then erase it. You may not be able to imagine that she looked at me in shock and pain before she died. Chin Tian deliberately said irritating words, just to see them sad. Nothing is important now. You are all going to die anyway. Chin Tian smiled a little ferociously, and slapped everyone with his palm without reservation. Yi Xianyun and others used their last strength to attack Chin Tian, and they had already made plans to die together. Gio had just recovered a little at this time, and rushed out without hesitation. Nandongyu's eyes darkened, and he stood up with willpower and flew over as well. Even if he died, he would die with junior sister Yi. Ha! You don't overestimate your capabilities. Chin Tian laughed a few times and patted several people without stopping. Boom! The power of the big palm was so great that it directly knocked several people away. Puff! Gio only felt a huge force hitting her body. Just when she thought she was about to die, a wisp of the soul of the Feng family ancestor suddenly appeared on her body and blocked the blow for her. Boom! The spirit of the ancestor of the Feng family struck Chin Tian with a palm, with a shocking murderous intent in his eyes. Chin Tian's heart tightened, but he still greeted him with a palm. This was just a wisp of the Mahayana spirit and could not do anything to him. Boom! When the two big palms collided, a huge explosion occurred, knocking Chin Tian away, and a wisp of the soul of the ancestor of the Feng family also dissipated. Poof! Chin Tian fell in the corner, spat out a mouthful of blood, and felt a stinging pain in his chest. Feng Ling, who was far away in Phoenix Ruins, also spat out a mouthful of blood, with a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He tore open the space and rushed towards Jia. Jia fell to the ground again, and her body, which had just been repaired, returned to its original state again. Nandongyu was also seriously injured, and the corners of his mouth were covered in blood. But he still had a smile on his face. He held Jiao's hand. At least, he didn't lose her. Did you kill Lexi? Chin Tian just stood up when a cold question came from the Sea of Consciousness. When he came to the Sea of Consciousness, he saw that Gintama's soul was awake. Chapter 1717 Gintama wakes up. Humph. You woke up at the right time. Chin Tian looked at Gintama with a sullen face and an extremely ugly expression. It's just right. I'll deal with you together and avoid future trouble. It would be nice to get all the trouble out of the way before ascending. Gintama returned to his original appearance at this time, and there was no light in his eyes. He just stared at Chin Tian's soul, and there seemed to be an empty space in his heart. You killed Lexi despite my identity? Gintama restrained himself, not daring to think about what Lexi would look like when he was killed. TSK. What? Are you feeling distressed? Qin Tian twitched the corner of his mouth, and a flash of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. The other party was just a half-dead soul. So who had the right to question him? Want to see how she died? He suddenly had the idea of torturing Gintama, and recalled the fragmentary memory of killing Jing Lexi in his soul. Gintama looked at Jing Lei, who appeared in the clip. His pupils shrank, and his eyes gradually became moist. Why? Jing Lexi was holding the sword of Gintama in his hand, with a look of disbelief on his face. Ha. Gintama just smiled coldly, sent the sword into Jinglex's body, and then directly broke her heart. Jinglex's life slowly drained away, and she finally fell down. Her eyes were filled with shock, and she could no longer see anything else. Her nascent soul ran out of her body, but was shattered by the Gintama sword, leaving no trace. Gintama stretched out his hand to cover his chest, feeling pain in his heart that made him unable to breathe. He stared at Jing Lex's shocked eyes before death in the clip, and couldn't stop his tears from falling. He and Lexi grew up together, joined the sect together, experienced countless lives and deaths, and also endured the pain of the death of their parents. Gintama, don't be afraid. Even if your parents are gone, I will still protect you from now on. Don't be sad. You still have me. You are more important than anyone else in this world. Lexi also said to him that he was also the most important person in the world. He practiced hard so that he could protect her growth forever, protect her ascension, and stay by her side for the rest of his life. Lexi is the light in his life and his lifelong hope. Now, everything is ruined. What he couldn't accept even more was that he killed Lexi himself. Just thinking about Lexi's disappointment in him made him feel sadder than killing him. What? Are you stupid? Qin Tian noticed that the formation was almost saturated. His heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and he was already impatient. He looked at the Gintama in front of him and didn't want to waste any more time with him. Gintama put away her tears and looked at Qin Tian with a calm expression. Everything was ruined and ruined by this man. Humph. Go to H.L. Qin Tian laughed ferociously and rushed towards Gintama's soul. Gintama stayed where he was and did not move. His eyes were dim, and he no longer had the courage to live. When Lexi died, his whole world was destroyed. Qin Tian bit the silver soul and swallowed his soul. Gintama suddenly smiled at this time, as if he saw Lexi smiling and waving to him. Gintama, we will be together forever. No one is allowed to break their promise. Lexi, a touch of tenderness appeared in Inhuan's eyes, and he finally closed his eyes. Qin Tian was rapidly devouring Silver Soul's soul when he suddenly sensed a bad premonition. His heart skipped a beat, and as soon as he lowered his head, he saw Gintama's spirit swell. Chapter 17:18 Self-Destruction. Qin Tian understood Gintama's plan in an instant, and his face changed with fright, and he turned around and ran toward Shahaihai. Xiao and others watched Qin Tian standing still, and vaguely noticed something was wrong. Xiao held Nangong Yu's hand tightly, suddenly feeling a little uneasy in her heart. South. She just opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, there was a sudden boom, and Qin Tian blew himself up. Everyone was shocked and tried to run out with their last breath, but they were instantly affected by the impact of the explosion. Boom! The formation was destroyed by the explosion, and the impact continued to spread outward. No! Qin Tian shouted, but was eventually drowned by the explosion, and there was no more sound. Ji Yao and others were all knocked away, without the slightest resistance. Nandong Yu held Ji Yao tightly in his arms, and tried his best to help her block all attacks. After an unknown amount of time passed, the explosion finally stopped. Bang! Ji Yao and Nandong Yu hit a big tree hard, and then rolled to the ground. Nandong Yu raised his hand with difficulty, wanting to touch Ji's face, but his hand slowly fell down. Nandong, Ji buried her head in Nandong Yu's arms and slowly closed her eyes with a smile. Feng Ling didn't dare to stop at all. When she arrived at the scene of the accident, her heart skipped a beat. A bottomless pit formed here, with cracks everywhere on the ground. Not far away, the trees and forests were destroyed, and a large mountain was flattened. He rushed toward Xiao Ba with the power of his blood, and saw countless corpses of monks along the way, most of them mutilated. Feng Ling became more and more nervous, and finally found Ji Yao, who was unconscious. He looked at the two people hugging each other, and the corners of his eyes became moist without realizing it. Fortunately, his Shuba is still alive. Feng Ling came to the two of them and tried to help Ji Yao up, but found that she was hugging Nandong Yu tightly and refused to let go even though she was unconscious. "Smelly girl," Feng Ling muttered, but felt very distressed in her heart. "Ancestor?" As soon as Xiyu opened her eyes, she saw the concerned eyes of her ancestor. "Yes." Feng Ling smiled and nodded. It seemed that Xiuba's ability to recover was good. The scene before coma flashed before Xiu's eyes, and she was startled. And she immediately looked at the unconscious Nangong Yu next to her. "Senior brother Nangong!" She grabbed Nangong Yu's hand worriedly, looking very panicked. She had never seen senior brother Nangong so fragile. She has always felt that senior brother Nangong is not afraid of anything and can do anything. But now, she knows that senior brother Nangong is also an ordinary person. And he will also be weak sometimes. "Don't worry. He won't die." Feng Ling snorted coldly when she saw Ji Yao's nervous look. It seemed that Xiao Ba from home was really going to be abducted. Xia felt happy when she heard this, and her nervous heart gradually calmed down. "Ancestor, help me keep an eye on senior brother Nangong." Xiu struggled to stand up and limped around, preparing to find Nanxingda and her friends. "Stay well. I'll go find him." Feng Ling pressed Ji Yao's shoulders, made her sit next to Nangong Yu again, and then quickly searched around. A few quarters of an hour later, he picked up all the monks and monsters who were still alive and placed them next to Xia. Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that although her friends were seriously injured, they were still alive. But the group of monks who had their blood sucked were not so lucky. Chapter 1719 So good. The energy and blood in their bodies had already been drained. But when they encountered the explosion, they had no resistance at all, leaving only broken limbs and broken arms on the ground. And some even no bones left. Xia sighed in her heart. These were tens of thousands of monks who had just fallen away. This is the case during the journey of cultivation. The so-called opportunity may be a lifeline. Once you get entangled, a lifetime of hard work will be in vain. She took out the little lotus and let it fly away to wash away the grievances of the tens of thousands of monks. She turned to look at the unconscious Nangong Yu and reached out to touch his face. When danger came, it was Nangong Yu who blocked it for her and protected her with his life. He is someone worth entrusting his life to. In this life, it's his. A few months later, Xiyu finally repaired her injury, and Nangong Yu had already recovered. In a few days, Qinchuan Prefecture will hold the state director's appointment ceremony, which makes Xiyu, who has never been a leader, a little nervous. Members of the Feng family have been arriving one after another recently, and members of the Jian Song, Yi Feng, Jianichu, Luo Chuan, and Nangong families are all on their way. Xiyu's current cultivation level is still low. Even if she has the support of 12 old city lords, there will still be people who are dissatisfied. They are all here to support Xiyu, to let those people know that she is not easy to mess with. "Sister Yi, are you looking for me?" Nanxingda stepped into Xiyu's yard with a smile on her face. "Come and sit." Xiyu smiled and waved to Nanxingda. Nanxingda was now much more mature, with less innocence on her face, but more determination in her eyes. Nanxingda sat down as instructed and looked at Xiyu with some confusion. The ceremony was about to be held. Why did senior sister Yi still take the time to find her? Nangong Yi walked to the two of them, filled them with spiritual tea, and then sat aside and read a book seriously. Xiyu smiled sweetly and happily took a sip of tea. Nanxingda seemed to be infected when he saw Xiyao's smile, and the haze of the previous days was slowly fading away. Xiyu put down the teacup and placed the key in front of Nanxingda. She told Nanxingda the story about the racecourse and wanted to ask her what she meant. Racecourse breeders can establish a relationship with the upper world, which will be of great benefit to Nanxingda's future. She has cut ties with her family, and she must have someone to rely on. After Nanxingda finished listening, she looked at the horse ornament in a daze, never expecting that this thing would save her life. "I can do this job." She raised her head and looked at Xiyu firmly. That pill saved her life. Her second life was given by senior sister Yi and also by the immortal. She needed to repay them. "Have you considered it carefully?" Xiyu was not surprised at all by Nanxingda's choice, but she still asked again. "I thought it through." Nanxingda nodded, the smile on his face getting deeper and deeper. "Okay." Xiyu pursed her lips and smiled, then put the key directly into Nanxingda's finger. "Xingda has suffered too much, and I hope her future will get better and better." It wasn't until Nanxingda was sent away that Xiyu sat next to Nangong Yu and rested her head on his shoulder. "Are you hungry?" Nangong Yu reached out to touch Xiyu's head and asked in a gentle tone. "Well, I'm hungry," Xiyu responded coquettishly. She just liked the time the two of them spent together. Let's go! Nan Gongyu stood up, took Ji Yao's hand and went to the kitchen. Getting busy. Xia looked at the way the sun shone on Nan Gongyu's body, and the corners of her mouth slowly raised. Days like this are so good. Chapter 1720 State Lord Ceremony. A few days later, the ceremony for the appointment of the director of Qinchuan Prefecture finally arrived. Xia got up early in the morning to wash up, feeling a little nervous. Her friends are all here, and everyone is ready to stand up for Xiao and let everyone know that she not only has strength, but also has a background. Today Xiao is wearing that golden robe, carrying a kind of power with every step she takes. There are people in the audience who have been waiting for a long time. Everyone wants to see who this monk is who can unify Qinchuan Prefecture. Next, we would like to invite Yi Xiao, our new state leader of Qinchuan Prefecture, to take the stage. Yi Xianyun acted as temporary host and turned slightly to invite Jia to appear. Jia pursed her lips and slowly flew to the stage and stopped. Her appearance caused a commotion in the audience. No one expected that the new state leader would be so young. Qinchuan Prefecture is left to you. Yi Xianyun smiled gently at Jiyao. He believed that Lex's vision would not be too bad. Thank you. Jiyu sincerely thanked Yi Xianyun. The other city lords could support her so much without Yi Xianyun's help. Yi Xianyun patted Jiyao on the shoulder and got off the stage without saying anything more. Jiyao looked at the large crowd in the audience, and the tension in her heart gradually calmed down. Hello fellow Taoists. I am the new governor of Qinchuan Prefecture, Yi Xiao. She took out the Qinchuan order from the storage ring and held it up in her hand. I accepted the entrustment of the previous state leader Jing Lexi, and I will definitely be the leader of this state from now on. Protect Qinchuan Prefecture, and protect the people of Qinchuan Prefecture. Although my cultivation level is not high now, I will definitely try my best to do everything I can. From now on, I, Yi Jia, and Qinchuan Prefecture will be an inseparable whole. Jiyao's eyes were firm. She didn't need these people to accept her or trust her immediately. She was just giving an explanation to Senior Jing Lexi, and she was also giving an explanation to herself. Good. Someone in the audience took the lead in applauding, and others also became active. Good. Lord Yezhou, the little girl has really grown up. Jian Song sighed as he looked at the calm Ji Yao on the stage. The little girl who was once is now the leader of a state, and will become the support of a state in the future. Let's go up. Feng Ling curled her lips, waved to Jian Song and others, and flew onto the stage together. That is, ancestor of the Feng family? The crowd was shocked when they saw Feng Ling appear on the stage. Unexpectedly, even the ancestor of the Feng family came. Feng Ling was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. It seemed that he was somewhat famous for his old bones. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, a foot suddenly stepped out of the sky. Ha! Ye girl, I'm late. The Dragon King's voice came first before he showed his figure. So it's you, old guy. Feng Ling recognized the Dragon King's voice and snorted coldly, feeling in her heart that the Dragon King was quite sensible. The Dragon King appeared from the sky, and there was someone behind him. Who was the Dragon Mother? The appearance of the two people caused another wave of excitement among the monks in the audience. The Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan have arrived. What is the identity of this new state leader? Yiyadu. This is the Dragon Mother. The Dragon King came to the stage and took the Dragon Mother directly to Ji Yao without even looking at Feng Ling. Ji Yao was stunned when she heard this. It turned out that this was the Dragon Mother who had found someone to hunt her down. Congratulations. Mother Long was not surprised when she saw Ji Yao's expression. After all, she had a grudge against the other party. Chapter 1721 Ceremony. Thank you. Ji Yu smiled slightly, not knowing what the Dragon King meant by bringing the Dragon Mother here. I'm here to apologize to you. Mother Long's eyes were calm, and the anger of the past had gradually faded away. She had done something wrong, and she didn't want to quibble. She just wanted to sincerely apologize to Yao. It's okay. She pursed her lips and smiled, but she didn't know what to say. Mother Long didn't expect Jia to change her mind, so she just handed the gift box to Jio and then stood aside. Welcome all fellow Taoists to attend the appointment ceremony of Shuba from our Feng clan. In the future, the Feng clan will unconditionally support all decisions made by Yi Zhio and become the backing of Qinchuan Prefecture. Feng Ling stood in front of the stage and used her spiritual power to shout loudly announced. If someone bullies me, Yi Zhia, it will be tantamount to bullying my entire Feng clan. And we will definitely not take it lightly. Feng Ling put her harsh words directly on the table. Xiaoba's cultivation level is still low now. If he wants to scare others, he must have a background. However, he believed that it wouldn't be long before the Feng clan would borrow Xiaoba's background. Ha! Are you afraid that we have forgotten that there is still our Dragon Clan? The Dragon King also stood up at this time, deliberately giving Feng Ling a good deal. This little girl grew up quickly, and was good friends with Song Shi and Song Ji. He had to show up no matter what. This would also make Feng Ling owe him a favor. He is really smart. Feng Ling couldn't help but roll her eyes, but she still accepted the feeling in her heart. The monks in the audience swallowed all their doubts. After all, with such a strong background, not many people would dare to offend Yijia even if he was a monk in the distraction stage. The people of Qinchuan Prefecture were all excited at this time. After all, with the support of the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan, their future would definitely be different. Jia smiled brightly when she saw Feng Ling's back. She would definitely not disappoint her ancestor. Nor would she disappoint Senior Jinglexi. From now on, she will be the head of Qinchuan State. Yijia. Phew! It's finally over. As soon as the ceremony ended, Jia returned to her yard. During the ceremony, she had been led by Yi Xianyun to get to know the current city lords, some of the monks in charge, and some forces that had good relations with Qinchuan Prefecture. Her face almost froze with laughter. Only now did she realize how hard it was for those sect leaders. Compared to socializing, she would rather immerse herself in cultivation. Tired? Nandongyu sat Chia on a stool, put his hands on her shoulders, and started massaging her gently. I'm not tired. I just don't feel like I'm good at socializing with those people. Shio has never been a social person, and it is indeed a bit difficult. From now on, you just need to practice hard. You don't need to do any of these things. Nandongyu felt sorry for Ji Yao, and didn't want her to do things he didn't like. You just need to be Qinchuan Prefecture's backer, and someone will do the other things. He had been like this before. He only needed to practice hard and become the backer of his family, and someone would naturally take care of the other things. Otherwise, all her time will be spent dealing with things in the future, and she will not be able to practice at all. Oh, so that's it. Shio breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. She really didn't understand much about this aspect. Yes. A smile appeared at the corner of Nandongyu's lips. Seeing junior sister Ya's dazed look, his heart softened. I'll take you somewhere tonight. He let go of his hand, sat next to Ji Yao, and suggested aloud, staring into Ji Yao's eyes. Chapter 1722 Nandongyu proposes marriage. Ji Yao responded directly without any hesitation. In the evening, Nandongyu took Ji Yao and set off. The two took the spirit boat and did not stop until they arrived at Lingcheng in Qinchuan Prefecture. Nandongyu didn't say anything, put away the spirit boat, took Ji Yao's hand, and walked slowly through the mountains and fields. The environment at night was quiet, with the occasional sound of animals chirping and the gentle breeze blowing, making Jia feel at peace in her heart. She was a little curious about where Nandongyu was taking her, but she didn't ask out loud and just followed him quietly. Not long after, Jia's footsteps suddenly stopped. In front of her was a sea of blooming red flowers, with swarms of fireflies flying around among the flowers, and little bits of moonlight shining on the ground, making her feel that the scene in front of her was too dreamy. Senior brother Nandong. Jia looked at Nandongyu in a daze. Nandongyu held Ji Yao's hand and walked slowly to the flowers. Junior sister Yi. Nandongyu pursed his lips and held Ji Yao's hand tightly. Feeling very nervous, he searched for a long time before he found such a place. I don't know if junior sister Yi likes it. It's so beautiful here. Jia blushed. Isn't this the kind of romantic date place? Junior sister Yi. Nandongyu looked at Ji Yao, who was so beautiful under the night, and his heart was filled with happiness. Huh? What's wrong? Jia looked at Nandongyu with some confusion. He seemed to be a little abnormal tonight. Since I was 5 years old, I have practiced 7 emotions and lost all 7 emotions and 6 desires. I have always carried the responsibility of the family on my shoulders and have been working hard for the family. In my life, there is nothing but responsibility and cultivation. I never lived for myself until I met you. Because of you, I experienced for the first time what happiness is, what sadness is, what fear is, and what heartbeat is. It was also because of meeting you that I came up with the idea of spending a lifetime with you. I want to be by your side forever, whether in life or in death. I want to be by your side forever. Junior sister Yi, are you willing to become a Taoist couple with me? Nan Dongyu looked into Ji Yao's eyes affectionately and expressed his sincerity. It was his luck to meet her in this life. Ji Yao stared closely into Nan Dongyu's eyes. Tears kept rolling in her eyes. After witnessing the impetuous society and her parents' failed marriage in her previous life, she has always been afraid. I am afraid that my sincerity will not be cherished. And I am also afraid that marriage will become the tomb of love. But looking at Nan Dongyu in front of her, she felt that she was no longer afraid of marriage, but instead was full of longing. She longed for a better life in the future, and for the two of them to be together forever. Even if they are separated in the future, she will not regret her current decision, because she really loves him. I do. Ji Yao smiled and nodded, but tears fell down her cheeks. When Nan Dongyu received Ji Yao's answer, his eyes were filled with heat, and his heart was filled with excitement. He took out the spirit hairpin he made from the storage ring and inserted it gently into Ji Yao's hair. Junior sister Yi, I love you. Nan Dongyu gently held Ji Yao's face and pressed his lips towards Ji Yao's lips. Ji Yao closed her eyes, stretched out her arms to hug Nan Dongyu, and at the same time stood on her tiptoes slightly. Her ears already red. From now on, she will have someone by her side in her life. Chapter 1723 Wedding. Some years later. Today is the double cultivation ceremony of Qinchuan Prefecture Lord Yi Zhenjuan and Nandong Zhenjuan. Monks from all over came together. Some were friends of the two, and some wanted to witness the double cultivation ceremony of the two Mahayana seniors. Ji Yao was pulled into her wedding clothes early in the morning and sat in front of the mirror to toss with others. Yao Yao, you look so beautiful today. Gui Shui sat aside and praised with a smile and a smile. Ji Yao glared at her when she heard this, but she couldn't hide the happy smile on her face. It's pretty enough usually, but it's even more beautiful today. Luo Qiuli also joked from the side. Ji Yao stood behind Ji Yao, holding a spiritual comb in her hand, gently combing Ji Yao's hair. Seeing the interaction between the three of them, a doting look appeared in their eyes. 17. Zhao Qianyu entered the room and looked at Ji Yao in the mirror. Her eyes instantly moistened. Mom. Ji Yao turned around and grabbed Zhao Qianyu's hand, her eyes turning red in dismay. Mother Qi is so beautiful. Zhao Qianyu endured the reluctance in her heart, took the spiritual comb from Qi's hand, and combed Ji Yao's hair. Comb it all the way to the end. Comb your white hair to eyebrow level with 2 combs. 3 combs will be combed until the children and grandchildren are everywhere. Zhao Qianyu stared at Ji Yao's back, like a mortal father and mother, sending her best wishes to her precious daughter. She went through 10 months of pregnancy, and she still remembers every fetal movement from the very beginning when she was unaware to the 17th baby. In the blink of an eye, the little girl in her heart will get married. Mother! Ji Yao saw Zhao Qianyu's reluctance to give up in the mirror, and felt deep reluctance in her heart. Hey! Zhao Qianyu suppressed her emotions, forced a smile and responded, then brought Ji Yao a phoenix crown and harem. My 17 is so beautiful! Zhao Qianyu patted Ji Yao's hand, her eyes full of pride. Her family, 17 years old, are the most outstanding people in the world. Ji Yao stood up, stretched out her arms, and hugged Zhao Qianyu tightly. Mom, thank you. Thank you for working so hard to give birth to me. Thank you for giving me so much love. Thank you for always accompanying me as I grow up. Silly boy. Zhao Qianyu patted Ji Yao's back, but her heart was filled with all kinds of feelings. The auspicious time is coming soon. Ji Yao patted Ji Yao with a smile on her face. Seeing Ji Yao crying, she helplessly wiped her tears. Oh! Ji Yao nodded sheepishly. It was obviously a happy day, but she couldn't hold back her tears. Qi tidied her clothes and asked her to sit on the bed and wait for Nan Dongyu's arrival. On the other side, Nan Dongyu and others finally rode outside the yard. Today, Nan Dongyu finally took off his usual white robe and put on a bright red wedding dress. There was a big red flower hanging on his chest. The corners of his mouth were always raised, and his face was full of joy, which made his already outstanding appearance even better. Nandong Che and Pei Yi rode behind Nan Dongyu, trying to put him in trouble. Ji Yao was sitting in the yard and felt a little panicked when she heard the movement outside the yard. Junior sister. Luo Chuan gently opened the door and saw Ji Yao, who had already covered herself with a red hijab. Senior brother. Ji Yao held her hands together tightly, feeling increasingly nervous. Luo Chuan smiled slightly, walked in front of Ji Yao in a few steps, and squatted down. Qi Qiu and others supported Ji Yao and let her lie gently on Luo Chuan's back. Chapter 1724 Wedding 2. Luo Chuan stood up with Ji Yao on his back, his heart full of reluctance but his steps were very firm, and he slowly walked towards the door step by step. "Senior brother," Gio called softly. "Yes," Luo Chuan responded in a low voice. In his eyes, the junior sister had always been the baby girl when they first met, but now she was getting married. Gio didn't say any more and lay silently on Luo Chuan. "We will always be your family." Luo Chuan pursed his lips and paused before continuing. "If he dares to treat you badly, I will never show mercy. Okay." Gio raised a smile on her lips, her heart filled with happiness. This life, to her, is like a dream. She will cherish these hard-earned happiness. Yifeng, Jian Song, Feng Ling, Jian Yichu, the two ancestors of the Yi family, members of the Feng family, and brothers and sisters of the Yi family all stood at the door, watching Luo Chuan carrying Ji Yao out step by step. Yifeng and Jian Song both had hot eyes and felt quite uncomfortable. They didn't dare to look any further and could only turn around and stare at Nan Dongyu, who was in high spirits today. Nan Dongyu's mind was entirely on Ji Yao, and his heart was so soft that he felt that he was the happiest person in the world now. Although junior sister Yi agreed to become a Taoist companion with him very early on, he had waited for hundreds of years for this day. In the past few hundred years, the two of them have traveled to all corners of the world, witnessed the most beautiful sunsets, and welcomed the rising sun together. His life was complete because of junior sister Yi, and his future was no longer pale. 17. Yifeng couldn't help shouting when he saw Ziyu being carried to the door. "Dad." Xia couldn't see clearly what was going on outside, but she still knew they were all around her. "No matter when the time comes, you will be the treasure of my Yi family. Your parents will always be waiting for you to come home." Yifeng's eyes were red, and he finally realized the feeling of marrying his daughter. Zhao Qianyu walked to Yifeng and wiped the tears from the corners of Yifeng's eyes with a handkerchief. Then she couldn't help but lean into Yifeng's arms, not daring to watch Xia go out. "Mom and Dad!" Xia couldn't hold back anymore after hearing this, and tears burst into her eyes. Although she knew that even if she got married, her life would not be much different. But she just felt reluctant to let go. Okay. Don't miss the right moment." Jian Song forced himself out to smooth things over, clenching his fists tightly. "Send your junior sister to the sedan chair." He patted Luo Chuan on the shoulder, then turned sideways. He took every precaution, but he never expected that the real big-tailed wolf would be Yer. "It's all Qin Chen's fault." He said that his apprentice had cut off all emotions and desires. So he was so relieved that Yer was with the little girl. Who would have thought that the little girl would be abducted now? Feng Ling didn't speak from the beginning to the end, just looked at Jiu silently. He was going to ascend in a few days, and even though he felt very reluctant to give up, he was sincerely happy for Xiaoba when he saw that she could have the life he wanted. Carrying Zio on his back, Luo Chuan stepped across the final threshold and out of the gate. Under the gaze of everyone, he slowly walked towards the wedding sedan with Ji Yao on his back. When they arrived at the door of the wedding sedan, Chichio and others stepped forward to carefully support Ji Yao and put her into the wedding sedan. "Get up the sedan!" As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Dongyu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and began to move forward slowly on his horse. Xia sat in the wedding sedan, staring at her hands, feeling a little dazed. Chapter 1725 Wedding 3. Is she really going to get married? It all seemed like a dream. Yifeng and others stood at the door, reluctantly watching the wedding sedan go further and further away, with a faint melancholy lingering in their hearts. Okay. It's not like we can't see each other again after we get married." Feng Ling spoke angrily. "Today is a good day for Xiaoba. Let's all be happy. Let's go to Nangong's house and wait for her first." As soon as he finished speaking, the person disappeared from the place. The others looked at each other and rushed to Nangong's house, waiting for Jiao and others. Nan Dongyu rode a horse and led the wedding sedan behind him around the city. There were onlookers everywhere along the way, and it was very lively. Time passed slowly, and when the auspicious time was approaching, Nan Dongyu finally stopped at the door of Nangong's house. At this time, the door of Nangong's house was already full of people from the Nangong family, and everyone was looking forward to Jiao's entrance, especially Lu Huanchua and Lu Yaij. The two of them had been watching each other since early morning, and now they have waited. As soon as they saw Nan Dongyu coming back, everyone couldn't help but get excited. Nan Dongyu got off his horse and walked to the sedan door with firm steps. "Junior sister Yi." He knocked on the sedan door and gently opened the sedan curtain. He looked at Ji Yao, who was sitting upright, with a fond smile in his eyes. It seemed that he was not the only one who was nervous. "Give me your hand." There was a bit of brightness in Nan Gong-yu's voice, which calmed Jia's nervous heart. She obediently stretched out her hand, and was quickly held by Nan Gong-yu. Nan Gong-yu carefully pulled Jia out of the wedding sedan, fearing that her head would hit the roof of the sedan. When Jia got out of the wedding sedan, he directly picked up Jia, turned around, and walked towards the gate of Nan Gong's house. Jia put her arms around Nan Gong-yu's neck and rested her head on Nan Gong-yu's chest. Listening to his nervous beating heartbeat, Jia raised her lips in a funny way. It turned out that senior brother Nan Gong was also very nervous. The group followed Nan Gong-yu into the gate of Nan Gong's house, and all the way to the back garden of Nan Gong's house. Thousands of tables have been set up here, and the guests have already taken their seats, waiting for the bride and groom to arrive. The high platform has also been set up, and all the things needed for the sacrifice have been laid out. Qian Hanya was sitting at the guest seat, looking at Ji Yao being held in his arms, with a wry smile on his lips. He still remembers how he felt when he saw the two of them appear hand in hand. It turned out that he was already a step too late. "Welcome all fellow Taoists to come from afar to participate in the dual cultivation ceremony of Nangong Jinjuan and Yi Jinjuan." The ancestor of the Nangong family stood on the high platform, with joy on his face. Oh! The guests in the audience were very cooperative, and gave out warm applause and shouts. The atmosphere at the scene was very warm. "Next, let's invite the bride and groom to the stage," Ancestor Nandong announced loudly, and then stood to one side. Nandong carefully put Jia down and carefully helped her step onto the stairs. The stairs were very short, but the two of them felt as if they had walked for a long time before finally reaching the center of the stage. At this time, Lu Yij came onto the stage with a plate, and what was placed on the plate was a wedding scale. "Please ask the groom to lift the bride's hijab." Patriarch Nandong narrowed his eyes, with a smile, and loudly explained the process. Nandong picked up the scale, his eyes shining, and he slowly lifted Ji Yao's hijab. As soon as Ji raised her head, she saw Nandong's gentle eyes. Her cheeks warmed up quickly, and she smiled shyly. Nandong smiled back and wanted to reach out to rub Ji Yao, but he suppressed it. Chapter 1726 Wedding 4. He put the wedding scale and hijab on the plate and asked Lu Yij to take it. Nandong turned to look at Ji Yao, and the satisfaction in his heart seemed to overflow from the bottom of his heart. From now on, he would have a Taoist companion who depended on him for life and death, and he would no longer be alone. As a witness to the marriage, Feng Ling flew up to the high platform and came between the two people. He took out a concentric knot and placed it on the jade plate. "Nandong Yi Jia, are you two willing to become Taoist couples from today on? From now on, we will depend on each other for life and death, and will never leave you." Feng Ling stared into Nandong eyes solemnly, handing over their Feng family's treasure to Nandong. "I hope he won't let them down." "I do! I do!" Nandong and Ji Yao answered in unison, and then looked at each other and smiled. A smile flashed in Feng Ling's eyes, and she placed the jade plate in front of the two of them. Ji Yao and Nandong pricked their fingers and squeezed a drop of blood onto the concentric knot. "From today onwards, Nandong and Yi Jiu become Taoist couples, dependent on each other for blessings and misfortunes, life and death." Feng Ling held the concentric knot and placed it on the altar. At this moment, Tong Xingku emitted a burst of red light and shot straight into the sky. Nandong and Ji Yao raised their heads, and a mysterious feeling entered their bodies, which was the oath of unity. At the same time, a rainbow appeared across the sky, representing heaven's blessing to the two of them. "Nandong, we have given the treasure to you." Feng Ling stopped and did not say the rest, but everyone could understand the meaning. "Don't worry, Ancestor. Junior sister Yi is more important to me than life." Nandong held Ji Yao's hand, his eyes full of sincerity. Feng Ling smiled slightly when she heard this and stepped aside, leaving space for the two newcomers. "Junior sister Yi, being able to meet you in this life is my greatest blessing. Nandong." Nandong held Ji Yao's hand tightly, feeling not only satisfied but also grateful. "I want to be with you forever, no matter life or death." He didn't know what words he needed to express his feelings, but he would prove with his actions that he would be good to junior sister Yi for the rest of his life, and would never regret his decision to marry him today. "Senior brother Nandong." Ji Yao held back tears and raised her head to look at Nandong with emotion. In fact, senior brother Nandong rarely speaks love words, except for confessions and marriage proposals, and he only expresses love like this now. However, She felt that this relationship was very reassuring. In fact, she didn't even know when she had feelings for senior brother Nangong. Maybe it was when the two were training together. Or maybe when he was patiently teaching her. It was only at a later moment that she realized she was tempted. Over the past few hundred years, Brother Nangong would help her deal with matters in Qinchuan Prefecture, and would patiently share his experience with her when she encountered bottlenecks in her cultivation. He would accompany her when she went out to experience, but he would never interfere with her growth. He would also take her to beautiful places to relax when she was tired, and spend some time with her in her mortal life. Apart from that, he spent almost all his time on training because he was afraid that he would not be able to protect her when he encountered danger again. Her life seems to have been filled with Nangong Yu's presence. I want to embrace every morning with you. And I also want to enjoy every sunset with you. Jiya's eyes seemed to be filled with stars. But they were no match for Nangong Yu in front of her. Chapter 1727 The End. Nangong Yu couldn't help laughing happily, and hugged Ji Yao into his arms. Even his brows were filled with joy. Oh, Nangong Che looked at the pair of beautiful women on the stage, and took the lead in cheering. Everyone else also stood up, and applauded sincerely. Chi-Chi looked at Ji Yao on the stage, and sighed in her heart. Ji Yao has finally grown up. Everyone in Yao's natal family had complicated expressions, including relief and reluctance, which eventually turned into sincere blessings. At night, Shiyao sat on the bed, waiting for Nangong Yu to come in. Shiyue, Guishui, and Luo Chioli were with her. Hey, brother, there must be a scene in the bridal chamber, don't you think? Nangong Che's noisy voice came, letting Ji Yao know that they were coming. Yes, I've even prepared red dates. Pei Yi agreed from the side, wanting to embarrass Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu's face was calm, and he didn't care about them at all, and pushed the door open. When Jia saw a group of people coming in, she immediately blushed and glared at Nangong Che. This guy still dares to watch her lively, and wants to see how she will punish him in the future. Have you been waiting for a long time? Nangong Yu walked to Ji Yao's side in a few steps, and grabbed Ji Yao's hand. Jia just shook her head, feeling a little uncomfortable seeing so many people coming in. You guys just take it easy. Just eat a red date, and it'll be fine. Chiyue stepped forward to say Zia. Okay. Nangong Che nodded repeatedly, as long as he could watch the excitement. Nangong Yu glanced at him, and pulled Jia to sit next to the stool. Come on! Nangong Che held up the tied red dates, and placed them between the two of them. Oh, the onlookers became excited, and crowded to look inside. Jio and Nangong Yu looked at each other sheepishly, and then bit the red dates. Hey, Nangong Che deliberately lifted the red dates, just in time for the two of them to kiss. Oh, the onlookers cheered even more enthusiastically, successfully making two people blush. Nangong Che raised his eyebrows proudly, and placed the red dates between the two of them. He repeated his old trick and successfully brought the two of them together again. Jiao's face is getting hotter and hotter, and there is no way to continue like this. Nangong Che, if you dare to cause trouble again, I will speak ill of you to Sixth Sister. Jia sent a message to Nangong Che and glared at him. When Nangong Che heard this, his expression suddenly changed. He smiled flatteringly at Jiao, and placed the red dates between the two of them. He had been chasing him for hundreds of years, and finally got Luo Ji to change his opinion of him. But he couldn't make any mistakes. This time, Jio and Nangong Yu finally succeeded in eating dates. Oh, a happy marriage will last 100 years, and we will have a son soon. The onlookers applauded and teased the two. Okay, get out. Seeing that the game was finally over, Lu Huanxue hurriedly drove everyone out. Everyone was reluctant, but they didn't dare to offend Lu Huanxue, so they all retreated. Lu Huanxue walked at the end, closing the door for the two of them, while winking at Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu's neck suddenly turned red, and he became uncomfortable. When everyone left, Jio and Nangong Yu fell silent. Nangong Yu looked up at Ji Yao, and saw her shy look with lowered eyebrows. He slowly approached her, and kissed Ji Yao's lips gently. Ji Yao suddenly became nervous and a little at a loss for a moment, but slowly relaxed under Nangong Yu's comfort. Nangong Yu put his head against Ji Yao, smiled, and rubbed Ji Yao's nose with his nose. Ji Yao stretched out her hand and punched it lightly, but the corners of her mouth were raised. Nangong Yu stood up, picked up Ji Yao, and walked towards the bed. The red lawn tent is set up, and a spring night is held.